Let's go while we're young.
All right, let's do it. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV. All-star lineup once again today. We got some surprises. Also, if you're a good little boy and a good little girl. So, you're not going to find anything like this on the internet. A lot of you in the community love what's going on, and we love having you here, loving that. But hey, we've got Topstep TV, everything in one little neat little package. Education, trading knowledge, trading buddies, market knowledge, cool swag, good-looking people, and of course, tradertainment. This is opening call. He's JD, and I'm riding shotgun. Got an informative and educational show for you today, and each and every day will be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your very own James, and his voice of calm, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we do fall. Remember that. Don't pity yourself. Get your ass off the ground, dust yourself off, get back on that horse. Okay, so let's get ready, and let's say hello to everybody's new friend this week, JD, who is sitting in for Mr. Hoagland. Good morning,
What's
Blue
up,
Eyes.
Eddie? Good morning.
How you doing,
Good morning,
brother?
Eddie. Good morning, Eddie. Doing great. Got some positive inflation data out this morning. Why don't we start with a poll today? Anybody on the right side of this move early on today? We've got got a couple thousand people watching already. I'm sure some people are in the market, but shout it out if you happen to dive in there. What's on the news front, Eddie? What do you got for us?
On the news front, well, June 12th, 2024, 4:20 morning. Yes, why is it 4:20 morning? Because looking at it, all our markets got pretty high this morning. U.S. stock futures were broadly muted today until that CPI hit the fan. Yes, it did, and we did see these markets just sort of launch up into space, skyward. Today's traders are gearing up for the much anticipated Federal Reserve interest rate decision and the release of the fresh data. So Dow earlier today gained about 30. We have the NASDAQ mostly unchanged. So this was earlier today, but as you can see, we are just up in the sky here right now. So much of this is worthless. We did see yesterday, the S&P and NASDAQ both clocked record high closing levels for the second consecutive session. Well, congratulations, S&P and NASDAQ. That was boosted partly by a jump in Apple shares. Now, we talked about that yesterday regarding Apple teaming up with GPT AI, and seemed like the shares took a 1.9% dive, but seems like they're coming back here now. Another thing too here in the news, Elon Musk was suing GPT AI, but has since dropped the lawsuit. I guess he's a little pissed that they didn't join up with him. So markets have turned their attention to the conclusion of the two-day Fed policy meeting. That's the big picture today. That is the big pie, the big, we call it here in Chicago, the beef sandwich of today's markets. And that's going to be at 1 o'clock today. JD's going to talk a little bit about that, and we'll go from there. But JD, what do you got?
What's up? Just looking at the poll results right now, I see 71%, 72% of people have sitting on the sidelines this morning, which is pretty common ahead of these big events. A lot of people don't like to really be directly involved. They like to see what happens, let the market settle, and then pick and choose their levels, you know. But that CPI number this morning came in a little better. Consumer prices held flat for the month of May, and they downticked a little year over year. So what's that saying? We're slowing inflation slowing down. What does that mean for the Fed, though? Later this afternoon, likely nothing today, but it could have an effect on the future of rates, maybe a rate cut sooner than some are expecting if these inflation numbers keep coming in more positive. What else did we have out this morning? We had the MBA mortgage applications out week over week. Huge increase in mortgage applications, 15.6% up compared to last week prior of negative 5.2%. Quote from Econo Day: "This is a leading indicator for single-family home sales and housing construction." So we might be seeing an uptick single-family home sales coming pretty soon. Week over week, that's a huge increase. Later this afternoon, or later this morning, I should say, we still have the EIA Petroleum Status Report coming out at 9:30 Central Time. Big FOMC announcement, 1 o'clock Central Time, followed by the Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30 Central Time. We're going to be cutting group coaching about 10 minutes early in preparation for the FOMC announcement. We're going to get Andre and Dolby in here. We're going to do some play-by-play commentary as that report comes out at 1 o'clock Central Time. And then I believe we're going to be streaming Fed Chair Powell's press conference after that. We'll be streaming it live and providing some commentary for everybody.
1:30 Central. Yes,
1:30
p.m.
Central Time. Yep.
Right.
So far this morning, overnight, stocks in Asia closed pretty much, well, a little mixed. Shanghai Composite up 0.31%, Nikkei down 0.66%, Hang Seng down 1.31%. Overnight markets in Europe trading higher, just like here in the U.S. FTSE up 0.9%, DAX up 1.18%, and the CAC is up 0.85%. Big increases in overseas markets right now. We've got the yield on the 10-year Treasury note at 4.29%. We saw yields dipping as stock prices rose this morning just a little bit. U.S. dollar index sitting at 104.43%, and the VIX is down ticking. We're now at 12.27% on the VIX. With that, Eddie, what's happening in crude oil this morning? Everything seems to be ripping higher.
Yes, well, we almost hit that 80 by 3/4. Missed it by just that much. Real quick here, I just want to say that in the chat, you had that poll out who participated. Congratulations, FDF, passing his first combine, several months working on consistency and patience. And Alicia Renee, you're up 870 on the day. All right. Now, the thing is, if I was up 870, I would pack a lunch and go to the zoo and avoid all this stress with the FOMC. But stick around. We got a great show here. And report back to me before you leave. I want to make sure that you're still up on the day. Great job. All right. Crude. Dude, where's my crude? Well, we did see crude rising today. U.S. crude futures, 78.52. Brent, 82.41. And like I said, we topped out 79.24. Missed it by about 3/4. So we'll see if we can pump that back up. Data from the American Petroleum Institute, API, released yesterday showed that the inventories shrank more than expected. Yes, on a cold day, ramping up hopes that U.S. fuel consumption was picking up on the onset of the summer season. Adding to that optimism, we did see that the 2024 world oil demand growth forecast 1.1 million barrels per day from the previous 900,000 barrels per day. That's what we have in crude. And let's see here. We got the tip of the week there, James. James, the voice of calm. There it is. You know what? I tell you, the market's always right. Now, prices reflect the ideas of traders, obviously. That includes their risk appetite, their expectations, future market movements, news, events. So just remember, unless you've got a pocket full of money that you want to lose, the market is always right. JD, what do you got on this?
The market's going to do what the market is going to do. It's out of your hands. If you're on the wrong side of the market, it's not the market's fault. Remember that. Keep those stops tight when you're going on tilt, and do your best to get on the right side of the market.
Right.
That's what I got for you.
Thank you, JD. And yes, attention, please. Traders, exclusive for you TV viewers, TopstepTV viewers, later this week. Let me repeat that again. Later this week, which means not today, it's later. We're going to have a bell-to-bell for one free reset, okay? And maybe even a secret code for a trading combine discount. So We've got tomorrow will be Thursday, Friday. One of those days later this week, we're going to have a bell to bell and get yourself a free reset. Please also remember, all right, that you're here. Listen, please. Been talking to some people in support, and they are honestly working their asses off. Please remember, be kind to your support agents. Remember, something said nicely might get you something more than if you were cussing and bitching and putting up a fuss. They're working very hard, and they will get to your issues and answer your questions. So that's what I have, JD. Without further ado, let's check out your charts.
For
Said
sure.
charts. Yes.
The only hint we can give you for that bell to bell also is to keep your eyes peeled. That's all the help we're giving you, folks.
You got it.
All right, here is our daily of the June contract, the S&P 500 futures. All right, CPI and Fed Day. We got the big 1-2 punch coming out today. We already had the CPI release, which we talked about, and it sent the markets just off to the races. New all-time highs, printing a new one every couple seconds here in the equities. Yesterday, let's talk about yesterday's price action a little bit. ES traded in a 52 handle range, settled at 53.84, up 12.75 points, just about 13 points. Total volume was 1.4 million contracts, just a little better than Monday. We actually lost a mere 620 in open interest, which not a huge number, but the September contract gained over 30,000 in open interest. Reminder, I'm going to remind you every day this week, this market is in rollover right now. Last trading day for the June contract is June 21st. That's 9 days from now. Next Friday will be the last trading day for the June contract in equities. Treasuries have already rolled to the September contract. Equities and currencies are rolling this week. Pardon me. All right. So yesterday was what you might call an outside kind of trading day. We took out the low from Monday, then turned around, took out the high from Monday. We even took out the high from last Friday late yesterday, just by a couple of tickies to print a new all-time high at 53.86 quarter going into the end of the day. We also breached and closed above our weekly kickoff high at 53.81. So now we're coming off of 4 solid days of range-bound price action ahead of CPI, ahead of the Fed announcement. And this morning we're seeing some nice follow-through to the upside. We're in a strong bull market right now. These markets are just resilient. There is no more bad news anymore in these markets, right? It's possible we saw some front running going into the number this morning. Kind of typical to see. That's not uncommon. It's also not uncommon, like I said, to see a lot of traders sitting on the sidelines on days leading up to these big economic release events. That could be another reason for the grind higher heading into that CPI number this morning. Well, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Little adjustment here. All right, here we go. Again, just to recap, took out Monday's high, turned around, took out Friday's high. The initial balance low held as the low for the day in the ES. The initial balance is the first hour of regular trading hours. That's 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Central Time. And then we went on to close on the highs. We took out Friday's regular trading hours low during the overnight session, then tested it to the tick right after the 8:30 Central open. It was a solid double distribution day higher, I would say. Overnight, we saw some follow through to the upside. Traders getting long into the CPI release, which turned out to be a very nice play. We're opening with a gap, so gap rules will apply. If we don't reverse to close this gap in a reasonable amount of time, then we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which is higher, obviously, right now. A couple of areas I'm watching on the upside where I feel some inventory might be resting are about 54.46 and 54.62 areas. Those are a couple spots I'll be tracking throughout the day, and I'll keep you posted on those. All right, let's flip over to our NASDAQ. So yesterday, June contract traded in a 263 point range, settled at 19,242 quarter, up 132 points on the day. This is the daily of the June contract, June NASDAQ 100 contract. Total volume, 564,000 contracts, just a little lighter than Monday, and we gained about 1,800 in open interest. The September contract in NASDAQ gained another 2,600 in open interest, but the bulk of the volume is still in the June contract right now. If you're trading on TopStep X, platform will automatically roll you to the front month. I know I mentioned this yesterday. I just want to repeat it. If you're not on the TopStep X platform, go where the liquidity is. Track the volume. You want to be trading the contract with the highest volume. Right now, that is still the June contract, but we are on rollover, so that we'll be switching to September very soon. Okay, the NQ looked a lot stronger than the ES did yesterday, despite that small drop in volume, which, like I said, can be expected on a big leading up to a big economic news day. A lot of traders take a seat, wait to see what develops, and see how the markets react to the information before getting in. But after 3 days of consolidation here, we had a nice rip through our weekly kickoff high at 19,145 and closed at new all-time highs yesterday. We saw some follow through overnight, just like in the ES, as we discussed, possibly a little front running into the CPI report. Here's our 30-minute chart. All right, looks very similar to the ES, yesterday's price action, in that we had a double distribution trend day higher with the initial balance holding as the low for the day. We ripped right through our weekly kickoff high, barely even stopped there, not even, just went right through it. That was at 19,145, still at new all-time highs. Overnight inventory was getting long into CPI release, just like they did in the ES. We got the rip higher off the better than expected inflation data. We will be opening with a gap in the NASDAQ also, so gap rules apply here also. If that gap does not fill in a timely fashion, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, in this case higher. A couple of areas I'm looking at on the upside, 19,491 and 19,525, a couple of areas of importance that I will be watching. Right now we're seeing just a little bit of selling pressure coming in after that rip higher. Maybe we could scale down to a 15-minute chart just for a second, just to add a little shorter term context. Well above our session VWAP, 19,320 right now. Seeing a little selling come in, this thing after that initial rip. The knee-jerk reaction, things are starting to slow down, peter out a little bit. Don't forget, we still have that Fed announcement later this afternoon. So expecting huge follow-through on this. Time will tell. I don't see another rip coming before the Fed announcement, but the market has proven me wrong before. So I'm not looking for a whole lot of huge moves in the NASDAQ leading up to the Fed announcement, but that could all change very shortly after regular trading hours open. All right, let's take a peek at our crude oil. All right, here is our daily of the July crude oil contract. Yesterday traded in a $1.14 range, pretty tight range yesterday. Settled at 77.90, up just 16 cents on the day. Total volume traded was 314,000 contracts, and we lost another 31,000 in open interest. The August contract has now overtaken July in open interest, but the bulk of the volume still remains in the July contract. Trade where the liquidity is, like I said, just like with equities. Crude oil's in rollover also, so be aware of that. So yesterday wasn't much of a move in crude oil. Daily range was tight, like I just said, compared to Monday, but we did see an uptick in volume ever so slightly. This morning, we're really seeing it run up to the upside after that Fed announcement. Actually, there was some other news in crude oil, according to Reuters. Let me pull up this article real quick. According to Reuters, oil is ticking higher after three key forecasters predicted that global oil inventories would fall in the second half of 2024. So those three key forecasters were the IEA, the EIA, and OPEC. They have all updated their views on the global oil demand supply balance for 2024. That's all from Reuters this morning. And we can credit to that. We can credit the early uptick to that news coming out. We're now trading well above our weekly kickoff high at 76.50. We're through the 100 session moving average, which I have at 78.46. and we're approaching a 50 session moving average at 79.86. This market has now rallied over $6.50 from last Tuesday's low down here at 74.13. And we are trading right back in the middle of this congestion area that goes back just about a month right here. I kept this chart pattern in here just to highlight this area of congestion that crude oil was trading in for the better part of a month, just to keep it as a visual for myself. Here's our 30-minute chart of the crude oil. Scale this down a bit. All right. Overnight inventory was getting short into the open yesterday. Yes, I'm looking at yesterday's price action. Getting short into the open. That short inventory was eventually paired off or balanced off, however you want to put it, throughout the course of the day. It was a slow grind higher. We took out Monday's late high and settled just below the volume point of control, which I have at right around $78 from Monday. This morning, overnight inventory got long on that negative supply news, and it got longer going into CPI. We're opening with a gap, or I should say, crude oil opened with a gap. Crude oil regular trading hours open at 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So gap rules apply in crude oil also. If this market doesn't make a move to fill this gap in a timely manner, the overnight gap in a timely fashion, we will begin to look for trade opportunities in the direction of the gap. A couple of close upside targets I have in crude oil, or just one. Next target I see is right around 79.40. This little area of congestion and resistance going back to late May. That is my next target in crude oil. All right, let's burn through gold real fast.
Burn it, baby.
We're going to rip right through this gold.
Wow.
Daily and gold. All right. In all, yesterday, the August contract traded in a $23 range, settled at $23.26.60, down 50 cents, just down 50 cents on the day. Total volume was kind of light again. Only 145,000 contracts traded in the August contract. We gained about 500 in open interest. We want to keep pushing these chart patterns, so I'm going to switch over to this 4-hour chart real quick. You get a better look at this. We're ripping through some areas right now. We had our breakout to the downside on this chart pattern last Friday. 23.39 was our breakout. We saw a little follow through to the downside after that, and then we went through a period of consolidation for a couple days all this week, which is why I drew this little bear flag right here. CPI came out. We ripped right through it. We're back inside our lower trend line for this chart pattern. A close inside this, we'll call this a busted pattern. But we did get some follow through early on. Never hit that measure move target at 22.6740. We got about halfway there before pulling back. Now we're back inside that range. This area of consolidation here that goes back to late May. Let's call it May 23rd here. Here's our 30-minute chart, highlighting that bear flag that I drew yesterday. So yesterday, right here, we had a nice little rally on low volume, settled just a little bit lower on the day. This morning, overnight inventory was pretty balanced out of the CPI report. Then we just ripped higher after the number. Regular trading hours for gold is 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So we saw a little buying coming in just before the number, not a whole lot, and then that rip higher. To the upside, a couple of targets I'm keeping an eye on in gold today, 23.50 and last Friday's high at 23.53. Then I have above that, even 23.68 is another level that I'll be watching. All right, I think we closed it out just in time here. Eddie, we got about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, we're good here. I love gold.
I love gold.
All right, today is Wednesday. Yes, Fed Day. Bing, 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 bing. Hey, coming up next here, Fast Markets, Andre, MP Dolby, Deeyana, Nick for a tick, who is here bright and early in the chat, already conversing with our traders. Power players, we got Fatima going to be with us here. Andre, Robert, Alyssa for TopQuiz, Brett for the shoulder tap. Group coaching, we've got Robert, JD, and FOMC in the TV crew, Andre Dolby, and I'll be in the back seat watching the wire. Anything that we can sort of filter out from that. Remember, FOMC at 1 p.m. today, 1 p.m. Central Time. And then there's going to be, we've got Uncle Jay going to be with us here at 1:30. So lots going on here today. Power Hour going to end with the dynamic duo and Coach Dakota. We're going to take a quick break. JD, meet you at the coffee machine, and we'll be right back with Fast Markets. All right, let's get our favorite Fed. Who's your favorite Fed? Put them in the gate. We're going to race these M&Fers at 1 o'clock today. There you go.
Wow.
All yours,
Wow,
Andre.
wow. What do you even say about this? Welcome to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets, everybody. New all-time highs. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. You got Nick for a tick in the middle. Everyone, you guys know D, by the way. D, welcome. What do you make of this? Where do we even start?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? So this is where everybody's like, oh, yeah, just buy it. Well, yes and no. I have a level around 54.19, 54.20. So why? Because we had the average daily range high right about 54.24. It got ignored. There was like a little bit of pullback, and then they kind of shot higher. So if we're going to keep going, the only place where I would consider buying ES, because that's what I usually trade, would be somewhere around 54.19, 54.20. And I would probably give it about good 10 points of risk, because we want to give it time. So just in case it starts to roll over, so that we have time to pull it off. But other than that, guys, your guess is as good as mine. Where do we buy this?
That's where we are, right?
Come on.
That's where we are. Nick for a tick. Bell just rang. Nick, what are your thoughts going into this open here?
I mean, I don't have some great thoughts. This is a bit crazy, but here I am. I've been fading these pops of new all-time highs for the last month, and I haven't really paid the price. I guess I've just timed it well. But today I am going to be very cautious, taking trades. We had the wild move from CPI. We've got, FOMC, and we'll see what color tie Jerome's wearing later to either send us to NQ 20K or back to 18K. Everything's on the table today.
Everything is in play today. Absolutely, Nick for a tick. Don't have the house account open just
camo?
Yeah, camo can't see you there.
I am wearing. It is Camo Wednesday. I am trying not to get stopped out by Jerome Powell today, so hopefully he can't see me on screens.
Don't let the market see you today, Nick. It's gonna be. All right, we are open. D, you're gonna be looking at RBOB. You're looking at crude. Tell us what's going on over there.
Yeah. So one interesting thing about crude oil is that I don't know how known this is, but crude oil also has its own, I suppose, sort of number. So it's been climbing, which could indicate that we might finally get a bit more range in crude oil. I know that every so often we have 200 ticks coming in, but on most days it's been very, very range bound. So I'm going to stick to RBOB, but I'm keeping an eye on crude oil. If we look at the chart in crude oil, there is some indication that we are reversing the downtrend that crude oil has been in for a while. So if we can hold this bullish candle, bullish engulfing, that's an indication of a trend reversal. So I don't really want to go against that with the summertime, with everything. So I do want to be long at some point. Now, whether it's going to be today or tomorrow or Friday, I don't know. We have the inventory, so ideally I would like to wait until that's out of the way. I really don't like trading into it because it can be a storm in a teacup. That's kind of becoming my tagline recently. So I wanna see what happens after that. In RBOB, I have some loose kind of levels that I'm watching. If I can locate that, this is the Asian overnight high at 42.17, so 2.4217. That's where the London VWAP is located. I know we have a gap, a pretty sizable gap at the open. But because it's so sizable, the probabilities of that getting filled completely are somewhere around 28-30%. So not really looking for that to get completely filled, but obviously anything can happen. You can always have those days that are within those 30% probabilities. It is inventory day, it is FOMC, there could be some offloading of positions. We'll see, but I want to be long crude or long RBOB, whichever one sets up better.
Yes, crude has been up and away last week or so. We did see a dip beneath $73 sometime early last week, almost closing in on $80 now. Currently trading $79.16. We'll see if there's still more room to the upside. All right, Nick, sellers out the gate real quick in NASDAQ, but they got gobbled up right away.
Yeah, they got absorbed the lows and just pushed as Apple is continuing its 7% run from yesterday with another percent out of the gate here. Tim Apple, the new CEO of SPY, once again reclaiming his chair from Jensen at NVIDIA. So this is a wild show we are watching here this week.
Sure is. Dow is seeing some sellers, but that's what Dow does out of the open. Dow just kind of does its own thing. S&P, we've got the divergence. We've seen this divergence like every open. We see this divergence. S&P's selling off here. NASDAQ just got buyers right away. Currently NASDAQ trading 19,433. I got VWAP at 19,328. I guess you take a long there, maybe. I'm not sure. S&P's VWAP 5412. Currently trading 5426. D, what was that level? You like 5420s?
5420, 5419.
Okay. 5419, 5420. Nick, you like that level? What levels do you like, Nick?
I'm still getting my sea legs under me today. We're seeing call buying all the way up to 5,500 on SPX. So you're seeing just a level of bullishness, not seen since 2021 right now, it's just crazy to see. I'm not going to be the first person to buy this. I will happily buy a dip back down on NQ, back into the 300s, potentially 19,300. I do think, I'm not ruling out a trip to 20K before this week is over.
Yeah, we were laughing about that in the green room. I think Robert put that poll up. Will we hit 20K? When will we hit 20K in the NASDAQ end of week, end of month? And we were giggling, laughing about possibility of hitting it by the end of the week. But joke's on us, everybody.
I mean, we've seen 4% days on CPI in the past, and you couple that with FOMC. I mean, if it happened today, at least if it wicked up there during Powell's press conference, it would not shock me, because we've seen these kind of moves, especially with options and things like that. It can just easily exacerbate anything that can happen in these markets. So I'm excited. Like I said, I'm going to be very cautious today. This is a great day to not take a trade, if I am being honest. I caught a nice little short off the Globex highs last night during kind of the Asia Open. So in my XFAs at the very least. So I'm going to be patient today. I would like to be completely done by 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, have no interest outside of popcorn watching Powell later.
Yep. Get your popcorn ready. Again, this is FOMC day. We will be live streaming that the entire afternoon with the press conference as well as the rate announcement. Currently, we're going to see if these S&Ps can pull back to perhaps the 20s. We got one check mark there. At the top of the chat, you will see the daily levels. Always make room for that on your screen somewhere so you can have it in the corner of your eye to reference. They have been hitting quite nicely. Looking at nothing. I mean, the only problem with the levels is we're in uncharted waters right now. We're just keeping going up and away. We will see.
Yeah, it really is let's find a dip to buy type of mentality. Yeah. I mean, the largest 0-day strike I'm seeing is on SPX. No surprise, 54.50, and that's out of the gate. So I would not be surprised if we continue to see that type of call buying, that we may drift up to that area either during Powell, pre-Powell. But with that in mind, I am looking for something to buy.
Yeah. Anything you can buy at a discount, gobble it up. What would send this market lower? It's anyone's guess right now. Anyways, we got a jam-packed day today. I want to go to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for Eco speakers? We got anything on the calendar today, Eddie?
Eco, well, all the meat on the bone is off right now. Crude traders, we're going to have that crude oil inventories coming on inside of about an hour. I will remind us about that. Scrolling down here, we've got some other minor numbers, 10 o'clock. The good old important Cleveland CPI, 10 o'clock, Thomson Reuters. 11 o'clock here, we've got the WASDE report, and that's going to be for our agriculture. So if you're trading Aggies, you're going to want to remember that number's out at 11. Also, after that here, don't forget, 1 o'clock Central Time, Chicago time, we've got our FOMC statement, rate decision. And 1:30, the blender turns back on again, because Uncle Jay's going to be talking with a FOMC press conference. And I do believe that is about it. So let's have fun today and be smart. Don't be greedy. All right. Like Nick said, today's a day where we just basically sit back and see where the market wants to go. So be careful there. But back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Yeah, look at the 10-year yield right now, 4.228. I got 4.28 on the 10-year yield. I don't know. They're acting as if we're cutting rates sooner than later, but we'll see how that goes right now. All right, we're catching a bid, of course. S&Ps, 2 points off the highs. Again, everyone, every time we say new highs today, these are all new all-time highs, S&P and NASDAQ.
And in Apple.
And in Apple, Tim Apple, your boy. Apple doing all the heavy lifting
on the day with their buybacks that they are initiating further today.
Boy, that conference did numbers for them, man. They really knew what to do there.
Just say the magic words, AI. No innovation, just say AI.
Just say AI. What a nice trick. We'll see what Powell has to say this afternoon. It's not like inflation's gone. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, everybody. Be careful, like you said. Manage your risk nicely. I'll take care of that. I can't wait till MP gets in here and he sees what these prices are. He's gonna be like, what the hell happened? So you got to be kidding me. Anyways, D, currently trading 79.16 in crude. RBOB obviously correlates a little bit with crude. What's going on over there?
It does, yeah. So far, we had a little pop to the upside. We are seeing some sell-off now, which is not unusual for the open. Usually get one candle in one direction, then they reverse it. But very frequently, if they can create some demand around some level that they're interested in, which becomes known slightly later, they can actually push it back up and then go into a sustained auction. So I am watching it, nothing so far, hands off, at least until that first hour of trading is done, and possibly even after the inventories are done too.
Okay. All right, we'll sit back and watch this. Nick, you take it. I know you said you took a short off overnight on the overnight trade. Have you taken any? Is that the only trade you've taken today?
Yeah, that was the only trade, and that was. Now it seems like
took a
a
short.
steal of a long back in the
crazy.
265, 270 area on the NASDAQ. And here we are almost 300 points higher. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
At the time, that was the top of the Globex range. So I was looking for, I took about a 15 point short.
Good.
So in my XFAs, I had a tough day yesterday, but back in the positive on those with about 1,200 in each. So probably going to I may not touch those today because I am on the cusp of my fifth trading day, or my fifth positive $200 day. So I'd like to hit that milestone and continue to look to build the accounts.
Okay. Well, we do have the house account open right now.
New all-time high.
New all-time highs. Nick, I'm going to leave that to you today. You're going to tell everyone what's new all-time highs. People get sick of me having to say it, so let's hear it from someone else. D, you can do it too anytime. We just made new all-time highs right there. And here we go.
Let's not forget about lean hogs. T-Man 34 lean hogs moving higher. Yahoo.
Thank you, Eddie. Everything. Bulls are in control everywhere, everywhere except for gold. I see gold sold off a little bit. Sold off about $10 on the open there. What's going on in gold?
Yeah.
Get your act together, gold. Get your act together, gold. What's going on? Here we go. Wow.
Pay attention.
This is unbelievable. How do you get into this? How do you get in? How do you get along on this? I do not know. I mean,
It'll become obvious throughout the day. Sometimes it has to be a breakout trade, but I would prefer to see a bit of a pullback in equities before we do anything.
Well, you got it in NASDAQ a little bit off the open there. You had to be quick. You had to be aggressive. Probably had to take some heat if you did go to market with that. Unless you had a resting bid in there, but what do you do here? This is very tricky. Taking a look at Tilt. 70% short YM, 67% short S&Ps, 60% long NASDAQ, 50-50 in crude, 62% short gold. Look at this. Up and away. Here we go. Bulls are just, they're running right now.
New all-time highs.
Thank you, Deeyana. Thank you, Deeyana. I'm going to point to Deeyana. I'm going to point to Nick.
Folks.
Every time I point to you guys, just say it. Just say it. Just say it. People are sick of me having to say it. But hey, it's good for the 401k. It's good for the retirement account. So at least there's one positive there.
Apple continuing its terror.
Really?
It's kind of crazy to see the largest companies in the world having 10% moves in 12 hours. And that is how the indices are structured. So I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing at this point when the largest market cap company moves 10% in 24 hours on really no innovation and just talking about buybacks and other things in the word AI, but nothing, revolutionary, and it moves 10%. But
yeah, I'm looking at the Apple chart right now. Yes, we are. It's up 10% in 2 days. What a time to be alive. Coming up on 54 40s. Can we get it? Nick, what were we saying? The calls are just gobbling up those 5,500 strikes?
Yeah, they're starting. Those are more longer time frame, excuse me. So that's pretty much everything that I'm seeing on the books. So, time horizon, who knows? But that is the largest call and put strike that I'm seeing. Not the largest, but the largest one to the upside at the very least is 5,500. But for today alone, we are seeing, insane levels at the 54.50 SPX strike. So only about 20 points higher.
All right. That's, yeah, here we go. Holy moly. What do you do here?
I don't know. If this pushes to
a little bit of loss of words.
I mean, there's outside of the initial dump off the open, there hasn't even been a 10-point pullback on NQ to buy. So there's nothing to get in here. I guess ES was the steal if you got in at like 54.25 and you went long, since that was that weird little divergence off the open.
Yep. Well, in the meantime, while we watch this incredible rally going on, we're looking for pullbacks to perhaps get long. In the upper left-hand corner, you will see the hashtag fast markets. Hit us up on Twitter, X, call it what you want, at Topstep. Submit your user wins, your cool swag you're wearing, certificates, anything you got. Send it to us. Use the hashtag fast markets. We'll scrape that and we'll show it to you guys a little bit later in this morning. But for the time being, we're just watching these markets rally. I'm kind of at a loss for words here.
Yeah, I was speechless yesterday after a good day in my live account. I made about $4,000 plus, and I was still sitting there like so confused and almost frustrated by the price action because I couldn't explain it. I was looking to continue to trade and just didn't seem like I got an opportunity. Even was leaning long into the close with Dakota and I think Man Marie and a few other people that were expecting some aspect of hedging, but who needs to hedge when you can just buy the all-time high for vol events like CPI when we know it's going to rip another 2%. So I guess that was the right trade. There was no point in hedging.
Nope. Why hedge when it's just going to go up and away? George asks, does anyone see VWAP anywhere? No, VWAP's way in the rearview mirror, long way away from us. Well, maybe crude and gold will present some opportunities. But, I just do not know. See what the hogs are doing. Maybe we'll go look for action somewhere else. I mean, trading 19,486 right now.
I fumbled the lean hog trade so bad yesterday.
What happened?
I caught both moves and ended up losing money on both times. There was 2 straight moves, and it's one of those things. Like I'm still learning how to trade that market, and it does seem like you need, unlike indices, where you really need to just kind of let your trade play out. I was still figuring out like, hey, what's a good amount of risk and things like that for what I'm trying to net. So it's a learning curve market for me, but I have never literally caught both moves up and down on it, and yet somehow cut it for a stop myself, and then it immediately reversed, as well as got stopped way too early. And then it, once again, just kind of ran for, it would have been about $15 to $2,000 in profit.
Yeah.
Tough afternoon.
Yeah, man. It's tough right now. D, could you see $80 being a possibility today in crude at all?
Yeah, I mean, we're not too far away from it. It's a little outside of today's range.
Okay.
Excuse me. But it's not impossible because we have the inventories, we have the FOMC, all of that might kind of push it further. But we're probably going to see 80 maybe tomorrow or the next day because the FOMC doesn't have that much of an effect. It kind of pushes things along a little bit, but it doesn't. It's not as volatile as equities or gold for FOMC. So I'm not sure whether it's going to be today. We might see 79.50 today. That's within the day's range. Anything over that, your guess is as good as mine.
Yep. Don't forget, at 9:30, we have D's favorite number, EIA crude inventories. So cannot wait to see how D loves that number at 9:30 Central Time. Her absolute favorite number to trade around. I'm just joking. The number essentially means nothing. They always miss the number. They're never even close. I don't.
No. And there's not much reaction to it either. It's like,
That's
we missed massively. Doesn't matter.
True.
Let's go back to where we started. I think it's just an excuse to shake a whole bunch of people out. And then they make a decision either over the course of the next day or sometimes very, very late in the day. They will make their minds up of which side they're actually going to go. But it's always just a bit of a nothing burger.
All right, gold did see a bit of a pullback. High in gold around 23.58. Currently trading 23.44. So you can see a bit of a pullback there. S&Ps and NASDAQ just ripping higher here. Nick, this might sound crazy to ask, but is there any place you could get short here? Or is that just...
I'm looking for, delta to flip, things to go negative. I'm just not seeing it. I just keep seeing, orders on the book a bit higher. And there you go. New all-time high again.
Oh, my goodness.
And again.
Yep. And again.
Cue the air horns, cue the confetti.
Yep.
Here we are.
Yeah. Was that you?
We're going
That's
to need
pretty
a lot
good.
of
That was me.
confetti.
Yeah, a lot of confetti. A lot of confetti. My gosh.
Might break my soundboard if I do that for every all-time high we're going to hit today.
Oh gosh.
Here we
Go.
are, 19,500. It's crazy
We did
to
it.
see. And now you sit there like you're watching yesterday at 19 even basically was the low of the day almost.
Those
And
buys,
you're sitting there. I'm thinking about longing it, and then you're just feeling like an idiot because that was 500 points lower on nothing. Some
19,000s.
slightly cooler inflation report, but
Hindsight
even
is
before
always
that,
easy.
Yes, it is. We're all billionaires in hindsight. Yeah, those 19,000s were just the absolute steal of the day.
But it really goes back to Dakota's point that he was making on slow markets last night, and I had a good laugh. It's just there's no point in shorting this market. If you are, you're going to do it like me, and you better be out for 20 points, and you reevaluate later. If you're trying to, do not try to be the first person to hit the swing short and keep calling tops for your swing short because you will be burned. Whether you're representing that in future shorts or puts and options or however you trade, trying to be the first person to call the swing down, maybe another 3 to 5% down move after we've kind of had this blow off top, you're just asking to be ripped again and again. So that's our recommendation. Don't do it. Wait for someone big to start doing it and then join them.
Yeah, I think that's some sage advice there. Here we go. 19,501s. You know what that means? All-time highs. This 10-year yield is, are we cutting rates or what's going on? 10-year yield, 4.28.
Ooh, yeah, 10 years getting punished. Down 3%.
The yield is just, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. We'll have some guests in along the way. Again, FOMC day today. We broadcast the Powell. What's up?
There's no way they cut today, right?
I don't think. No chance. There's no.
I'm not a big, economy, like really looking in the weeds of some of these things. But the only way I would see between now and I would say the fall of them doing it is something is actually got something broke and someone's in trouble and they have to cut already. And it's something that we haven't seen or the market hasn't quite priced in yet. But
so otherwise
I don't see them doing the Bank of Canada or Bank of, Lagarde and things. Everyone's doing it. I just don't see them cutting. Not when meme stocks are still ripping to the highs.
It's all about long the 2s, 10s again. I'm not. Am I coming in? No, I was just talking at the moment. The 10-year price is going to rip higher. Yields are going to come down because it might change the way they do their wording, their dot plots going forward. It's all about the expectations. They're not going to cut today. Yeah. That would be crazy. That would send us to the stratosphere. But we could see the expectation of more rate cuts creeping in. So looking at big decrease, 10-year, 2-year, 2s, 10s, ripping. Good stuff. If you're long 2s, 10s.
Yeah. It typically message that to the market.
Pairs trade? Aren't you doing that?
Yeah, from time to time. I've been battling GameStop lately.
It's a doorbell. Battling GameStop. Come on in. Who's at the door? Come on in. Who we got? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Let us know when he's ready to come on in. He's in the green room. Bring him in when he's ready. Yeah. They typically message that to the markets before they do cut. Just especially to the banks. They definitely give the banks the heads up before they do rate cut. All right, got some sellers in the Dow here, 39,055. Bit of a sell-off here in S&Ps. A bit. And when I say a bit, it's just profit taking at this point. I don't know. Tilt 50-50 across the board. I do not know what Delta is offhand right now. We'll get that to you. The house account up. D likes the 54.20s. If we can get a pullback to there, we'll probably get long. Here we go. Nick, what would it take for you? D, what would it take for you getting a trade in crude? Did you see a pullback? What are your ranges? Let's talk about crude. Let's talk about some other markets while the equities are continuing rally.
I'm just looking at how crude is trading for this initial balance range that we're going to finish in about 5 minutes. It's not a great range. It's only 24 ticks. That usually doesn't bode well for the majority of the rest of the day. So what would it take for me to get into crude oil for someone to poke it with a stick. That would do. That would be one. Maybe a deeper pullback. So try maybe go for a gap fill, then maybe failed auction. Excuse me. Didn't sleep very well last night, so I got frogs in my throat.
Uh-oh.
So yeah. So
Okay, there he is.
yeah, so failed auction long would be maybe something of interest, but I do need a larger initial balance range for that. Otherwise, we're just looking at nothing until the inventories are actually out and we get some movement. So I'm waiting for more interest, more initiative to come into crude oil or RBOB before I do anything with them.
All right.
Look
who joined us. Yeah, my Power Hour partner there. What's up, Dolby Time?
Oh, well, hello.
Hello.
How are we doing, everybody?
I mean, just
What? Some good markets.
yeah. What do you make of this, Dolby?
What? I mean, I think there was a good setup in NQ. I really like that 5-minute range this morning where it just ran stops below like 383. I think that would have been like a super cheap long if you wanted to get long. I was not on air when that happened, but I for sure would have dipped my toe in the waters with some micro NASDAQ on that one. Like the downside risk is probably pretty easy to get stopped out because it probably could have gone down to like 282, but obviously the upside is insane because it's the NASDAQ and why would you ever go short? So I am looking for consolidation plays all day today in my brand new live account. We'll stick to the micros until we get a nice cushion. And I logged into the wrong account, so I'll have to log out, log back in again. But I like CL. I think CL above 79 is really good. Really awesome 5-minute range in that one as well. Just higher lows all day. I think there's been good trades today. I haven't taken any of them, but they are out there.
Definitely opportunity. I did take a peek at our board here from some of our
Very
traders.
optimistic.
I like that, D. Very optimistic. I like that. 19,500 here in the NASDAQ. See if we can get to 5450s in the S&Ps. We'll see. Dakota making a little bit of a joke here in the chat. That was a huge pullback in NQ, just 20 points. This might be all you can get today. Maybe ES is the place to be. I'm not sure. Might not make a trade today. We're gonna be disciplined. We're gonna be patient here at Top Step TV on Fast Markets. We got 5,000 people watching right now. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Again, we got hashtag Fast Markets in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hit us up on Twitter, X, wherever you want to call it.
I'm trying a short. This could be a terrible idea.
Oh boy. Talk to us, Nick.
I'm in at 494, and I'm going to basically stop out at a new all-time high, get the air horns ready, but I'm seeing sellers starting to initiate here at the 500 level. So taking a stab for a rotation back towards, ideally the overnight high or that initial CPI wick at the top in the 460. But I will happily paper hand this for a green trade regardless of how this kind of moves, because like I said earlier, there is no point holding shorts if it's not for a quick scalp, which is my style. So I have no problem doing it. But realistically, if it does rotate back to that 460, that could be your long for the day. We'll find out.
All right. Well, Godspeed, Nick, and we'll see.
Thank you for the vote of confidence there, Angelo.
Yeah. I mean, my goodness. You are a brave man. Dolby Time, what are you going to be trading today?
CL, NQ, and YM, but I'll probably just do micros across the board for everything. I think if I can get up to like $1,000 in profits, I might start dipping my toe in the water for E-minis. But until then, we're just going to base it with micros. I had a really good trade on yesterday for Power Hour. We were obviously talking about break even, and I don't like break even, and I went break even on 2 MNQs and ended up getting stopped out, and it rallied in my favor for like $220. So learn my lesson on that one. I'm not going to go to break even anymore on air. I'm over it. I'm just going to accept some amount of risk, but I'm done with break even. And chat, if you see me go break even, just call me out.
Call him out. Put him on notice.
At 9 a.m. I said I was not going to go to break even on my trades.
All All right, D. New highs in oil here.
Yeah, seeing it. Kind of thinking if
What a-
I should pop in a trade or not.
What a day.
Wait.
What a day.
If we can break 85, I think this does rotate down.
Okay. You are short from 94, you said?
94s.
Okay, cool.
Like I said, I'm ready to paper hand this for even 10 points if we start stalling right here.
I mean, YM is all on lower highs today too, especially on the 1 minute. So we can see this pullback, I think, as well. But
Wow.
YM is in its own world most of the time.
Wow.
Nasdaq,
like that.
just no chill.
Just like that. What's Apple doing? Wow.
That's wild. Honestly, that's so bullish that NQ is able to basically form like a 5 minute range at new highs. Like our sellers are just not coming in.
They're getting rolled every time. Apple, new highs. Apple at 4% on the day. And we are 30 minutes into the session.
Dre full of enthusiasm.
Oh,
What? I mean, this is this is wild.
Yes.
This is just wild. Yeah. Yeah. Where do you get in? How do you get in?
Yeah.
Dow, if anything, I mean, Dow's kind of just doing its own thing. Dow,
yeah.
I remember Dow was trading 40,000 a couple of weeks ago. We're well beneath that, trading 39,067. So if anything has some more room to go, it might be the Dow.
I don't have data on the Dow. I can't place trades in there probably not until July. So we're stuck with CL and NQ.
Okay, sounds good.
More than enough. More than enough.
You don't need data to trade the Dow. You just need some graph paper and a pencil.
Oh, Jack cannot help himself.
I got to call in those orders, right, Jack?
Yeah.
Or fax them in.
Yeah, fax them in.
You know, Jack, you mentioned graph paper and a pencil. On the trading floor, we didn't have computers that showed charts. They actually hired one person to stand there, bell to bell, and on a graph paper, chart the market. And they'd always say, let me see it, let me see it, let me see it. And that's what we used. We used the graph paper and a pencil, red pen, blue pen, whatever it was. So don't knock that graph paper.
That's wild. What a job. What a job that must have been. Just getting hounded by all the traders.
I wonder how long that job lasted for. It's like the people who used to get paid to like throw stones at windows to wake people up because alarm clocks didn't exist.
Wow. I forgot about that. Yeah. I have seen that's
True.
long. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, it is.
It's true.
All right.
I'm doing a little feeler trade long in our
Okay.
Bob, so let's see if we
Right.
can break out. I don't like doing trades like these though, when I don't really see anything else and it's just kind of edging higher. So if we don't fail the auction here, there's a fairly good chance of going to 45. So 2.45s. So we'll see if that happens. If not, I'm going to pull it off pretty quickly.
Nice. I'm going to try to work some MNQ longs at the bottom of this 5 minute consolidation. We'll use 2.
I'm getting
If we
close
can
to
even-
time stopping myself on this, by the way.
Right.
It's just asking if all these sellers that are starting to try to step in at 500 and getting nowhere, that it just takes one big buyer to blow us 30 points higher. So,
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not even convinced I can get filled on this. Like the pullback has to be 17 points about. And it just seems like there's no interest in getting a big pullback here in NASDAQ. But we'll try. We'll try to be the buyers and step in and help this thing stay up.
I can't believe we're trading 19,000s yesterday. NASDAQ, here we are, 500 points higher.
We got
24 hours
pull
later.
yesterday. It's like,
Ew,
how
oh.
fast are we going to get to 20K? And we're already halfway
Yep.
there the day after the poll got released. I mean,
We were laughing about end of week. That's just
yeah,
no, we could get there.
pretty bullish.
See if we can push here in the NASDAQ or S&Ps. High of the day, 43.75, 54.43. And the orders. Mongoose
Some
short
size.
from 19. 19,500.
We
Lots
had
of
like
mongoose.
130 contracts at around like 486 in NQ, but I think it got lifted, and now it's down to like 50 instead of like 130. They bumped it down to 482.
482.
Yeah, and NASDAQ got 153 sitting at 19,482, 81 at 480.
Yes, we do. Nice catch.
So yeah, this is basically all just below the consolidation that we're in right now.
You're definitely range. What do you think, Nick?
I don't know. I may cut this. I don't love this because they're getting nowhere. Sellers.
Yeah, if you're gonna be short, you want it to go. You want it to go now. I get that.
Yeah.
The longer it just chills here, the more it sets up for a squeeze. So it's definitely tricky right now. Yeah, gold's still seeing some sellers now, down about $15 off the highs today. Trading 23.39 half.
All right, this is the last push. I have a stop break even basically, so I'm gonna let this go. If it goes right here, if not, I'm out and I'll reset.
Yep.
Oh, you need the ladder to just this is the last push.
Like if it doesn't push, if it doesn't break like 85 here, sellers are screwed.
Yeah, I'm looking to buy MNQ 483, 481, 479. And maybe this rolls all the way over and then it's a losing trade. Maybe it just runs to 20K. Who knows? But
yeah, I'm out. I'm gonna wait because they're boosting it right back to my entry again. So yeah, you can always re-enter if it does at like 80 if it does break.
Sure. Get some confirmation of the downside. D, you said you're going to dip a toe in the water in crude. Did you? From what price?
No, RBOB.
RBOB, sorry. What price?
Yeah. So I went in, let me see, at, hold on, it's jumping around. Where's my end? Hold on. Ooh, there it is. So 2.4374. There is a bit of a spread on RBOB, so keep that in mind. I think it's about a 5-tick spread or something. And it's just a feeder trade, one lot before the inventories. If I can grab a few ticks just to kind of see where they want to take it. They tried to sell it, failed, and now teasing the initial balance high. And the initial balance is relatively small, so that can usually mean either a trend day or a neutral day, very quiet. And considering the type of a day that we have today, it might be a trend day.
Now, D, you say you want to get a feel for the market by just putting a one lot in. What exactly does that mean? What are you looking for? You just want to see how the market reacts? Or what exactly does that mean? We're trying to get a feel.
So when we're in a trade, we become a lot more aware of the movement, which might not be that obvious if you're just kind of watching the chart with no involvement. But if you put something on the line, suddenly you have a feel for how fast the market is going against you or in your favor. So it's a bit of a different way to do things. But having said that, you don't want to let it go too far against you if it does go against you.
Yep.
So it's not something I would advise newer traders do because they generally don't have enough experience, I suppose, to know what they're looking for.
Yep.
Well, we might get
it rolls over.
some of this. Yeah.
Can it do it? Can it roll over? And if it does, how far will it go?
That point of control for the session building, basically at my entry is part of the reason I'm just like I'm just trying to call a top right now. Which who loves doing that?
Oh, it's a
but
dangerous
it
game.
does. It's starting to look a little weak. I don't know.
I'm long one.
Dolby time is in.
Yep. I mean, if we go back to 500 again, I have lost. I mean, I already had very low confidence in sellers after this week. This would pretty much, I will capitulate my shorts at this point.
Yep. All right. Gonna do it here. 54.40s trade. S&Ps. Dolby time, what are you long from?
I put it in chat. Long one MNQ. Oh, now it's long two MNQ at 482.75. I'll update that in chat. Which one is it? 482.75. Dope. Okay, cool. And then I have 2 more contracts to buy, 79 and a quarter and 77 evens.
All right.
My target is higher.
I like that. Delta update.
Douglas
I got
is
plus.
saying, you mean like it's testing your hypothesis to give confidence to, or to invalidate your trading idea as well. It doesn't have to confirm. Because I always look at it from the worst case scenario. It's like, am I wrong? And how quickly am I wrong?
So far, good bounce though.
Yeah.
If for some reason you tried to short with me, be very careful right now. This is going to pop.
Yep. I'm going to try to take one off at 19,503 and I'll let the other one run. And then I'm not going to move my stop. If I can still get more at 479 and 77 evens, I'll just take him.
Dow is selling.
I'm going to get my air horn ready.
Yeah, hit me, Nick. Whenever you're ready, Nick. A lot, and if we continue to rally, a lot of this rally is going to be fueled by the shorts getting squeezed. We see that a lot, calling the tops.
Exactly. When you see consolidation at a high like that, and we're not getting the move down, that's why for me that's a time stop more than it is putting a stop at break even out of fear. It's just I'm seeing what's about to happen.
Yep.
And that is buyers are still very much in control, and everyone trying to short that new consolidated high is about to get blown out.
Yeah, I wonder if
you long down there, didn't you? The 80s.
Dolby was one of the bids.
Yeah, I'm long 2 at 42.75 in the MNQs. So
and you longed that 200 level yesterday at the close, didn't you? That I was jokingly saying I'm going to fade you.
I think so. Yeah, I
think you won, sir.
Well.
I got my.
I'm not going short. Not going short.
5,400s. Crude. We've blown off all these levels. Gold has some levels in play. You're looking at Topstep daily levels here. But we are above everything in crude, above everything in NASDAQ, above everything in S&P. So use the gold one, though, still.
I mean, there's still liquidity at like 19,550, 19,549. There's like 160, almost 170 contracts between those two.
And there's about a
way up there.
400 lot and a 300 lot, a little bit higher on ES too. So it's just asking to continue to go a little higher here.
I mean, we got 120 at 507. We got 150 at 505.
Don't like this. It's
what don't you like?
Slow.
What don't you like, D? Just too slow?
There's no price velocity either side. So I think they're waiting for the inventories, unfortunately.
Yep.
Let's see if we
A
can
little over
get
15 minutes. We got crude coming up. Crude number.
All right. Thank you, Eddie. Deeyana's favorite number. Yay, crude inventory.
Yeah, it is the most worthless number on the planet.
First days I met her.
Yeah.
She was
so dumb. It makes
fellow
no
crude
sense.
traders, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. The first days. It might have even been a Wednesday, the first day we did this, and she's just like, I got no use for this number. Does nothing for the markets. Here we go. Here we go, Nick.
Out one.
I'm ready.
Yeah, thank you.
New all-time high.
Cool.
Yep.
Awesome. So I'm out one, got $39. That's like almost 2 Chipotles with like double meat and guac. So solid trade for MNQs. And I'm just going to leave a runner for basically forever.
Yeah. My target
Forever.
is
Why not?
higher.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So
Warren Buffett's
in the chat,
favorite
if anyone's
time
wondering,
Forever? Yeah, basically.
sorry,
Warren Buffett's favorite time frame.
That's
It's
what he
true.
says. Yeah, that's what he.
forever.
Somebody asked him, "What's your favorite time frame to hold the stock?" And he goes, "Forever."
Of course he did. Well, he ain't wrong. That yeah.
And I'm not moving my stop to break even. I'm keeping it at 19,478. There's about a 3-point
I'm out.
difference between the two.
Yeah,
Well,
Dolby buys
no,
the low of the intraday right there.
Yeah, of course. Why would I do anything else? That's what you're supposed to do, right?
Exactly. At least until Powell. I mean, who knows? That might have been your 15-point pullback that we got. You mean you didn't buy that micro dip on NQ? What are you doing?
Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. This is
We
just...
let it run. I gotta say though, I've been trading at MNQ for my second day, and getting to that $200 mark, not that tricky, especially in MNQ. I mean, so much opportunity to hit $200 with like 2 or 3 micro Nasdaqs. I think is very, very attainable. I know that was a little conversation we were having last week.
Yeah, Dakota in the chat is right. That wasn't even a micro dip. That was a huge dip by NQ standards the last few days.
It's about as big as it gets right there. I'd like to get Tuckman's thoughts on what the S&Ps and NASDAQ are doing. I'm sure he has some thoughts there.
Yeah.
D, you're flat? Got you. Yep, he's flat.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you have a P&L to update us with, or is it still scratch?
Minus 231.
Minus 231. Thank you. 5/14th trade, NASDAQ. Dolby time is long with this run to the upside. 50. Let's see what the S&P's can do at this 5450 level. We thought 19,500 would hold in NASDAQ. Nick tried getting a short in there, but he saw what was going to happen. He called it, got out nicely. You can get short.
You need to get better about saying, you know what, I'm going to long when Dolby did as soon as I cut that. That's what I need to get better at.
Dolby was the resting longs.
I mean, they were buying down there before. Might as well join them.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather bet on the market to continue what it's just been doing versus what it's not going to do. Like, that's a much harder bet to make because why wouldn't the market just keep on going up if it's going up or just keep on being range bound if it's range bound? Like, betting on that one event that's going to change market structure is very, very risky. The market does not care about our one lot.
No. Even though we joke about it, it doesn't.
Goldman might care about our one lot.
Goldman, yeah.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, Golden got us. Golden got us yesterday. They're not going to get us today. All right, let's see what we can do with 5450s. Like Nick said, you said where were they buying the calls? 50s or 50 or 5500s? Where were they gobbling up all those calls?
Both on a longer time frame, 5500, but on the 0 day, the D-Gen's 10 points higher from here.
Yeah, we can get there, no problem.
Do you have a spirit emoji?
Lizard of some sort, always.
Oh yeah,
lizard.
A
lizard. Let's see what we can make you here.
All right, Jack, whenever you're ready.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the money sign. Oh, look at that lizard. Yes.
But we gotta make this lizard cool,
That's
though.
the one.
What do we think? Laser eyes or fire breath?
I mean, what's crypto doing? Do laser eyes make sense right now?
What a question.
Yeah, laser eyes, I would say. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, the laser focus.
Eyes. Okay, cool. Hold on. Don't mind me.
Crypto laser eyes. We'll watch that.
There's Jack. Jump on in whenever you want with the news, Jack. We're just gonna drift higher here.
Yeah, if we start moving again, just let me know. We've had a little bit of trouble with the software, but hopefully James is there. Interesting stats on the SPY and NASDAQ to start off today. Oh, we're using exclamation points as laser eyes. The one that struck me, and this may not be true anymore after the CPI number, we have more stocks down 25% or more in the last quarter than up 25%.
Go figure.
In the last quarter. So it's the NVIDIA effect. I think we saw yesterday that NVIDIA has accounted for some outrageous percent of the gains in the S&P 500 since the beginning of the year. I'm going to clear my throat quickly.
Good way to use the mic. Way to use the mute
also,
button. Good job.
Yep, I can do it. And we didn't mention it yesterday, but the big kerfuffle with the Nathan's hot dog thing is that the GOAT himself, I can't even watch this stuff, but I figure it's news, so I'll do it, will not be competing because he has been, I think Impossible Meats has given him an offer he can't refuse. Nathan's will let him advertise. It's crazy to me He's getting paid by Nathan's. Offered $1.2 million and $200,000 per time to do the hot dog competition. So, good on you. Eat them checks.
For our European and you know, wider around the world friends, this is an American icon right here.
Deanna, do you know who this is?
No
that guy is?
clue.
Do you guys do
hot dogs for a living?
Do you guys do?
We care about him one day a year.
He eats hot dogs for a living.
He ate 77 hot dogs once in a sitting, which is the world record. It will stand for a long time.
On the 4th of July.
Only America, D.
America.
It is a 4th of July morning in American tradition to watch the Nathan hot dog eating contest on Coney Island in New York. And it is great TV. So if you tune into ESPN on the 4th of July in the United States, it is well worth the watch and entertainment and disgust that you may feel after watching it.
Yeah, after
we have
one day,
cheese rolling competitions.
I know the cheese rollers. I know down the hill.
Down the hill, right?
That's dangerous. That's
dangerous
super
and pretty cool.
sketchy. Yeah,
that seems pretty cool, actually.
It's England, you know.
Wife carrying, log flipping, woozy woos, I believe is a sport there. Anyway, we also did get a last minute voicemail today.
It's
about
45
seconds.
He called us again. Yes.
Called us again.
How'd they have our number?
Rhythm.
That was a private phone number. All right, what's he have to say, Jack?
Website. All right, let's see if it works, James.
Well, if it isn't America's favorite merry band of futures boys and their fat-fingered parade marshal, MP.
Jeez.
Did you remember to mark your calendars? Because this afternoon you are all cordially invited to Daddy Powell's Magic Mystery Tour. It's like Woodstock with interest rates and only the brown acid tabs. I'm hearing a lot of chatter about the cool CPI number this morning, but you should remember what CPI stands for. Consumer price, I don't give a shit. I'm going to do what feels good. Screw Roaring Kitty, I'm the Spy Piper, baby. So buckle up, buttercups, because it's about to get heavy. Andre, I've got reservations at RPM Steak for 9 p.m. Then we're going to hit Spy Bar, Underground, and Tao in that order.
Oh my God.
Towel out.
Sounds like a good time, Jerome. I'll meet you there. Wow, he must have just called because CPI came out 2 hours ago, so he must have just called. We missed that call.
He did.
Wow.
So good.
Looks like I have dinner
Every time I hear one
tonight.
of these, though, every time someone does one of these, it just makes me think, you know, why are we not just all continuing to long NVIDIA?
Yeah.
Right?
Every time Eddie makes a new song, it's the same thing. Like, why am I not buying more?
And what really trips me out is when we hear him speak this afternoon, I'm just going to be hearing this phone call in my head, wondering if this is the AI voice or it's really him talking. Well, it looks like I got dinner tonight. Jerome, you're picking up the check. You know, you can swing it.
Well, you can just print the money. Can you just print money at the table to pay for the...
He brings a little printer with him.
Yeah, he brings those money guns
cash.
with him. Jack's loving it back there. He's got some funny guns he brings. Oh,
I just imagine him with like a pot sticker roller, and he's just like turning a crank, and like $100 bills are coming out.
These will come out. Look at this. All right, new 520s trade. NASDAQ.
Tim Apple up 4%.
Tim Apple up 4%. Interesting though, Jack. A lot of stocks are down 25% in the S&Ps, but it doesn't matter because the top 7 ones are all that matters. It just doesn't.
Yes, new highs.
Thank you, Deanna. Yes. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. We do have a big offer here, $54.50. Big offer, $450 on the offer, I should say. See what happens. I assume it will get filled. Spy Bar is still open, Robert.
Where is it going?
Hey.
Where is it going?
Where is it?
Where are you going?
Higher. I don't even have a take profit. My take profit is at like over 500, maybe 590. I don't know. I'm just gonna find liquidity on the ladder and then just move my target there.
Where it's going, Dolby, you don't need a profit.
You don't need no. You just hold. Just diamond hands the whole thing. What is this? 600s? That sounds great. I made a. They messed up my lizard somehow.
Where'd it go?
Here we go. No, it's back. So here's D's lizard with robot legs and arms, and also trading Topstep X Mobile. in the right hand. Look at that, and shooting lasers. So, this one is for you. I'm gonna screen cap that and send it to you.
Very nice.
Yes, thank you.
Hashtag fast markets, everybody.
Yep. Hashtag fast markets, absolutely. Nick, way to get out of that short. You saw what was coming. Indeed, it did happen.
Yep.
He sounds thrilled.
I just need to learn to, when you feel those things, this is the same thing. It's just screen time. You start to see those things a little bit before they kind of happen or what might happen. It's, it's one of those when it's like, you feel that I need to be long with Dolby.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Because like I'm scraping for 20 and this thing ripped to, 40 points off that without, any move against my entry at that point. Like Dolby, right. you literally got in and it just went.
Yeah, that's kind of like how range trades go. Either you're just going to get completely destroyed and you're going to look like an idiot, or your entry is going to be insane and you look like a genius. But there's no in between, because like when you're playing the extremes, it's either it's going to break out and you lose, or it stays, range bound and you win. So it's just, you can identify a range.
It either runs you over or it goes in your direction. Yep.
Yeah, and if you can find a range, you basically kind of have a coin flip, and 50-50 are pretty good odds as long as you're, able to get more than 1-to-1 on your trade, which we are. So in the long run, this whole system should work. I got to fix the arms though, D. Hold on before I send this picture.
Did you take any heat on those bids, Dolby, at all?
Nope. No. Pennies, maybe. I mean, we're long, 41.50 right now. So that's like 3 points above the low. And we would have bought more too if we could have gotten down there. Like we could have been up, 4 or 5 contracts. We just didn't get a deep enough pullback. But that's kind of why I like stacking orders, because like I want to get involved in the range, but I don't know how deep that pullback is going to be.
Yep.
So that's why I try to like dip my toe in the water, and then so if I can get 1 or 2 initially, that's fine. If it pulls back even further, then I get even more. But sometimes it just kind of takes off without you, and that's kind of what happened here. I don't have a system for adding more if it goes in my favor yet. So we're kind of just stuck with getting whatever we get, but there's no plan after that if it ends up rallying. So we'll figure it out. That's fine.
NVIDIA up over 5% from yesterday's close.
It missed the memo of getting out of being a high beta stock after the split. So clearly it's still trading like that.
Take a peek at NVIDIA. All right, cool, Eddie. All right, we'll get that crude number to you coming out in 2 minutes. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties behind the scenes here, getting people in and out of the show, but no, I'm sure we'll work on that. NVIDIA up 5%. Let's take a peek at Apple. Apple up 8% since. Jeez.
Like, look at my 4-hour chart here on the left. Like, what a move the last 24 hours.
No looking back.
Look at that.
Absolutely no looking back. Shout out to Jay. What's up, my man? Thanks for tuning in. Apple up 8%. Oh, yeah. Everything's up.
600. I think 600 is a good number. I don't know, chat. What number do we like for 54. NASDAQ highs? 600?
20K, Dolby.
20K. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that's pretty far away, but if your timeline is infinite, that might not be that far.
Buffett
or
style.
if you believe in Daddy Jerome.
Big believer.
I mean, that phone call has, phone calls have me believing.
That would be $1,000 profit on an MNQ if we got to 20,000 today. That's pretty good.
That works.
Why not? That's
another
500
inventories coming out.
Anyways.
Oh, yeah, we do. Thank you, D.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take a peek here. If Eddie can jump in, he'll definitely jump in. If not, we'll post it here. What time we got? There's Eddie. See ya.
Yes. Coming up here in a minute, folks, we got crude number. I don't know. I got booted off here for a second. I think it's that Klingon mothership again passing.
Yeah, there are some issues going on here, and James, I think what's happening is it's booting people that are not in the current shot. So we'll try and work around it.
All right, 10 seconds here. Looking at 1.5, previous 2.1.
Let's see how much they missed by.
2.14, I'm sorry. Negative 1.5 prior. Looking at negative 1.5 here. Coming in at 3.730. Crude oil inventories actually 3,730,000 forecast. They were looking at negative 1.5. So there you go, crude traders. And
Another
we do
miss.
see crude bottoming out here.
What's happening in crude, D? Another miss indeed, but we did see some movement. What's happening in crude oil, D?
It's dropping.
Can you hear me?
Going down.
Check.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
big miss. We're selling off hard here.
78.73. I mean, I still kind of want to find a way to get long crude, but the numbers are all made up in crude.
Buy
too.
everything.
What do you like, D? Let's talk some crude. What level do you like in crude?
Well, we'll see what happens at 78.30. That's one of the areas
Okay,
on
I just drew that
my
line
radar.
on the same page. Yeah, I like 78.30s. That's interesting because we have what? We got a couple points there that it kind of resistance might turn into support, you think, and maybe shorts cover.
Yeah, and also value high from yesterday. So that's always good, some confluence. But, whether it's going to do one of those things where it just touches it and just completely reverses it or just goes down completely, that's another matter. So I always like to wait for this move to settle. Don't like jumping in because it's very up and down.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple minutes before we even get it to range at all.
78.
Yeah, it needs to chill first before we do anything with it.
Yes, it does.
Exactly. It's a crapshoot until it chills, and then we can all reassess.
Yep.
All right, we're down about 60
NASDAQ
cents off that. Yeah, Nasdaq's. Looks like there's some profit taking on in Nasdaq and S&Ps. You're just itching to get long. Here's your chance.
Yeah, that micro dip.
Micro dip, thank you.
Yep.
Micro dip,
Someone
that's what it is.
I'm going to answer a chat question real quick from ChenPro15. How do you get your ranges? Just find a bunch of candlesticks that are smooshed together and draw a box around it. That's it. That's the extent. So, for example, this is a great looking range. Actually, the NQ trade was kind of a perfect range trade. So, a bunch of candlesticks that are kind of smooshed together. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Buy lows, sell highs. It's not going to tell you what direction to go, but it will give you kind of trade location and a way to define risk easily, which is all you really need. That's it. And you can do it on all time frames, daily, 4 hour, whatever it is, because charts are fractal. So just find big ranges, mark them on your charts, and then try to trade the biggest range of the day you can. So that can kind of be a little trick there. You don't want to trade the smaller ranges. So if a 4 hour range is on the chart, try to trade that range, not like a 5 minute range, because now you're a range within a range, but the bigger range takes priority as far as moving the markets. Oh, look at that. New highs again.
There's your micro dip.
Yeah,
that was your chance.
As the chat correctly identified, it's not a micro dip. It is, in fact, a generational low.
Yeah. Oh, man. This is wild. History here at Tops on Fast Markets. Yeah, we had history on Power Hour. History on Fast Markets. I assume more history. I wonder what Powell's going to say when he sees what these markets are doing. He sees where the 10-year's at. Does he like where this is? Jack, if you're there, I'd like to get your thoughts. If I know we're having some issues back there, but I'd like to. Does he like where the 10-year's at? Is the market doing the work? I don't think the market's doing the work for him because inflation is a little bit sticky. Pricing I don't know. What do you think? He likes where the 10-year's at?
Oh yeah, I mean he likes it here more than if it were to force his hand to hike rates or something.
I gotcha. Okay.
That being said, I'm going to take a quick poll.
Let's do it.
Dolby, Andre, do either of you use Comcast Internet?
No, I use Astound. I just got fiber.
Eddie, are you in here?
Yeah, we got shut down here. The wife came running in here going, "Is your internet down?"
So you do use Comcast?
Yeah, we got.
Okay, I think we found the culprit here, TopstepTV, and it may make the show a little bit off. Comcast Internet, our delightful monopoly internet provider in Chicago, is being
Not
bad.
wrong.
So let's
Short
see what
Comcast.
happens.
Short Comcast.
Behemoth.
Seems
So,
like
so
Grant's
glad
did
a
too.
sound finally moved in.
Worst customer service ever.
Yeah, it's awful.
Trying to cancel Comcast, you have to jump through a bazillion hoops.
Mm-hmm.
All right, D. It looks like gold or crude might have bottomed out here around 78.57, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. Got a gap down lower though, 60 cents. What?
30s.
Yeah, it needs to reprice that
More?
number that we just had.
Okay.
So, with a new high in lean hogs here, my 50K combine Stetson's Challenge account is back from the dead. Now $1,000 away heading into tomorrow. So I'm coming for that hat if nobody hits it by the end of today.
You see,
Nick,
Cowboy
we
has
got a-
pretty
we
much.
got a lot of people asking about this. When's this competition end? What's the rules, boy? We've got a lot of people on your tail, brother.
Ooh,
I'm sure
like-
I fumbled yesterday. I should have had this wrapped up yesterday by about 9 a.m. But I fumbled. But hey, if somebody hits it today, that's awesome. I know people were close yesterday. A few people in the chat were telling me. So good luck to everyone out there. Like I said, I would hope somebody else wins it. That's not me. I'm learning how to trade this market. So
How does it trade, Nick? Tell us. I mean, in all seriousness, I know we joke about it because it's kind of an obscure product, but how does it trade? It
it seems very like trendy, and I've just been learning like do not try to catch tops and bottoms, just move with the momentum. Like that's I don't know how other commodities really do that. It seems like, but I am very much just waiting for a move and then immediately jumping in, with whatever side I'm seeing on time and sales is starting to build.
That's what Jay said to me here.
I might try to buy 500s again in the NASDAQ if we get down there.
Yeah, I don't think
I was debating on shorting up here at 540s, but I'm not making that mistake again.
Let me know next time you decide to go short, please.
I mean, but here we go. It's the same. Let's see if we actually get a move now, because we couldn't get a 10-point pullback when I shorted before.
Well, let's talk about that. If we see that same formation happen where the country sideways, the shorts are coming in, you see the shorts coming in, we can't go lower.
I don't think this gets lower to basically Dolby's entry right now. I just don't see a path below that point of control unless we see kind of a fear bid in VIX and people start hedging for Powell or for whatever reason.
Right.
In which case, a rotation back to kind of the value that was starting to build in the 420s after the CPI print would make sense as a natural bottom until Powell, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even have a new 5-minute consolidation in NQ, so these candlesticks are all kind of irrelevant until it decides to find a little bit of a base somewhere. And if it does, I'll try to buy more, to be honest. And like if you go to like a 4-hour chart straight up, 1-hour chart straight up, 30-minute, we're finally getting a red candle. But if you're like thinking about like long-term players, this is like kind of small fries for them. So to a day trader, maybe this big pullback's a big deal, but for a long-term trader, they could see 19,500 and be like, oh, this is a great pullback. Let me buy.
Yep.
Yeah. And you're seeing a similar pattern to what we've had the last 2 days, which is, you kind of had at least an initial take profit or some initial weakness, some larger sellers coming in, and then it quickly turns into kind of an opening range breakout trade. And into a trend day higher. That's pretty much what it's been. Monday was yesterday, and here we go again today.
Ooh. D, how about those 30s in crude?
Yeah, I'm watching them now.
Ooh, crude.
Still no consolidation, though.
No. So we stay out of the way until there is.
You?
And here come the sellers.
Hey, NASDAQ. That's not cool.
They've let me down too many times.
Okay. Well, I'm going to buy more. Let's see. I'm in the right. I'm NQ. I'm NQ. Okay. Don't want to make that mistake.
Ooh.
I'll see if I can get one at 19,507.
Yeah.
And then maybe one at 503.
Sweet. Hey, you got that pull up again.
Phil.
Follow poll. NQ will reach 20,000. When? This week? This month? End of July? It won't make it. Guys, it's gonna make it. This week,
I think the new debate is going to be what comes first, NQ 60,000 or the Dow 60,000.
60,000. 60,000. Oh my god. All right, JD, if you want to give it a shot, let's give it a shot. Jump on in. Let's do some stats.
For sure. Here we go, guys. All right, let's start off with those hot streaks. Let me find it real quick. There they are. All right, Kevin T putting together a nice string of winners. He picked up $532 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Gokul right behind him with 23 days. Lizette moving up the list. She put up some nice numbers trading micros and minis yesterday in the NASDAQ. Emmanuel is new to the list. Emmanuel is playing small ball right now, just trying to pick up $50 to $100 a day. Nothing wrong with that at all, is there? He's got about $1,500 after 20 days. All right, and Matthew, also new to the list. He's on a nice 18-day heater with just over $1,800. Nice job to our hot streak traders. All right, yesterday's best live funded P&L leaders. Not bad at all. Dakota, big day trading the NASDAQ. Nick for a tick, there he is, also trading the NASDAQ and the ES. NASDAQ and ES for Nick yesterday. Eddie lost some money trading the ES, but he picked up enough in the NQ to get on the board, just under $3,000. Brian P had a huge day yesterday, 2,800 in the ES. He also picked up quite a bit of scratch trading in his XFAs. We're going to see him on the leaderboard a little later on this morning. We'll talk about that. And Philippe, trading the NASDAQ. All familiar names on this list today. Good job, everyone.
Well done. Good job, Nick.
All right. One last thing. We have got yesterday's payouts.
Oh, nice. Who's getting paid?
Here's Tuesday's payout list. Damien, 13 grand. Anchor, 12. Almost 13. Robert, almost 12. Usanyu, 10,720. And Ben. That's real money, folks. Real money from real traders.
Tell him, JD. It's like
Yeah,
57 grand right there.
I'm in a debate right now. I think I'm going to start peeling off weekly payouts on my balance above 40K, which is basically where I've been stuck for the last 3 weeks since I took my last large payout. So I'm either going to do 40K or 50K. Anything above that weekly is kind of my plan going forward, just to start pulling out of the markets, paying myself with.
Beautiful. Pull that money out. Take those distributions. All right, D, watching crude now. Crude's coming in that 30 level, 78.35 last trade.
Yeah.
You said you wanted to stabilize or consolidate perhaps a little bit down here before you.
Yeah, it's trying. So I do have a trade on at 78.44. See if we can ping away from this value high here.
Okay, I'm adding into my Nazi.
I'd like to get along with this house account.
Wow, Coach Jay is right. Lean hogs are on an absolute tear this morning.
Are they really?
Yeah, up over $2.
That's
At 90,
that's
trading
big, right?
94.5s right now. I don't know how big of a move that is intraday. I'm still learning.
Yeah, for sure. We all are.
But it broke out of a consolidation that it's kind of been in since early June, basically.
Update on that poll. Wow, we got some selling. Micro dip, pullback.
Generational low.
Generational low. I don't know what you call this.
Yeah.
I assume see some buyers step in here.
I'm long.
Overtime?
I'm long more.
Yep.
Yeah, 540 short that I could not, for the life of me, bring myself to take. There you go. But I'm with Dolby. I think this is sellers would really have to initiate here. Otherwise, I think we're going to roll back up. We
Follow
got
up on that
VWAP below
poll.
us.
Yeah, oh yeah. VWAP, I mean, if we get there. Follow up on that poll. Follow-up poll. NQ will reach 20,000 by. 35% say this week. 36% say this month. 15% say end of July. 13% say we'll never get there.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Is this
so
is this a setup you're looking for here in crude?
Yeah,
Or Arbad?
yeah, but it needs to sustain. It needs to sustain above this area,
Okay.
and then if it does, we have a nice trade away from value high from the outside.
Okay, I'm moving my stop just
Right,
to
push a
below
bid.
the previous 5-minute lows. So if I do get stopped out, I'll basically be scratch on the day. And I plan on taking profits on these 3 MNQs as it pushes higher, and I'll leave one as a runner. So we just banked another bank some money there. So regardless, we are gonna end this trade positive by at least $50, no matter what happens.
Okay.
But I'm hoping, kind of the thesis of this trade is that all the people who got short at around 19,500 are using this as an opportunity to get out of their shorts to get back to break even. And then hopefully those are the people that are fueling this higher to the upside.
Yep. Did we see that? Here comes some dip buyers. Power player Dolby says Goobermacher. Hey.
Out another one, so it's like another $30. So now we've realized 109 in NQ. We'll see if we can get this other one, and then I'll have one more runner like before, basically. Out another for another $40. So now we are up 140 with a runner.
I don't want to say that was easy, but that was just a nice textbook setup right there on a trend day pullback.
I mean, that's yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I like those formations. You know, like support becomes resistance, resistance becomes support. I think it's just, you know, thinking about other market participants and where they're feeling pain. So, you know, put yourself in the shoes of someone who got short at 19,504 at like 9 o'clock, and they had to sit through that, you know, deep pullback, taking a ton of heat. And then if it gets back to 19,504, they have the opportunity to go risk off. And if they go risk off, seller becomes a buyer. And then that's how you have this big push to the upside. So I presume that there was a bunch of people short between 500 and 505. They had a chance to get to break even. Sellers become buyers, and now you get a push to the upside.
$54.50.
Probably make new highs now, right?
Yeah, you can only assume so. Get that air horn ready.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish this was more exciting, more exhilarating, more thrilling, but it's just kind of a drift higher. It's not like I guess the fireworks will happen this afternoon. Dolby Time Masterclass. Indeed.
Adobe demonstrating why you buy the dip right here.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have no fear. Buyers will step in like they always have
And why,
before.
if you shorted the highs at the 540 level, you need to take the 20 points and
Yes, you
get
do.
out.
That's
Smash
right.
that reverse button. This is your reverse.
There's no
trade.
holding for 200-point runners on the short
No.
side anymore. Those days are dead.
At least not in
How the
this
hell is
market.
it?
Like,
Yeah.
but
No.
honestly, that's what markets are selling off that are like continually in a downtrend right now. That you could even hold a short for long term. Like, not commodities, unless it was crude oil like a month ago.
I mean, it was
It's a
crude
risky
until
trade.
we bounced at 72.50 and went on an absolute
Right.
tear.
Yeah, but I mean that's
that gold?
Nick, and that's the best advice. Sorry, Dee, go ahead.
Yeah, gold might be good for long term.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, Nick's approach is dead on. Like, if you're counter trend trading markets, whether it's bullish or bearish, you know, you see it's a see profit, take profit kind of trade. Whereas if you're,
Definitely.
you know, getting long indices, you just buy pullbacks and let stuff run, and then that's it. But you can't do the vice versa, right?
Yeah.
You can't be counter trend trading and trying to hold on to trades for like an hour, because it's a ballsy trade. Doesn't mean it's the wrong trade, but it's a higher risk trade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially
the
with-
aggressiveness over holding the trades should definitely be taking the trend into consideration. So if you have the trend on your side, obviously you can hold longer. If you don't, you have to cut bait.
A very simple way to look at this is like, let's just look at a 4-hour chart and you can draw very simple crayon lines on it. Is the trend up or down? If it's up, you should be buying dips. If it's down, feel free to short the rip. But do not, do it in a way where you're continuing to hope for that trend, or you're trying to call a new trend. Makes no sense. And I'm guilty of it, but I still take my 20 to 30 points and get out most of the time to the short side.
Did you buy 30s in CL?
44s.
44s.
Let's push.
What's crude? What?
It's
Is
trying.
NQ coming back? What are you doing? Yeah, so now we're like stuck in another range in NQ. So do I buy more? Probably.
I mean, without something happening or someone large coming in and wanting to sell this Dolby, I just can't see us breaking and building below 500 right now.
Did we
Good
dip
to see
beneath
more
500
interest.
there?
Well,
You really haven't seen any interest in selling below that right now.
I'm gonna move this stop down a little bit. So we'll try to buy more at like 504, 501, 499, and MNQ. And then our stop will be at 493. So we'll just play this new 5-minute range and see what happens. But we have a nice cushion to play with.
S&P's tried to head fake like they kind of wanted to go lower for a second there.
And they're still selling.
Yeah, a little bit. Let's see what they can do with this.
I'm a bit frozen here.
Our options degenerates have changed their positioning at all.
They have or have not?
I'm checking.
Okay.
No, it's still very heavily call skewed at the 54.50, 54.55, and 5,500 strikes and these are 0-day to expiration. So that is calls that are being bought for today's close.
And only today. Yep. Well, folks, make sure you tune into this afternoon for the FOMC rate decision and the Jerome Powell press conference. We will have nonstop coverage of that from beginning to end. I think we got Coach Dakota in the house for Power Hour this afternoon, Dolby time. See if we can make some money
Nice.
there. Yeah. Let's see. Dakota was up a couple bucks today. I don't know what the current P&L is. Let's see. He was in the chat
This
making fun of
feels
some of
weird.
this. Yeah. What does?
NQ feels weird. It's sellers seem a little bit more aggressive than before.
You guys are going to get a whole lot of Dolby night today, so bear with us.
Pulling that one. Jay, we're going to have so much fun today.
Yeah, we are. Bear with us. We'll
We're
have
having
Dolby
a blast.
time. Oh, yeah.
Hey, as long as put on winning trades, hey,
That's
everyone's
fun.
going to feel good. Everyone's going to feel good. Let's see. What am I? So I'm long 3 MNQ now. But I don't like the momentum this time. So we'll probably get stopped out on this.
Ooh, Dolby. Interesting enough. There's somebody sitting with a 300 lot on NQ at 479 through 478.75. So about a 300 lot
300 lot?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah.
get stopped for sure.
on 3 ticks,
Come on, baby, push.
which is just an interesting way to do that.
Get out and push. I don't know.
What if it's-
Sometimes that ladder just feels weird, you know?
Yep.
Almost got me to the tick there. Wait, I'm gonna get stopped. Son of a gun.
Seems like sellers want to
Alright,
break
Come
this
on.
high.
What are they doing here?
All right, I'm out. So we got $99 for that whole, for all that work. We got $99.
Here it goes.
What are they doing right now, Nick? What are they doing?
I don't know. They don't do it when I go short.
What are they doing?
They just
what
keep
would-
me in a trade for 15 minutes without actually stopping me out or doing anything, and then make me out of frustration, flatten.
Yes.
I think the next run they might go for is like below 480s.
Yeah, that would be kind of where that big order's sitting. But I mean, then you have the CPI wick at 460. But here you go, buyer stepping in again.
Yeah, 500s.
Plunge protection team.
Plunge protect to the rescue. To the rescue. 500s when offered. Play bottom. Yeah.
There you go. There was your generational low.
I don't want the house.
Now's your chance. Yeah, maybe a little bit too aggressive in some of that, but it worked first time.
Yeah, Jay, I'm with you. I'm still not wanting to reshort this again.
Yeah.
As much as I am a fan of cleaning up market structure and all of these single prints off, down to 19,300 and so, that we just really had no volume when the algos just were bidding us up. As much as I would love to see that cleaned up today, it probably won't until PAL talks, and even then, maybe not until next week. But that most likely will eventually be cleaned up in the near term.
Yeah. I'd be interested in getting long below 480s again.
480s?
One. Yeah. And see if they can do a stop run of that previous consolidation.
Well, crude is stuck at this value high for now.
These markets, man.
I kind of want to find a way to get long crude, but it keeps on doing lower lows and lower highs.
Yeah,
So
I have an invalidation
slowly-
point that if we go below 30 confidently, then obviously that's it. But
For the trade.
until such time, value high can be a very good high probability reversal area.
Yeah, man, I miss trading crude.
Come back,
Used to be a lot of fun. Used to be a lot of fun.
Mm.
Well, it used to be a
Used
most
to be.
popular product at Topstep.
Yeah, it wasn't even
Used
close
to be
either.
being the operative word.
And I think COVID changed that, right? I think the shift happened around COVID time, and then NASDAQ became
Well, no,
most popular.
it went crazy. Yeah, it went.
Yeah.
Crude oil actually went crazy, and I think they were pretty popular up until I don't know, a couple of years ago.
Well,
And
it
then
had that
everyone just
run
went to Nasdaq.
from 150 to like back down to like normal prices. And I think that's when a lot of people were trading crude, is when CL had that huge push up to $150 a barrel.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
came all the way down
That's
again.
fun.
Like, it was just incredible opportunities to trade that.
Went negative. Crude went negative.
It went
Wow,
negative. That's right.
It's insane.
That was late. That was much later. Yeah, that was months later.
Uh-huh.
But up until that point, it was very fun to trade. It was my best year ever.
Yeah, I
Does,
wasn't trading futures then.
Yeah.
Mm.
Do the indices get a euro sell off around like 10:30
A little bit.
central, like crude
Yeah,
oil?
there's a bit of a wiggle. It's maybe not as pronounced, but yeah, we do always get a little bit of a shakeout around about,
Okay.
well, in half an hour's time.
'Cause I wonder how much of
So
this
very
is like
smooth.
overseas profit taking.
Mm.
I got a half hour till Euro close.
Yeah.
We'll have
Oh,
a
come on,
series 3.
crude. You're like,
Ooh.
Crude, do
It's-
the right thing.
it's
the right
just
thing.
really wearing me down now, and I haven't had
Yeah.
much sleep last night. It's like, just do something. Go down, go up. I don't care. Just make a choice. Come on.
I'll buy a MCL. Oh, I can't trade MCL? No, I can't trade MCL. Where'd my order go? Wait, what? Fly.
How does that work when something like that goes
Yeah.
negative? Command wants to know, how does oil when it goes negative? I mean,
Well,
that means you
futures.
have you have to pay them to store it, right? Yeah, you have to pay
Mm.
them to store the oil. They'll pay
Hey,
you to
we
store- no,
didn't
they'll
know
pay-
that could happen either. So
I didn't
you know,
either. Deeyana, I had no idea that oil could go negative. I had no idea that was possible.
Me neither. No.
No idea. And
It was like a glitch,
some
though,
outfits-
wasn't it?
No, someone some outfit, some firm actually took delivery on it, and they flipped it like a month later for made a fortune on it. I think they're out of London actually. Yep, actually took delivery, planning for this event, and it actually hit, and they made an absolute fortune. No place to store the oil. Yes, they pay you to. Yeah, that's what it is. They pay you to drive. Yeah, nowhere for the oil to go.
Looks like NQ caught a bounce at the midpoint of the previous consolidation that we had at 9 a.m.
Buyers stepped right back in.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
I'm sad though. I want to see that order filled. Now it makes me not want to long it until that 300
Right,
line is
this is
filled.
not value acceptance. I need to potentially flip my position because this is a continuation of the downside and a value acceptance as well.
Yeah.
So this number actually got
It's
the
just
market moving to the downside. Yep, we're down about $1.20 off the highs of the day in crude oil, making new lows, 78.14 of the day. Dow selling off here, not really paying attention to what's going on in the NASDAQ or S&Ps. That makes sense, though. Different composition. The index. Buyer stepped in at the 500 level, NASDAQ.
I'm going to 2 up. I got to get a little bit of CL in my life here.
Oh, Colby's intrigued.
I just want to have the chart up just to see what's going on.
That's where it starts. That's where
All right.
Yeah,
Famous last words.
That's it.
Let me just peek.
Yeah.
10 contracts later.
How did I get here?
How did I get here? Yeah, that's right.
Hey, we got an update here from the risk team. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate this. Dakota up 11 grand. He's our top step share, the best talent around. Up 11 grand. Nick for a tick around scratch. Tanya trades down about 500. D down about 400. Pinson up 2,100. Hassan hit the limit down 3 grand. Eddie S up $4,000. Still early at 10 o'clock Central Time. Plenty of time left in the day to turn those around and grow those profits. We'll see a little turnaround here. Kind of bottomed out at the 239, 240 level. Now about $4 higher. Currently trading 23.44. Like you heard Nick say, NASDAQ went offered and they bought it 500s.
Certainly seems like things have kind of slowed down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick.
Doesn't spell well for, any real tradable action until Powell, which is not ideal, but
Yeah, true.
maybe the euro close. I feel like every day when we kind of get one move, and I mean, I call this one move. You really had the CPI move and then the initial kind of long that you had, and I can see people on the top of the screen that had some nice longs off those levels. So good for you guys. Don't forget to take profit if you're up 15 grand on a 1 or 2 lot.
Adrian Algarve, I'm up $1,100 and I locked the account. Good job, Adrian.
Nice job.
Lock it up. Enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure you still stay tuned into TopStep TV, though. We greatly appreciate that. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. We got a big one in store today again. FOMC this afternoon. Powell presser followed by that. You get a little bit of preview. Powell did call into the TopStep hotline and gave a little bit of preview of what's to come today. I'm sure we'll play that again.
That's
Maybe
right.
after you direct line to TopStep TV. Who knew? But he called in. And he sounds very fired up today. Consumer price, I don't give a bleep, is what CPI stands for in his book. And Powell was fired up this morning.
Legendary work by Jack and the production team. I mean, D, maybe crude buyers step in at 77.80.
I'm short. I'm short from 78.15, 2 contracts.
Oh,
It's a
nice.
value
You switched
acceptance
sides.
now. Yeah.
Reverse button.
I did say I was going to flip because I was looking for the 78.30 to either give us a reversal or to capitulate. And then it just never happened. They kept going down and down and down. So, yeah, so we'll see. I would like to get 77.60 here for a full value rotation.
That'd be pretty nice. I mean, I do follow evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s for crude oil.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so like
so do I.
78 evens,
Yeah.
78 20s, 78 50s, and you can do that at like any denomination. But for some, I call them, they're like crude oil fibs basically. For whatever reason,
Yeah.
crude oil really enjoys those kind of like
Loves
Interesting.
it's round numbers.
those
Yeah.
levels. Yeah, evens,
Mhm.
20s, 50s, and 80s in crude. Like if you put those on your chart, like more time than not, you're probably getting some sort of price action around those levels. I used to use those a lot when I was doing crude oil. Man, Nazi, you're just no chill.
You dirty
No
dog,
chill.
NASDAQ. You dirty
No
dog.
chill.
My God.
Really?
D is short. D is short. Crude. Can we update the board? Can you update us with the position, D? Sorry. this is
78.15.
Thank you.
Two.
Thank you.
Short
Two
two.
times. Thank you.
Welcome.
I mean, if crude
Nick,
can
how thrilling is
consolidate
this?
a little bit.
Nick, is it you just watching those, see if those 100 lots get filled there on the ladder?
Yeah, it's like I'm at a loss for words, man. I was at least hoping after that move maybe we'd get something that is tradable to the up or downside. But Dolby caught the only long outside of the one off the initial open, which I wasn't going to take. It is what it is.
Is what it
Plenty
is.
plenty more volatility coming pre and post Powell.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
if you remember from last FOMC, I think we had a move that completely retraced. Like we had a rip of whatever 1.5% up, and then I think we retraced the entire move as soon as he stopped talking.
Yeah, we did.
So
Oh
plenty
yeah,
of
that was
trades coming
crazy.
here later
Yeah,
today.
everything ended,
Remind
and
me
then
what
it just
happened.
turned around and it went.
You
was
saw
crazy.
insane
Yeah.
amounts of call buying as the press conference was going on, and then they started basically, taking profit, and then we started just selling down. It literally was a complete unwind of the entire FOMC move, basically back to the breakout of when it started, which is just crazy to see. I think Dakota was trading it. If I remember, I was listening. I was driving when it was going on to you guys, but. Yeah, so it's a reminder though that if you haven't caught anything, if you've been sitting on your hands and you still are looking for a trade, you'll find one this afternoon. I promise you that.
Oh yeah.
Does make for some exciting trading. Is it
This
good
market-
trading? That's up to you.
That's debatable. Maybe we'll have a series
would like
today.
to-
Of course, we got
Oh,
hashtag
yeah.
fast markets. We got some plugs coming. We got some leaderboards coming for you. Stay tuned. Currently, boy, those 500s go off in the NASDAQ. That is the buy of all buys.
Generational.
Generational pullbacks there.
I mean, I had them in there. My stop was just too tight.
Like you want a Warren Buffett along. That was your entry.
There you go. All-time highs. Yeah. Oh, 40. Oh, my gosh.
Man. D, how you feeling about crude? Chilling at 78s.
Sell off.
Well, we have point of control right there, 77.93. That sometimes can be a little bit bouncy, but I'm looking to get the settlement price and some of the levels that I have right underneath it, which is average daily range low and average session range low at 77.75, 77.73, and then we have the value low for a full rotation at 77.62. We did make a little overlap on the profile from 78.20 all the way to 78.27. So that can be sometimes like a micro supply that can defend further moves or be used for invalidation of the trade. I don't really want to see it all the way higher than 78.30, which is why my stop loss is a little bit higher up. So really, I wanted to stay in this value area from yesterday if we're going to rotate through the value. And then that's like if this one does what it's supposed to do, I'm going to be done for the day. So I'm going to go and do something else. sleep probably.
Yeah, that's a healthy habit.
What happened? You didn't
Yeah.
get much sleep last night, D?
Yeah, I think Tuesdays are a bit weird for me because I think I have coffee too late in the day because my my segment is around 7 p.m. my time, and I want to be like a little bit more energetic, so I kind
Sure.
of get a lot of caffeine down me, and then I can't sleep. So I just couldn't fall asleep until like 2:30 a.m. And then my Cavalier woke me up at 7:30, so I was like, dude, go to sleep. And he was like, well, feed me.
Hey, Deeyana, over here
Yeah.
in the States, we call Tuesday Taco Tuesday. Do they have a Taco Tuesday across the pond?
No, we do have binge drinking Fridays though. Is that a thing?
Yes. Giddy up.
British. Yeah, that's a thing over here. Everybody just gets absolutely smashed. I've never seen anything more ridiculous in my entire life.
Lotto. Yeah.
Yeah, in my house on Fed Day Eve, we just put out Stouffer's lasagna to make Kashkari happy, on the eve of FOMC. So that's why I couldn't sleep well. I was excited with anticipation of. Sorry.
Is that like,
I couldn't do that
out
seriously.
for Santa Claus or something?
Basically the same thing, because if you don't know that joke, he's the one who always, in his mouth breathing, book tour that they all seem to be on, he's the one who continues to reference lasagna prices as his gauge on inflation, even though he's not a voting member. But it makes me laugh every time. So
oh my God.
that's.
I mean,
the joke.
apparently there's a thing called the stripper index. Did you know this?
Oh yeah.
And you can gauge, the recession. How are you getting close to recession or not by the way how the stripper incomes are doing, and that's called the stripper index. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
That's in that's taught in like MBAs and stuff. That's like very legit. I think it's up there with like the Big Mac index for like comparing local currency. Yeah, it's like a studied like event. It's kind of cool.
The stripper index.
Did not know that.
I just think some finance bro was like, how can I get college to pay for my visits to a strip club? And maybe he's just interviewing ladies or whoever in the club trying to get some information. Yeah.
VIP room. Yeah. Is this really necessary? Yes, it was research.
Yeah, it's his research. Going across the country, visiting random strip clubs.
Yeah.
It's for financial data.
We're still stuck in this range.
Yeah. I think NQ is chilled out. I got a 15-minute range in NQ, 19,487 to 19,546.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
Point of control is basically at 19,500 on the dot for the session.
Yeah. CL starting to maybe get into a bit of a range here around 78s. If I was going to get long, though, I'd want to see a sharp move down to 77.80. Point of control's right there.
I would take profits there. Yeah, I would book some profits there to cover some of the loss that I had earlier. That would work.
I might swap with you. If you saw one down there, I might buy one from you.
Yeah, deal.
Deal? All right. Keep me posted. I'll be waiting. I do like the 80s for CL. Let me see. Big screen. Yeah, we also have
I have
overnight?
the average.
Yeah.
Is that overnight?
No, it's yesterday. Yesterday at around
yeah,
you have that little bounce area at around 77.80. So maybe
that's kind of where the settlement is, because it sort of settled and then it popped back up yesterday. So now we're kind of trying to accept those areas. But the settlement, I have ADR low, ASR low, all below there. So that would be a nice area to take profits.
Yeah, I would like to see it maybe a stop run below 77.80. Maybe we can get like 75s and then see if we catch a bit above that. Because then it just retraces the entire up move, and then maybe those shorts decide to cover. We'll see. But we can. I'm interested in fishing for longs and CL. If we can, maybe like if we get like a 1 minute consolidation, if it can firm up just a little bit, then I'd be interested. I don't want to have like a super strong candle pierce through 77, 80s.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a hands-off situation for me when it comes to range trading.
That's too strong a move. Yeah, it means there's still a lot of power behind the move.
Yeah, exactly. We want like tiny candlesticks at big levels. We don't want real strong candlesticks.
Orderly candlesticks.
Yes,
I call them orderly.
Yep, nice and polite.
No crazy moves.
Just hanging
nice
out.
And polite. Yeah.
But crude is rude. We know how that works.
Yes.
And ES is starting to break to the downside out of this range. So something to watch here.
Ooh. Yeah, NQ starting to pull back too, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Dre, how's your live account doing? Oh, he left. Where'd Dre go?
Yeah, he bounced. Just left us here to die.
All right.
He might have got that Comcast flash. But
yeah.
since we got it here, like and subscribe if you like what's going on here. I'm loving the conversation here, education, ideas that we've got Deeyana and Nick putting out, and Dolby time. But yes, hit that thumbs up button right under our stream. Thumbs up. And if you have not subscribed, please do. Back to you guys and girls.
Thank you, Eddie.
Generational low in AS bot.
Generational low. Nick, I'm going to say you've got great comedy timing. I love it.
I've been told that before.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even call it an art. It's just me. This is just my personality. It shines in things that I'm passionate about, and it happens to be the markets. And I said this in slow markets chat, because I think people are same thing. You're trying to rationalize or make sense out of some of these moves, which is why I use humor to do it at times, just because I can't explain it either. But I'm not going to continue to fight it. So I make myself laugh, because it's the only thing I can do when you just don't quite understand. And like I said, I manage a portfolio that's long only for my retirement and things like that. So I know, over a long enough timeline, I don't really care. It's just intraday. It just makes me kind of scratch my head, because it's just not what I would have assumed was going to happen. So I use humor to just keep it fun, keep it light, because if you're not having fun with trading, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I expected you to be a lot more serious, I suppose, given your background. But then you kind of came on, you go like, "Oh, I'm unemployed," and every time someone cracks a joke, you just got to carry on with the joke, and it's just it really kind of. Let's say I was surprised by that. So on paper, you should be like a very serious guy, and yet you have fun with it. You're a great trader. You're very humble. So it's very refreshing to see.
Well, thank you. But yeah, my friends would know I'm a naturally quiet, serious person. But if you get to know me and you kind of peel the onion back a little bit, I am very randomly sarcastic and witty like that. And just my humor is not for everybody. There's no question, but it's a timing thing. You're right, dude. That's kind of how I operate.
It's a timing thing. Yeah, absolutely.
I make you laugh.
Yes. Speaking of comedy timing, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie's on that same level.
Oh, he's amazing. Yeah.
I love you both. New lows and crude. Just wanted to slip that in.
Yeah. Starting to get a little bit of a 5-minute range there.
Yeah, I know. I'm seeing it. Should I take it? Our Bob is reversing. That's what's scaring me.
Yeah. Our Bob, is it going down or going up?
It's going up.
Going up. Is that, they typically correlate, right?
They correlate, I think, about 60 to 70%. They're not like, tick for tick, but they're correlated. Usually it's crude oil that drags the ideas in our Bob. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that does make sense. Got some promos and plugs to do. Eddie,
Plugapalooza. All right, so I'm going to share my
Plug-a-palooza.
screen here. I think my screen is being shared. And I just want to show you, once again, Coach Robert has been diligently making tutorials for our TopStep X. Now, if you need help in TopStep X and want to make sure you got all the details, Coach Robert has filmed a numerous amount of tutorial videos. And what you can do is just click, if you're on TopStep X, it only works for TopStep X. There's a question mark all the way to the left-hand side. Click on the question mark, and you're going to see some tabs here. Live chat, feature voting. Oh, here it is. TopStep X 5-minute tutorials. Now, before I click on this one, just want to make sure that nobody out there in chat land has been taking any peyote or any mushrooms, because Robert is going to just take over this screen, and there it is. So I don't want you to freak out, but each and every one of those is a wonderful tutorial, and they're all under about 5 minutes. You've got copy trading, chart setting, VWAP tutorial, multiple charts, everything you'd like. And there's a slew of them. And I'd like to thank Coach Robert for that. And also, just want to remind you, a lot of talk about the Stetson contest. Now, our good friend Nick Furtick, you're knocking on the door for one of those, correct?
That is correct, unless somebody hits it today.
Somebody hits it today. Well, we have brought back the Stetson contest. I do see a lot of people in chat asking that question. We started this back on Topstep TV. So the first Topstep TV viewer to get funded trading lean hogs only, right? Let us know in live chat, or you can send us an email, topsteptv@topstep.com. And we will verify that and send you a Stetson of your choice.
Oh, man.
Also, Discord, great place to find a Trading Buddy status update, great additional support. If you have not joined our Discord channel, please do. I'm going to share the link in the chat. And D-Time, that's all I've got here right now. Back to you.
And Eddie, one caveat on the Stetson challenge. I think we have someone who might have done it, but I'm going to talk to Danielle and see how many we can give away. One seems too few for the amount of hog maestros we got out there. So let me talk to her. We'll figure that out.
We'll get your number. Thanks, Jack. Andre's back.
Hey, I'm back, Eddie. What did I miss? We're higher. Did you?
The dip was bought, Andre.
The dip was bought. Yes, indeed.
Surprise, surprise.
And Apple is up 5%.
Jeez.
The largest market cap company in the world, trading like a meme stock. You love to see.
Yes, this is just. I mean, we're plowing through volume here, just pushing higher. What is the market cap right now on Apple? I am looking. I don't have it. Oh, 3.17 trillion. What's Microsoft? I know they've been duking out. They're going head to head there for that market cap. Oh, Dolby time. How are we looking over there? Did you make any trades when I was gone?
No. I'm trying to see what's going on with MCL on my chart right now. But it is nice 5-minute range. So like I said, I would be interested in getting long like 85s or 80s to see if we can stretch below that level we were talking about previously with D.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But my orders are not appearing on the chart, and I don't know if that means I can trade it or I can't trade it. I might just need to test real quick.
So 5% on 3 trillion is about 150 billion, which is roughly equal to the market cap of, say, Comcast.
Uber,
or Morgan Stanley, Pfizer, Blackstone. So we gained, the Goldman Sachs group market cap's only 145 billion. So they gained a whole Goldman Sachs today and yesterday.
That's crazy.
I can't even comprehend what that really means. It's just insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, Nick is at a loss for words over there, just thinking about it.
Who wants to start a new company and we just go on, Sand Hill Road and just start screaming AI and just seeing who funds us.
I'd just give you some cash for that. I mean, that sounds pretty legit.
Need a good name.
If
need a
you
good
don't
name.
know, that's the old Silicon Valley VC Street,
Which was it? What's it called?
Sandhill Road.
Sandhill. Yep. I've been there. Yeah. There's that resort over there on Sandhill. Very nice place. I forgot what it's called. Very nice. AI Buyback Inc. I like that.
We just go out and give our trade theses, things like Ryan Cohen and AI and
Centralized artificial intelligence for innovators
in the cloud, on the blockchain.
Gimme.
Boom! Wow, we're hitting the ball right there. Yep. Billionaires before you know it.
Never mind. Just making any CMO just screaming the next buzzword.
Yes.
Gotta have a strong Twitter game.
Yep.
Strong
that
social
too.
media
It's got to be
game.
a witty Twitter game that just dunks on people too. Just basically pulls a Carl Hungus level meme game on people for our Twitter.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm sure we'll have some Hungus work either fast markets or power, or hell, maybe even both. Power Hour might be a little bit busy with the Powell press conference that typically goes on for hours, from 1:30 to 2:30 Central. Is kind of what the window he works with him. So as you know, we might have like 30 minutes left in the back end of Power Hour.
Come on, Chris.
D is
You can do it.
what's up? What's up, D?
Come on. I'm just waiting for it to drop. I'm looking at Bookmap, and it's just made a new lower low.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So we're slowly edging. We have the Euro close coming up in about 3 minutes. So the wiggle that we just saw is usually when people kind of get shaken out. And a couple of times I kind of kept forgetting about it when we were on fast markets. And I'm like, it's reversing. And then I would close the trade, and then it would go right back where it started. And I'm like, of course, the Euro closed. So now I have a little alarm that tells me Euro closed. Don't freak out.
Smart.
So that's useful.
All right, well, we got about 3 minutes before that Euro close we were just talking about. Before then, I'd like to go to JD. We're a little bit behind. Let's get that leaderboard. Top fun. Let's see where Nick for take. Let's see where the power players are here at Topstep. JD, what do you got?
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at yesterday's best XFA PNLs first.
I'm sure these are crazy.
For that last conversation, do we ever lock down the don'tfademebro.com domain? Or
I think
any?
I thought MP bought it already.
I think
MP
we have
buys
like
all-
Fade the Talk or
FadeMP.com.
something like that.
Yeah, MP has all the domain names. He's got a whole stable.
garage
We
full.
should see it. He does.
Don't fade me, bro. All right.
Smart man.
Here's your XFA PNL winners. Wei Ling trading the NASDAQ. Joanne, we've been seeing Joanne's name quite a bit recently. Also trading the NASDAQ. Ahmed trading gold, almost 11 grand trading gold yesterday. Arjun in the NQ, and Brian P. Brian P was on our live funded PNL list too. You're going to see him in just a second on the leaderboard. He put up some huge numbers yesterday. We'll be right back with that. All right, here is the bottom half of our leaderboard. First, we've got Raphael. Raphael held on to 6th place for another day despite a 10K drawdown across one live account and 2 XFAs. David is back. He's in 16th place after picking up about 12 grand across 5 XFAs. King Wee is becoming a familiar name also. King Wee is trading in 3 XFAs. Recently took a $12,500 payout. Not bad. That's that 50K account take he has right now is good enough for 8th place today.
Very nice.
Kachun also moved up a couple of notches. Kachun is trading in a single XFA and pocketed $7,700 yesterday to move from 11th up to 9th place. And we round out the list with Damien. Damien took home about $45 trading in 5 XFAs yesterday. All right.
You're a
There it is.
real star.
Ooh, dogs on the
Nicely
loose.
done, Eddie. All right, starting at the bottom. David was in 10th place yesterday. He picked up $1,000 trading on a live account. David also took home a $15,000 payout on Monday, so David's doing pretty well in the XFAs. Adrian moved up from 2/4 from 5th after profiting about $1,200 yesterday. There he is. Nick T. Nick for a Tick is next.
Hey.
Nick was in 3rd yesterday. He held on to that spot for another day after taking home $1,500. Nice job, Nick. Brian P., we just mentioned him. He was on our live funded P&L list and our XFA P&L list today. He just had a killer day trading yesterday. He made $2,800 in his live account. He's trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs. So he made $2,800 in the live account and $46,000 across 5 XFAs for a total just south of $50K for the day. And took over that number 2 spot. Big day for Brian P. And Dakota. Dakota was the P&L leader across all accounts yesterday. He held the top spot for another day. He was up $15,640 yesterday. That was the top live funded and top XFA P&L for yesterday. There's your leaderboard.
Good job, guys. Thank you, GD. Good job, Nick, for a tick.
Brian's making a run for Dakota. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
That'll be a fun storyline to follow.
Hey, 75% long gold right now. It's about the only thing I'm seeing on the tilt. I haven't got a Delta update in a while. I'm not sure that it even matters at this point.
Assume it's positive. Maybe
I'm guessing it better be positive. If not, we got a big short squeeze about to go down and push this sucker even higher.
Nick, did you grab shorts up here?
No. I was thinking about it, but it was looking in like the 36 area, 536, but
yeah. I mean, I kind of like. I could see shorts more clearly now than maybe before, just because it's range bound. We're getting closer to Powell. There might be less of a reason for it to really push and make new highs, because it seems like everything before that was just like irrational exuberance.
There's just no reason to hedge. I'm waiting.
No.
You buy the all-time high and you know just wait. There's your hedge.
Yeah. I mean, just buying that anything around 500s has been kind of the go-to for the last 2 hours in NASDAQ.
It's literally worked since like 9 o'clock.
It's the
Central.
Trade.
Yeah,
100%.
I'm probably going to start doing that again. I got distracted by crude. I need to hop
That
back
damn
into
crude.
MNQ.
Damn crude.
Yeah.
See if I friend it. 479 is still there.
470. Yeah.
He is still sitting there with 300 lot.
Come get me. I mean, there's just, I don't know what the market's going to do. It's like once the market doesn't have a lot of motivation to push higher or lower, the range trade becomes really, really tempting on either side.
Right.
So that's why I could start seeing shorts kind of being easier to be justified now.
Just the liquidity principle. I mean, I'm leaning shorts right now just until that 300 lot gets filled. Like there's nothing wrong with trying to short here in the 530s for that target at 570 or 580, excuse me. Even taking it off at 500, knowing it may fill that liquidity is not a bad trade for 30 points.
What's the price?
No, the risk is cheap too.
I'm trying to find it. Oh, there it is. 479s. Okay.
Short here, stop it. Initial bounce high, above initial bounce high, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean it's a relatively cheap trade. That's you probably get 1 to 1 to 1.5 to 1 for at least a coin flip. Like I think that's pretty good, especially with like NQ's like penchant to do stop runs. Like why wouldn't it want to go all the way down to like 478 or maybe even 470 to scoop out all the longs and just make another run to 20,000 or a billion, whatever number it wants to hit.
What you're watching here, folks, is two gentlemen trying to talk themselves into getting short the NQ right now. They are
just justifying the thesis.
Just
postulating a
postulating
idea.
It's healthy. It's absolutely healthy.
The more you tell me not to short it, makes me want to short it.
We are watching two animals.
It's just one of those like I'm literally just gonna just be like, hang on, hold my beer and jump into a short.
This is how it happens. You are watching two men try to talk themselves into getting short.
I mean, it would have been good for 5 points so far. A whole 5 points, maybe.
Uh-huh.
Someone's in short right now. J-Main is short.
Get him, J-Main.
Hey,
Get him.
you know, put your money where your mouth is, right? If you want to get short, get short.
That's right.
Good job. Have some conviction in your thesis and your ideas. So go get them, chat.
It's gonna break.
It's gonna break, yeah.
Well, one thing that is breaking is the Dow. The Dow is breaking. I can say that with much conviction. The Dow is indeed breaking. Low of the day is 38,802. We're about 90 points off the lows there. High of the day, 39,100. Big, pretty good range. About 300-point range in the Dow. So the Dow is moving a little bit. If you want to take a look over
trying
there.
To trace that whole move. I mean, daily range high at 39,171, and then I think it's just trying to cover that entire big green candlestick at like 7:30.
Yeah, I throw it up on my chart here. Yep, you're seeing what the Dow is doing. You see the big spike after the CPI. Buyers came in, just kind of rolling over here. So if you want to, there is a market that does break. There is an equity index that does indeed break. It is the Dow for all you bears out there.
Dow looks more rotational to me, whereas ES looks more like a P-shaped day, which could indicate short covering by institutions. And the implications of that is that if it's a rotational day, then shorts are a pretty good idea. But if this is all just short covering, generally P-shaped days don't fill the entire range. They sort of stop in the middle and then carry on higher.
Yeah, it's just Dow doesn't have the sexy stocks in it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like
Boomer stocks.
People rotating. Yeah, people rotating on a Dow just to hop into NASDAQ because that's where all the money is to be made with AI and everything. And I thought I saw a headline right there. Yeah,
it's just that it's weighted by price, right? So like we were talking about earlier, all these huge gains are from the Mag 7 Nvidia or something this year. I believe like Apple's in the Dow, but it's only weighted by whatever its price is because the Dow is the Dow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love how basically the three largest indexes still have the same companies. Like all like the S&P or like Apple's in the S&P, it's in the NASDAQ, it's in the Dow.
So someone mentioned like, doesn't the Dow have Amazon? It does, but it's weighted by its price. You know what I mean? Like Amazon.
No, I don't. Explain that, Jack. I'm not rated by,
every
by price.
So every normal indice, all right, if you think about the S&P 500, for instance, or the NASDAQ, is weighted by the market cap of the company.
Yes.
They made some adjustments to the NASDAQ, but basically the S&P 500, the market cap of the company is equal to its weight in the index, which is kind of how it should be. I mean, Apple does have a bigger impact when it goes up 1% than Goldman or something, right?
Yeah.
The Dow is weighted by price because it's a relic of a bygone era with velocipedes and I don't know.
Price discovery matters is what you're saying? Back then when the Dow was established?
I mean, the Dow in the long term, they both track each other very similarly as far but it's on a day-to-day thing. If the gains are all, if Apple's up 5%, there's going to be a divergence with the Dow because the Dow is weighted by price. And Apple's not a piece of the weight of the Dow. It's a much smaller piece of the weight than it would be of like the NASDAQ.
Because Apple's trading 215 or what, 216?
I'd have to look up the formula, but yeah, it's just it's not market cap weighted. That's my big beef. That's why I have a beef with the Dow.
Fair enough.
Index. That's what it is.
Yeah. I'm beefing now with them too. Okay.
I mean, if that question is on the Series 3, I don't think I'm passing. That was over my head completely.
Series 7.
Series 7, I'm not taking that
stocks. Learn something new every day. Hey, gold catching a bid. When I say catching a bid, I do mean I just popped about $10 in the last 15 minutes or so. So gold is moving here, pushing higher.
Yeah. GME above 30. That's exciting for all the Diamond Ham apes out there.
There you go.
Up almost 8% today. Why not?
D, what are your thoughts on meme stocks?
might be a bit too old for meme stocks. I don't know. I think it's maybe not as ridiculous as we think it is. Like, oh, some dude just deciding to move price around because there's a whole bunch of people on Reddit following him. I think there is a plan behind it, and there are people that are getting rich from it. Some of the others who are following these people, not so much. So that should always tell you something. And so I don't get involved. I'm happy doing whatever I'm doing, and so I just stay out. I follow it for entertainment purposes, but I'm not going to be buying any meme stocks or selling them for that matter either.
Fair enough.
What about you, Dre?
Yeah, same. It's amusing. I'm amused by all of it. It's entertaining from the sidelines. Just good luck to all players. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Michael's lucky he scratched that
absolutely.
trade. Michael's very lucky.
No kidding.
Oh, that's great.
What a gift. What a gift.
It's an impulsive
Insane.
trade there.
He was hot. You should have seen him that night. He was so pissed when it traded $60. So hot.
But, I mean, we can actually...
Just going on rants in these group chats we're in. Just going on rants. And then...
he was crazy. That was a total gift that he got out where he did. I mean,
100%.
So lucky. But, I mean, listen, we were talking about traders, when support becomes resistance, resistance becomes support. You have someone like MP who bought it, 40s or whatever, and he took a ton of heat on it, got back to break even and sold.
Yes.
So that's, the psychology appears in the market all the time, and that can drive price.
Yes, it's someone tells me we're not done with the whole GME saga. I did see they raised another $4 billion. They raised another $4 billion in cash or something like that.
Oh, they got money.
Oh, they got money.
They're gonna watch them buy something or someone, and the stock goes to 60 again.
Yeah, become relevant again.
Because why not?
Buy some AI names. That's all I would do. Just
buy a semiconductor. Yeah, buy AI. Buy a
Google AI names. How much money? Okay, just divide it out. I'm buying all of you. Now we're just an AI company.
No more renting out old PlayStations and Sega Genesis.
I was to say, being an AI, pivoting to try to become, at least on paper, by acquiring an AI company, becoming some sort of AI or technology company. Good for them, because that's better than becoming a pawn shop, which is basically all they are at this point.
Or pawn
and
shop.
A small retail brick and mortar store. I mean, I don't go there for any. That's basically what they became, I would say, in the mid 2000s.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Good way to put it. It's precisely what they became.
Well, you want to hit a series 3 here, Andre?
Sure, why not, Jack? Why not? What better time than right now?
Yeah, 2. I'm a little bit in the casino and the GameStop stuff. By mid-July, I'll give you the full update. Looking good right now.
Okay, good. Because we were taking heat last week.
We'll do the series 3. Before we get to the question, I brought up, when we talk about the Dow, it's literally weighed by the price of the stock, which, NVIDIA just split by 10 or whatever. So the top components, 8% of the Dow, the top component is United Health Group. The second by weight is Goldman Sachs. Third is Microsoft. Fourth is Home Depot. Then Caterpillar, Amgen, Visa, McDonald's, Salesforce, American Express. Now, if you compare that to the NASDAQ, the top, which weights by market cap, the top 10 companies are Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Broadcom, Alphabet, Costco, and Tesla. And you wonder why, that's why they diverge, right? See what United Healthcare is doing today, I guess. Anyway, rant done. Let's get to the series 3.
Thanks, Jack. Did you write this?
Yes, I did, but it's from. I wish MP was here because this is his thing, and this is also going to be maybe a slightly controversial question, but I'm taking the book for it. In commodities futures, basis is equal to, and I say again, in commodities futures, basis is equal to A, the cash price minus the spot price, the cash price minus the futures price minus the cash price, or the futures price divided by the spot price.
Either B or C. One does it one way, the other does it the other way. Commodities doesn't. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I'm with Andre. I don't.
One
I
does.
think
Oh,
B or
B or
C.
C. B or C. I don't know which.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Cash is the basis of euro.
I'm going to say
dollar.
C.
I'm going to say C as well.
MP would totally get this because he said it on the show before. But okay, I won't keep you guys waiting too long because I can explain what the answer is. Can we see the answer? It is B.
Okay, that's how they do it.
Commodities futures basis is equal to the cash price minus the futures price. I never traded commodities. I know this is true for commodities. I have seen it usually quoted the other way in equity indices.
Yes.
I'm going to look more into this. If anyone in the chat who knows and is not just lying with gusto, inform me on that. But for commodities, cash minus futures equals the basis.
Commodities, cash. Commodities, cash. Commit that to memory. Commodities, cash. Commodities, cash. Okay. Equities is futures first. Commodities, cash. Cool. That was a good one. Spot is cash.
Great question.
Yeah, it was a good one,
Yeah,
Jack. Better than yesterday. Yesterday was just.
Oh, get out of town. and yeah, spot price is cash price.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a doozy. Gold seeing some. Just a bit of a sell off there. Maybe some profit taking. Hey, pin to the top of the chat. Submit your group coaching questions here. It is FOMC day, but we'll still have group coaching today. The Riz, Robert the Riz will be in there with JD.
The Rizzler.
Rizzler, get those questions in.
Dolby 530 shorts.
They were solid. They were solid.
Andre talking us out of it.
I know, get out of here.
Thanks,
I'm
bro.
talking you out, or the Marcus talking you out of it.
Thanks, bro.
I've been punished enough trying to short this market lately, so
Yeah, me too. We lost 5Gs shorted yesterday. You know what I said? Every game.
meanwhile I made like 3 of my $4,000 from yesterday shorting. So
You know.
once again, if you do it strategically, there's nothing wrong with it, but you have to
100%.
do it after short-term exhaustions and things like that. You have to do it rotationally.
That's true, Andy.
Totally different strategy to trend trading.
Yep.
And it kind of has to be, I think. I mean,
Yeah, you
trading's
have
a
to kind of
zero-sum
wait for
game,
stop runs,
right?
get in, not like the reverse of catching a knife. Like that's kind of what you have to do. Or you see that
Yeah.
consolidation, you see sellers step in and you kind of follow suit. You take your 15 points, you get out.
Yeah.
Exactly. You take your 15 points, get out. Unless something news hits the wire. I don't know what Powell says. If Powell says something very hawkish, maybe. Oh boy, if he saw us
I
hawkish.
mean, if Powell comes out in a blue tie, red tie, whatever it may be, and just, sometimes you just gotta
Powell could.
whatever.
Powell's our
whatever
only
he
hope
does.
here, folks. Powell is our only hope to take this thing lower.
Or
He
to
doesn't
20,000. Either way.
Or
He's got us.
20,000. Money printer go burr. Anyways, okay. We got about 8-9 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Big day at Topstep TV, FOMC day, Powell press conference as well. Before that, we asked you guys to submit to or use the hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep on Twitter or X. Call it what you want. And I think we scraped some of those submissions, and we're going to bring them to you right now. James, do we have anything?
Yeah, we got a couple things to show. One is not necessarily a fast market submission, but it is our good friend and viewer, Jim Carlton, repping
nice.
Topstep.
Nice.
Where's he at?
Nice.
He's at a concert. He's at a concert.
This is a Kenny Chesney concert.
Is he at the
Cool.
old tweet? Is that the Tweeter Center there in Orland Park?
Alpine,
Whatever it's called now.
Yeah, or Alpine or something. Yeah.
Is that McAfee next to him? Is that
I
Pat
don't know.
McAfee that he's hanging out with?
That's a big dude.
Well, that's a big dude.
Nice. I like that hoodie, Jim.
Sleeves.
So yeah, well, thank you. If you need your own Topstep gear, go to shop.topstep.com. But moving on to our fast market submissions, got one from Mitch, up $3,000 on 250K combines. Love the lockout feature, even if the profit target fill was $6 off from passing a combine.
Oh,
Oh,
that's always a
Mitch.
fun spot to be in. I
Yeah.
just had a couple more ticks. I got to trade tomorrow, though. Good luck.
Yes, you
All right, up next, we got
Ooh.
Sean King, day trading futures while watching the crew.
do. Look at
Nick
that.
used like
Nice setup.
4 to 5 more monitors, then you should be good. This is pretty good, but
Yeah,
not good enough.
I have been told there's a direct correlation to your increase in P&L with the amount of monitors you add to your desk. So I think I need a few more.
Now, Nick.
No, I'm guilty. I have 6. So yeah.
Do you really? Man,
Well, I have 5. Excuse me.
So you're no better than you're just like this.
No, I'm being funny.
How many screens do you have?
I've got 4 at the moment.
4 here too. Dolby?
Yeah.
Two 32s.
There you go. You only have
Nick,
2 eyeballs, folks.
That's absolutely true, though. We used to trade with this guy who was kind of past his prime, I would say, who had like 24 monitors. And it was just a swigging contest. So what was he doing with 24 monitors?
How do you even?
I mean, I really trade off 2, and the rest is like there's Discord, there's TopstepTV, there's my trading view that I'm kind of screwing around with throughout the day, and then there's actually my platform that I execute on 2 monitors.
I do like
just like a 15-inch laptop off to the side.
Yep,
that's where all the trades go into.
The dude looked like he was in one of those like pods or something. There were like monitors curving back over his head. It was.
I do like these submissions though. There's a quote.
Yeah, we got one last one to close it all out.
That looks really clean, by the way.
Keep sending us your setups
without a Carl Hungus meme.
Yes. Daddy Powell. Oh, bring us some volatility, Jerome, please.
I feel like
Make the VIX great again.
Joke in there somewhere. Assimilate. Resistance is futile.
Yes, resistance is futile.
That's what I think every day when I wake up.
Yep. Please, Jerome. Please bring us some volatility.
There'll be sellers getting absorbed again at 500.
Saw that.
Yeah,
Thank
higher
you,
lows.
James.
I mean, we got this wedge forming that's real strong right now. But that's kind of what we talked about happening, right?
Yeah. I just am hoping the VIX like perks up over 13 in the next hour, 2 hours until Powell to give us something to trade. Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be down to buy more.
Here comes the 500s again. Currently trading 507s. Great work to you too, Gabe. Good job. 71% long crude right now. Yeah.
Oh, did Crew finally catch a bid? I stopped watching it because I don't think I can trade it right now. Not really.
It's not really that much. Yeah.
ES might be interesting for longs. Kind of like bottom of a 30-minute range right now. Could dabble on that. That sounds like fun. Like 540s, or sorry, 54.40 evens. Nice little stop run below 39.5. It's like 3 points right there.
If you needed more signs of bullishness, we are now seeing call buying on the longer time frame, not 0 day to expiration, but on the longer time frame at 5,600 SPX.
Wow.
So there is some extreme bullishness from our options traders. Also could just be institutions and other things, and just, positioning, but just FYI, those are on the books and people are buying them. Could be 3 months out, 6 months out, but they are being bought, which we tend to drift towards those large strikes.
Why do we? Why? Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry, Doug. Go ahead.
Just what was those? What were the strikes again for SPX?
Just big round number, but now it was 5,500. You're not seeing, and you're seeing more interest at 5,600 than 5,550.
5,600?
Yes, not Dolby. These are not 0 day to expiration. These are
okay.
Basically just whatever is being bought on the books, total for the future. All the gamma exposure at this current state in time.
Got it.
But like I said, we tend to just gravitate towards these like any, bucket of liquidity. Over time, the largest gamma exposure strikes tend to act as magnets. So like I said, no time horizon, but when you're seeing that type of call buying, and without a catalyst, and it's summer, we may just keep grinding up, drifting up, and we're not that far from 5,500 SPX. So
we're not.
Right.
All bets are off when we move 100 plus points in 12 hours.
Really are. All right, 3 minutes left here. Fast markets. I wouldn't say the markets were fast. We did
We
drift
tried.
higher. Yeah, we tried. Made some money. Nick was just thrilled with the price action today. Absolutely just can't get enough of it.
If you need, I love to trade. There's no question. I trade the opens, and I am at a scratch of plus $150 in my live account. So if you needed a sign that this is not the best environment to trade, if you didn't catch the initial longs after CPI, if you did, good for you. It's just not my style to trade event volatility like that. But yeah, I'm going to wait for a better day to trade, in all honesty.
D, thoughts on the markets, thoughts on the price action, any thoughts on your trading in general?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens for FOMC, but I'm probably not going to be trading the FOMC. I'm going to keep this trade going for as long as the value acceptance is still there as a potential. Yeah, I mean, crude oil, again, I'm not really that sure about it because, usually we should see a little bit more follow through. It was like a gap fill, value acceptance, and then we kind of stopped halfway. So not sure why that's still not quite doing what it's supposed to be doing, but crude oil is still being a little bit slow and subdued, and kind of starts something, then stops. I wouldn't be surprised if it just gets stuck in this range that we're in now for the rest of the day, at least until FOMC arrives. And that's kind of what it's been doing all this year, like from February onwards. So yeah, I'm not sure popping back into crude oil is on the cards just yet.
Okay.
Because the range is a little bit bigger, slightly bigger. So we've moved from like 108 ticks, 115 to about 140, 150. But really, if you're going to get that easy day traders market, you really want to see that number at about 180, 200, 220 in crude oil, which is kind of what we have in gold and in our bulb as well. So that's always more difficult to kind of get the more extended moves. And that's why, yeah, I'm still not sure about crude oil. So we're still in counseling.
Still in counseling. Did catch your attention, though. Did catch Dolby's attention for a split second.
It did.
Dolby.
It definitely did, yeah.
Dolby, we're going to have more of you and I later this afternoon. Nice trade today. Way to get long on that pullback. Well done, Dolby time. It was a pleasure, as always. I want you to let people know. I'm very interested for this. We got Power Players coming. We got Fatima joining us for Power Players. You've seen her name. You've heard her. You've seen her on the leaderboards. Now we get to finally meet the Fatima in person.
Nice.
Well, I guess not in person, but she'll be on screen with us. I did see she tried logging in. Yeah, she logged in. Where is she? I don't see her. Anyways, yes, Fatima coming up next here on Power Players. We got Top Quiz with Jack and Alyssa. Shoulder tap coming up. Group coaching, JD and Robert. Like we plugged, we got the form pinned to the top of the chat right now. Then the fun gets going with the FOMC. You got Dre and Dolby. Then Power Hour, more Dre, Dolby, Dakota. I just called myself Dre. That was weird. And then we got Slow Markets this evening with Dakota and Jay. Everybody, that was fun. We had fun. We made light of it. It was a good time. Anyways, we got Power Players coming up next. Good job, guys.
What's up, traders? My name is Austin Silver from ASFX, and I'm super excited to talk to you about Topstep X, a brand new revolutionary trading platform from Topstep. Now, why is it brand new? Why is it revolutionary, you may ask? I'm going to tell you. First, there is a seamless integration with TradingView. Often, you sign up with a broker, you sign up with a platform, they make you trade on a specific charting software. Now, you have a, like I said, seamless integration with TradingView, the most popular charting platform in the world, and that includes all their indicators, all the different customizable settings, so you can duplicate your current TradingView setup here on Topstep X. But there's many other features other than just an integration with TradingView. There's a lockout feature which everybody loves. You can watch TopstepTV in platform right there on screen. You can also set personal daily loss limits. You can set personal max profit limits as well. So you can really tailor this Topstep X platform to fit your trading style and help you keep your red days as small as possible and maximize the profits on your green days. So if you haven't checked out Topstep X, you're only hurting yourself. Check out the new platform now.
Yes, welcome everybody. We are back. You see her name on the leaderboard. You see her taking payouts. Welcome everybody to Power Players. Fatima, you are now a power player. Welcome to the show, Fatima. How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I cannot complain. I'm talking to you. If you're the very famous Fatima, the infamous Fatima. Of course, got my partner, Coach Robert, to the side. Before we get started, Robert, show Fatima your background real quick. What do we do for her?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to. Fatima, welcome to the show. Hear a lot about you. Yeah, I'll get my little picture off of there. You can all see it. I make it. Just do some weird AI backgrounds for everyone. I'll actually pull this down just a little bit so we can see it. There we go.
Cool.
And then into rock climbing, which we will get into after we start talking about some trading. So there you have it. I'll send it to you afterwards. Welcome to the show.
All right, Fatima. Welcome to Topstep. All right, tell us about your journey. How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you? Tell us about how you got into trading. You are a live funded trader here at Topstep, one of the top talents we have at Topstep. Tell us about your journey. How did we meet? Introduce yourself to us, please.
All right, sweet. I started about maybe a year and a half ago. Okay. Honestly, I have a couple of friends from my old job. He posted a Instagram story of him making $1,500 in a practice account. I'm like, dude, what is this? And then he got me into a Discord with my friend Kevin, and he basically showed me the way. He told me about futures. He showed me everything. He taught me how to look at charts, the indicators. So it's all Kevin, I have to thank. I started trading with Tradeovate. I got the free account, the 50K free account, and we started trading with MES. Made some money in my practice account. Then I went, put in some money. I made a good amount, and then I lost it. I became greedier. And then we discovered Topstep. Another friend of mine who was on the Discord, Russ, we discovered Topstep. We started asking questions to the support, and we did not believe it was true. We're like, this is like a scam. This can't be real. It's too good to be true. We tried it. I fell in love with it. And ever since I kept getting more and more accounts, and now I'm a funded trader. I've lost also, but yeah, that's kind of
awesome. Well, we're glad we found you, and we're glad you found us. Again, we see her on the leaderboard all the time. This is Fatima, the power player of the day on this FOMC day. All right, Fatima, so let's get into the nuts and bolts a little bit. Tell us about your trading style, the products you trade, indicators, timeframes, all that. Let's get a little technical here.
Okay, I trade ES and NQ, mostly right now NQ. I look at the 1 minute and 5 minute chart. I look at structure, VWAP, and EMAs. The way I'm trading right now is waking up at 6 a.m., looking at the chart for like a few minutes, look at where it is on it's close to my indicators, and then going from there, honestly. But yeah, that's about it for now. I'm coming up with like new strategies because I'm kind of on a losing streak right now, 5 days. I've been making every day about 2K and losing it. I've been holding on to my trades too long. Not really. I'm just getting greedy, honestly. So, but yeah, it's mostly my strategy.
Very good. Just a little self-awareness happens.
Yeah.
It happens, yes. Now look at your bio here. 1.5 years of trading experience. I got to say, that's a pretty short learning curve. I don't want to use the word easy, but did you think the learning curve was going to be this short? Or did you not know?
I guess it's 50-50. I didn't think it was, when I first made my first 1,000, I'm like, that's it. This year I'm going to become a millionaire. This is super easy. Yeah. But I think...
Oh, you're breaking in and out. You're breaking in and out, Fatima. Hold on. Lost. I really want to hear the story. Is that us, Robert? Is that on our end or her end?
I heard her fade in and out. If you can just say like la la la, something like that, we can make sure we get the sound coming through.
Andre.
There you go. You
I
got
like
it. You
that.
got it. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, you're my favorite now,
mic-
Fatima. You are my new favorite power player ever.
Yeah. How about just lean in just a little bit, okay? So we get a little bit closer to the mic, and it won't have to pick it up like that. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so you cut out what you said. You made your first 1,000. You're like, I'm going to be a millionaire. This is easy. Here comes the money. We did the trader math that we all do. If I make $1,000 5 days a week times 52 weeks in the year, I'm going to be a millionaire. So yeah, tell us about how that journey came and the learnings and the wisdom you got from that.
Yeah, so when I made my first 1,000, I started adding more contract sizes. I got funded for Topstep. I had like maybe 5 Express accounts by mid July or August last year. Lost them all, got greedy, went super hard, like 10 contracts. Yeah, lost them. And then I started focusing, got another Express account. September, one of my best months, made about 18,000 in a day.
Yep.
And
I
that
remember that.
that destroyed me. I started just wanting 18,000 every day, and then I went downhill from there. And then I just I have trading buddies. I know you guys always talk about trading buddies. Kevin and Russ, they always tell me it's okay. That's gonna happen. You're gonna win some, you lose some. Kevin has great analogies. He always makes me feel better. And then I kept trying from there. They kept telling me about their strategies. They kept teaching me new things. So yeah, it's all thanks to them. Just growing slowly. I know what's my problems now. I trade too early during opening. I still do that, but sometimes I do good, sometimes I do bad. It depends. So I contact the risk managers, Brett or Mick, and I tell them hey, I'm not doing good. So right now I have a 150K account, live account. And I told them to reduce my contract size to 5 contracts, and my daily loss limit to 2K. Yeah.
Good on you. Was that a difficult phone call to make?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because every day, I called Brett last Monday, and I'm like, hey, I think my account was at maybe 15K, and I didn't want to go under 10K because I can do that in 2 days, and I was in a losing streak. I was being greedy all the time. So I called him, and he told me it's a great idea. Then he was telling me how $500 a day can make 125K, and I was able to do that. I was able to do 500 every day, but I kept getting greedy. I didn't listen to him, and I lost it. But yeah, it's every day I want to comment. I'm like, can you just increase it when I hit the daily limit? I'm like, can you just increase it by 500? I can do it. Today I was down. I traded after CPI. Oh, let me see how my trade is. I traded after CPI, played the down, lost about 800, and then played it up, lost about another 600. I was down 1,600, and then I just focused, and I'm up $82.
Nice
So I got it back.
Nice job. Love the comeback stories. Love the comeback kid. Robert, I want to throw it to you because I know we've been looking into her stats. You are the stat guy around here. You see anything that's popping off the page at you? Anything that's piques your interest?
I did actually. I spent a little time last night and a little more time this morning, and I would love to have our chat listen to this. And anybody who's watching the show, don't listen to me, but listen to what Fatima is saying. She started well. She got into her 150K account. She went through the XFA, moved into a live account, and what did she do? She started changing up her strategy and started getting greedy. Her words, not mine. And she started losing. So what did she do after that? She called risk and said, cut me off. I want to reduce my limit. I don't want to make that much in losses. Work directly with Brett, which is a benefit of a live trading, as a live trader. She's doing it. Everything is right. And let's make a couple clarifications. It's a 150K account. She has taken a payout, $5,000. The current balance is $8,500. Now, here's the part I wanted to highlight. She was talking about having some struggles recently and losing a bit. I'm looking at right now, her average losing day is 1,300. Average winning day, 3,300. That's a really good ratio. Fatima, that's great.
Beautiful.
You just don't seem like a person that's beating yourself up for losing. You just said, hey, hold on a second. I did this before. I'm going to go back to my roots, revisit, make a couple adjustments, call the risk, tell them to lock me down a little bit more, slow down, scale down, take it a piece at a time, and now it's working back in your favor. That is some absolute great with a personal like recognition there, and just what's the word that
Self-awareness.
you call it? Self-awareness. Thank you, Andre.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andre. This is man.
Got you,
So that
buddy.
is amazing. You saw it, recognized it, made the adjustments, and starting to do well again. You're keeping your numbers on the right side, and we love it. We love it. Again, great to have you here, and a lot of traders can hopefully learn from this. You don't make it to live without having some good quality trades behind you, and you don't stay there unless you have some good risk management behind you. And you, my friend, are doing both. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just want to say one thing. I saw a comment that said, "What strategy? She's a gambler." That's not true.
The chat. Welcome to Topstep TV, Fatima. Arguing with the chat already. I love it, Fatima. Go get them. Tell them, Fatima. This ain't gambling. Tell them.
Account, I had about 20K. I mean, that's first of all. If you can make that, good for you. But I brought it down to $80. I had $80 left in my account, and then I brought it back up from that $80 to 7K. So I don't think that's gambling, from 80 to 7K. So
Tell him, Fatima. Yeah, take that, chat. Take that, chat. How dare you say that, Fatima?
You are well ahead. Absolutely, you're well ahead of the game. If you look at what it cost you, and I'm not going to say anything. Look at what it cost you through the combines, and everybody does their resets and gets accounts, and then what you have already taken as a payout. You're already ahead of the game. If you close up everything right now and took your remaining $8,500 out, kudos to you. Yeah, gambler? I think not. Sorry. Good job on that.
Fatima's fighting with the chat already. She's a natural at this. You can come on anytime. Yeah, it's the only ones we notice are the negative ones. It's the only ones we actually notice. All the positive ones they just glance right by. But I got you. Anyways, Fatima. Okay. Did you say mid-Sunday? Do you have a trade on right now?
yeah, I do. I'm doing MMQ. I'm being super safe. I entered at 95. I didn't think it was gonna go past 500. Well, okay.
Are you long or short?
When the CPI, I'm short.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's almost there. When CPI happened, I traded down because it usually retraces back at least halfway. So I was playing down, but then it went up and I got scared. I've been trading very scared lately. I don't like it, but I mean, it happens. Then I played down because I noticed it was consolidating, but it wasn't retracing, and it usually retraces with what I remember. And then I played through the opening at 6:30. It went down, got like $900 from that trade. Didn't like how it went up, got out immediately, played up. I played up. There was a resistant level at 427 and the NQ, 19,427. I said if it would pass that, the candle at 6,435, I will go for the up. I went for the up and I played until CPI high, which was 460, I believe, and I got out there.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so I got out at 460. I thought it was gonna go to 500. I was gonna stay in it till 500, but I got too scared. I'm like, it's FOMC day. It's not good. FOMC days are usually not good days for me. And I was back in profit, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get greedy this time. I'm not gonna hold my trades. It did go back to 500, and I thought it would stop at 500 and then just plummet down. It didn't, but I entered a trade. I wasn't sure, so I played M&Q. So I'm doing M&Q just to be safe.
Now, Fatima, when you say you're trading scared, what does that look like? What does that feel like?
Okay, so for example, yesterday, my level was at 1900. If it's gonna hit 1900, I'm like, I told myself I'm gonna go for the up. 19,000, sorry, yeah.
Yes. Oh, those 19,000s, Fatima. Yep, that was the buy. Yep, go on. Sorry.
Yeah. I was so sure. I was talking to Kevin, everything. I'm like 19,000. He said about he was going for 980, but I'm like, okay. So I did it went to 19,000, and I'm like, no, I've been losing 2,000. I've been holding for too long. I'm like, it's gonna go down. It's gonna plummet down, and it didn't. It went up, and then I got in at like 19,000. I don't know where I got in, but I played down, and it just kept going up and up. And I was just upset with myself because I didn't follow my strategy. I didn't follow the indicators. I didn't do anything, and I kept holding, even though I felt like it's gonna go up. It passed my It passed the VWAP and the EMAs. I'm like, this is gonna go up, but I couldn't get out of the trade. I was just too scared, and I was like hoping. So yeah, this is what I've been doing. I've been holding on to my losing trades and not holding my winning trades, and I have to fix that. But I'm getting too scared because I always have hope. Yeah.
Yes. Robert, are you seeing that in her stats as well as far as hold times, holding losers longer than winners? Are you seeing? Is it reflecting in the actual data?
I am absolutely seeing that. And sorry, folks, a leaf blower dude just started walking around next door. I'm just going to talk real quick and then mute myself. But yes, I do see that in the stats. And again, kudos to you, Fatima, for recognizing it and making the adjustments on here. And I'm going to throw this out there, and I'll be quiet in case you can hear this. I would like to know, this is what I ask traders who are active outside of trading. You're active in soccer, rock climbing, and you study science. So soccer, that's competition. Rock climbing, that's risk management. And science is always learning and getting better. Can you talk about how those three relate to your trading? And I'm muted.
Oh, okay. Well, for rock climbing, I guess you always have to take risks. Like, for example, there's this thing called Dino, and you just have to jump for it. And I feel like I do that a lot. I take those risks with, well, I used to do that with, before, like I would feel super confident about the trade, and I would go in with 5 contracts, 10 contracts. I guess that's their like similarities. You just jump in, you just go for it. Now I have a different strategy. I just scale a little bit. Soccer, I just like watching it. I'm a big Ronaldo fan, so
Yay! Yeah, same.
I love soccer. And science, I guess it's just you keep trying and try, like never giving up science, because every time, like my experiments, they don't work. You just keep going, you keep going, you keep going. You learn different ways, you learn different strategies or different methods to accomplish that goal or to like finish the experiment. So it's like similar with trading, never giving up, just finding new ways to succeed or to finish the experiment.
Awesome. Well, I do want to pass along a message from Ben at Risk saying, great, where is it? Glad we got Fatima on the broadcast. The Risk team are big fans of you, Fatima. So I just want to pass along that message. Risk team is big fans of Fatima, as are we here at Topstep TV. Quick recap on the markets here. Looking at the NASDAQ, pulling back to these 19,500 level. It has been support, has been the buy of all buys, 19,500. Taking a look at the S&Ps, trading 54.39. So we kind of have faded off a little bit. High today, 54.53, so about $4 off of that. Dow continued to sell off here, about 50 points off the lows of the day, trading 38,852. Crude seen a nice little rebound off of that sell-off here, off of that EIA crude inventory number, currently trading $78.41. Low of the day, $77.88. We're seeing about 60-cent pop off the lows there. Taking a look at gold really quick. Gold, not that big of a range. Gold got about $20 range. Kind of trading in the middle of it. High of the day, $23.58. Currently trading $23.52. Now, Fatima, we got some questions in the chat that have been passed along to me. They want to know about your strategy. Talk to us about your strategy.
My strategy?
Yeah.
I look at structure a lot. I've been, like I said, I've been trading a year and a half, and I've been trading every day. I look at from 6 a.m., 6:30. I'm in California, so 6:30 to 1 o'clock. I feel, I don't know if this is going to sound dumb, but I feel like I know how the market works, if that makes sense. I can see traps now way better than I used to. What I do mostly right now is you can't see my charts, never mind. But I look at the VWAP and EMAs, and I look just at volume and how the candles are moving. So for example, like I said in the morning, before the opening, I usually see a retracement for the CPI, like at least half the candle. So I thought it would go about like 100 points down to the middle of the CPI candle. It didn't. So what that told me is it's a bull day. It's either gonna go up at opening because it's still consolidating. It hasn't retraced a lot, and it's gonna just go up, or it hasn't retraced because the bears are in power. But so I held to the opening candle, and I noticed it got bought up immediately. And yeah, so before the opening, it wasn't able to get past through 19,000. What was it? I think 427. And when I saw that it went through it, that means like there's power. The bulls are in power. So I went for that up. The reason why I chose 500, just because, that's a strong number. People get scared of these numbers. But yeah, that's how my strategy is, if that makes sense. I can't explain well because my charts aren't working, but yeah. But I also look at VWAP and I also have this thing where I look at NQ and ES, because what I've noticed is, so sometimes it hits the lower VWAP and then goes back up. But sometimes for NQ, it doesn't hit the VWAP completely. But I've noticed that in ES, it hit the VWAP. So I compare the two. So if I see that it hit the VWAP in ES and it hit the VWAP in NQ, I think that's a perfect trade to go up. Sometimes it hits the ES VWAP, but it doesn't hit the NQ. It's like short and it goes up. Then I know like I missed that trade, but I usually wait for both of them to hit VWAP and I go play up or up, down, wherever.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Thanks for sharing that. And it's good that you're using the VWAP. That's a very common theme. And we've had Brian Shannon on a couple of times. He's like the master, the key of the anchored VWAP. So Fatima, when you're using VWAP, are you using the entire day? Do you like to anchor it to different points of the day, like after news events? Because I'm sure, and looking at the CPI today, I'm pretty sure, just knowing from what Brian does, he put a VWAP at the top and the bottom of that CPI number there and try to follow it along with some other ones he has on. Is that what you do also, or you just use the one for the entire day?
I use the one for the entire day. I think I'm more used to that, so I just keep it the same, the way as it is. Yeah, and it's worked pretty well for me, so I haven't had problems with that. So I'm not like changing that part of my strategy, so I keep it for the whole day.
I like that. You said you missed out. Do you ever suffer from FOMO, Fatima, in these trades? Like
all the time.
How do you deal with it?
I regret it right now. I don't know if I should say this. Buying more accounts. I've been in a. Yeah, I haven't been doing good. That's why I called Brad. I'm like, you have to change my daily loss limit. There was one time I had a different account. I had 50K on it, and they don't have a daily loss limit. So I lost 25K in 2 days, and I lost the account. And I went and I bought like 10 combines from Topstep. I usually just buy accounts and I go all out. I put 15 contracts, try to make the 4,500. So I have to work on that. It's really bad.
Yeah,
I did that yesterday too.
You know that's not the best. You know that's not the best way to do it, though. I think, right? And you're just kind of
absolutely.
And is it more? Are the emotions getting the best of you? Would you say?
Yeah, all the time. Especially now that every day I know where the good trades are.
Sure.
I do it, but I don't get out of the trades. I keep holding. Like I said, I've been on a losing streak since since Wednesday. I'm hitting my 2K daily loss limit. Today I'm doing pretty good, I guess. But like I said, I've made 2K every day and I've lost it in the same trade, holding it. So, and then I'm like, wow, I could have done better. I lost 2K. I could have payout. So then I go buy combines, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make 50K on all these express account when I get funded, and then I just lose the combine. Yeah.
Team. So you know what? But hey, I love it. I love it. And the chat is absolutely loving your transparency. I think this is a story that a lot of people can relate to. I know I can. Robert can as well. This is a story. This is the trading journey. I mean, you've been at this for 18 months now, and you've already seen the success. You've seen the highs of the highs and the lowest of the lows. And this is the journey. This is what we struggle with day in out. Losing streaks happen. Hell, in January, all of January 2024 was a losing streak for me. So losing streaks are going to happen. You just got to keep it. It's part of the game, right? It's part of the game. You're going to take your bumps and get your bumps and bruises. Robert, we all suffer from losing streaks. You know, how do you deal with a losing streak? How do you get yourself out of a funk?
Yeah, she's saying all the right things. Everybody has losing streaks. Everybody has losing trades. Everyone has losing days. Everyone has losing streaks. Period. If you're not saying that you do, you're full of it, because everybody does. Fatima is being completely transparent. She is a live funded trader. Still, regardless of what she's doing in these losing streaks, she is still a live funded trader with $8,500 in her account. She called the risk manager and said, "Hey, slow me down, change my rules." She's a $150K account with a $2,000 daily loss limit. She's trading her style. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Hoag has a good thing. Just when you think you know the answer, the market changes the question. And the last couple of days, market changed the question on Fatima. She slowed it down, made some adjustments, took it easy, recognized the fault or recognized the issue, and then moving on from there. Yeah, she's going to grab a couple of the combines. Why not? They're incredibly inexpensive right now. Grab a few of them. Trade one way, trade one another way, work on NQ, work on ES, even scaling down, getting into those, getting over to the XFA, and now you can be like, all right, now we have some stuff to work with. What did I do before? I learned, I make my adjustments, and I'm moving forward. So yeah, you're saying the right thing, and 100% transparency with what you're doing. They have this, I'm looking at the stuff, and everything you're saying is right. And actually, what I didn't know, Fatima, is I didn't know that you had called and requested the $2,000. And because I didn't see that, I'm like, wait a second, this person is making these trades. I'm like, why are they stopped out? The last 3 days of $2,000. They get a $150K account. So I'm glad you cleared that up right here, live on air. We're just trying to show this and show the real. You are a real trader right now. And I don't care what chat is saying right now. Like, she's gambling, she's doing this. I don't care. You are seeing a live trader. You're seeing a real person who started, struggled, made it, lost some, adjusted, live, payout, making changes. That is the process. Period. Bar none. Love what you're talking about.
Amen, Robert. Amen.
Absolutely. This is real right here. This is it. This is how it works.
Yep. Fatima. Yes. Your transparency. I mean, it's a story that's relatable to all of us. We've done it. We go on tilt. And we slap on a 15 lot, see if we can catch a winner. And if we do, cool, we made a profit target for the day. It happens. It happens. So I want to commend you on your honesty and transparency, just being real with us. At TopStep, it's real traders, real accounts, real trades, real executions here. And you are personifying that very nicely here. Okay, keep a quick eye on these 19,500 level in the NASDAQ. I know Fatima's short from 95. So she kind of like to see this market roll over here in the lunch hour trade. Again, we got FOMC here in about 90 minutes, followed by the Jerome Powell press conference here in about 2 hours, 1:30 Central Time after that. Fatima, we got a couple minutes left. I got to ask you, do you have any friends and family watching? Are Kevin and Russ watching right now?
I was on Discord with Kevin, and I think he fell asleep, so I don't think so.
Kevin, bro, do you have any friends or family watching right now? Would you like to say hi to anybody?
No.
All right, you're
told
alone.
them not to watch.
No, I bet
Only
they watch.
Yeah, my own mom only is my biggest support. Everyone's telling me to quit and all that. I'm like,
yeah.
I know what I'm capable of. Yeah, they don't
Well,
understand, but yeah.
Well, you got a support system here at TopStep. You got the Discord. You got the TopStep TV. Okay, right about this time, Eddie, coming to you. Right about this time in the Power Player segment. Again, you are a Power Player, Fatima. Thank you so much for your time joining us. We like to do what's a fun question here. So I want you to, Eddie, if you're there, I want you to pick a number between 1 and 20, and my man Eddie is going to ask you a question based on the number you pick. So go ahead.
I will pick 7 for Cristiano Ronaldo.
Sue. Good
Number 7. Oh, okay. And one thing before we get to that, if you're on opening call, one of our quotes for the day was, "Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but rising every time we do fall." And I think you did that. You perfected that. And it's always cool to see your name here on our leaderboard. Number 7. All right. What's the best piece of advice you've ever received outside of trading?
Oh, can I change the number? Just kidding.
You can.
No, denied. No, denied.
What piece of advice ever received? I have no idea. I don't think I've received. Oh, maybe something from my mom. Just, I guess, never giving up and fighting for what you want. I mean, I don't know.
There you go.
That works.
That is a great answer.
That works. Something
Working,
simple like
yeah.
that. Yeah. In trading.
Advice
In
from
trader,
mom.
Yourself.
yeah.
I'm sorry?
No, I was gonna
Advice
say
from mother.
Absolutely. Mother knows best, of course. Obviously, hey, from me to you, and just like my parents weren't, when I first got into this industry, in this business, your parents are going to be skeptical, and it's healthy, right? Because they don't know. It's kind of unknown. It's kind of on the fringes. We're kind of all outcast misfits. We're not working the 9 to 5 per se. We work weird hours. We do weird things. We stare at computers and charts and stuff. It doesn't make sense. So there's going to be a skepticism from the outside. But that's what this community is here. We all understand each other. I know when I'm going out and with friends and stuff, no one wants to hear when I'm with Michael, right? We're out. No one wants to hear us talk markets. No one cares. Everyone finds it weird. You guys are just talking jibber jabber. So I want you to know, you stay with us. We'll take care of you here. But yeah, there's going to be a healthy amount of skepticism when you jump into this industry. You tell Mom that you're doing well and you're showing success, Mom. She's doing all right. She's doing great. So Fatima, I want to thank you so much for joining us here on Power Players at Topstep TV. Robert, you're the man. We got Robert coming up with group coaching coming up here. Right after this, though, we got TopQuiz coming up. Don't forget, we got FOMC day today. We got Prowl coming up after that. But right after this, we got TopQuiz. Fatima, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you guys.
Likewise.
Thanks, Fatima.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am Jack, joined again by Alyssa, which is always a treat. Alyssa, what is up today?
Hey, Jack, not too much. I did get to meet some of the product people last night for a trivia round in the city. So we did get last, but I'm hoping today I can kind of redeem myself.
That is a tough one indeed. If you don't mind me asking, where'd you do it? And can I be invited next time?
It was Cheba Hut in Lakeview.
Okay. So this is Top Quiz, the non-bar trivia we do every day at 11:45. To enter, you know how to do it. It's pinned in the chat. There'll be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you're entered into a raffle for one of 55 free resets, with another 5 going to the top 5 finishers who feel the need for speed. I saw someone comment, dang, Jack's questions are always harder than Eddie's. Well, what do they say, Alyssa? The strongest steel is formed by the hottest forge. That's what you do here. I want strong winners for my trivia, but I think these questions are approachable.
Wait a minute. What are you saying, man? What are you saying?
I don't think, by the way, Eddie, I don't think your questions are easy. I think occasionally your answers make the question easier, which is fine. It's good to have variety. All right. With that, no worries. We got nearly 1,500, so about time to get started. We've touched on a few things that'll be mentioned in the quiz today, Alyssa.
Okay.
We'll see how you fare. There's a couple that I think you will get as well. Okie dokie. With that, let's get it started. Top quiz with today's date. Everything's good so far. Here we go. First question is, which of the following market indices is not weighted by market capitalization? I think I've asked this question 3 or 4 times in the quiz. Let's see what happens. Is it the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, the Dow Jones, or the Russell 2000, Alyssa?
Jack, it's the S&P. It's the Dow. It's definitely the Dow.
It is the Dow.
I panicked.
Indeed. The Dow. Fun index, that is. Anyway, Patsy, Puking Kitty, Shorter McGavin, Scrunt is kind of funny. I don't know why. It's just this funny sounding thing. Hyrogaster, who sounds like something the Ghostbusters would fight. All right. We can't turn off chat that easily. So here we go. Question number 2. Who holds the all-time record for most hot dogs eaten in a single Nathan's hot dog eating contest? Is that Kobayashi, Steve Kiner, Frankie De La Rosa, or Joey Chestnut? Not into the world of competitive. This has been in the news lately.
Oh, has it? Joey. I don't know.
Joey Chestnut knows I love you. Joey knows. He's out this year, but it is indeed Joey Chestnut. So Jeff Bezos. Yeah. He's so competitive in odd things. I wouldn't put it beyond Jeff Bezos to work towards eating 80 hot dogs. The record is 77 hot dogs eaten by old Joey. And with that, Kirigaster, reset me, bro. Tinley Park Mafia. That's a reference. I mistakenly said the old Tweeter Center was in Orland Park before. It is, in fact, in Tinley Park. Topstep, Sister, Double X, Scrunt still hanging around. I hope that's not some Urban Dictionary thing I just don't know about. And I sound like an idiot. Okay. Let's
and Coach
go.
Jay, no, I'm not Googling the answers on the stream. I'm playing.
Oh, yeah.
alone.
Alyssa is one of the few contestants. She's always the first to sign up. What is it, like Liz with a $sign in it?
All
because
the dollar
we send
signs.
out the code first. But yes, Alyssa is actually playing on her phone. It would be bold to try and do that. And remember, if
Right
you
in
want to
front
come
of
on,
you.
if you want to pull a black swan and come on here, Kirigaster, I've seen them around a few times. Just email us at TopstepTV@Topstep.com and we will get you on there. All right. Let's go. Question number 3. What is the highest weighted stock in the Dow Jones Industrial Average? Is it Amazon, Nvidia, United Health Group, or Goldman Sachs and their intern army?
Is it Goldman Sachs, Jack?
They're number 2.
No. Amazon.
You would think, but the Dow doing Dow things, Nvidia's it is United Health Group is worth 8% of the Dow. You know why? Because it has the highest stock price, which is nutso butso, as we like to say around here. Okay. Your guys are Tinley Park Mafia. Hope they stick around. Dan Trader, Mike Smith, Quarry. All right, we got one question left, Alyssa.
Alrighty.
Doing gangbusters. Okay. Last question. Which of these celebrities has their own chain of themed retirement communities? Is it Robert De Niro, Jimmy Buffett, Bruce Springsteen, or Dolly Parton? I know you got this, Alyssa.
Yeah,
I
feel like it's absolutely has to be Jimmy Buffett. I feel like that has to be in Florida or something. Just a bunch of those teal colored little homes for retirement friends.
I have to look this up for the exact location. It is indeed Jimmy Buffett. Real quick. Let's see where the homes in paradise for 55 plus and better. I believe they're located several in we have Daytona Beach, Hilton Head, Water Sound, Florida. You can live the parrot head life all year round. With that, I knew you'd get that. I knew you'd get that.
Was it my Crocs that gave it away? My Jimmy Buffett Crocs?
It was your Crocs and your strong inclination to try and go to the Margaritaville in Las Vegas that made me think that you would know about that or preparing to retire there. Okay.
I think that was your idea,
see.
Jack.
It was a group decision. And it was closed when we got there, but we saw Flavor Flav. All right, the winners today. Third place. My old friend. Jerry Gasser. Come on, Tinley Park. I don't know if I can say that one. I don't know where that's coming from. Archie, Dan Trader. Here we go. All right. With that, that is Top Quiz for the day. Go get yourself a margarita at your local Margaritaville or local restaurant. We'll be back tomorrow, but more importantly, we'll be back in a few minutes with Shoulder Tap with me and I believe Brett today, then group coaching, and stick around because Daddy Powell is coming. And you know he likes to do Daddy Powell things. Alyssa, thanks again.
Thanks, Jack.
We'll be back right after this. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by one of our stable of risk managers, my favorite, Mr. Brett. How's your day going so far, Brett?
Day is going well, Jack. Thanks so much for the nice introduction. And it's busy, and we're seeing some things on the board. Some traders with profitability. There's probably a little bit more in losses going on right now, which we'd love to see get turned around. But it's a good day.
Yeah. Well, just a reminder to our traders out there, we are T-minus 1 hour until the FOMC release, and then at 1:30, Jerome, Daddy Powell will be talking. We will be covering that live, which means that after Shoulder Tap, we're going to do an abbreviated coaching with Robert so we can get on at 12:50 and start getting ready for that FOMC number. Brett, FOMC day, CPI day, lots moving in the market. How are our traders doing this morning so far?
Like I said, we've seen some losses that are a little bit greater than usual, and would love to see some profitability. And we have seen some out of a few traders. Dakota, as usual, is a bit of a wild card, and Dakota is up just shy of 11 grand today. And actually, one thing that I wanted to mention regarding Dakota is I had to reach out to him right at 3:09 yesterday because he was in a big position. And I basically, in all caps, told him I don't want to have to hit the market at an e-liquid time where there's not a lot of bids and offers with a good size of contracts and take a big loss. He still had a great day yesterday, booking 15,000 on the day, but really would have liked to have seen that not happen the way that it did, because it cost at least a few dollars. I think about $3,000 when market hit for end of trading that Topstep has at 3:10 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, remember, by the way, it's a great thing that we do auto liquidate you, so you're safe there. But we're not trying to get you the best price. We're trying to get you the F out, right? So to all my folks out there in the club DLL, still love y'all, but try and get out of your own positions before we have to send it, so to speak. It'll be nicer on your P&L.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for saying that, Jack. And yes, it's not that the risk management team is putting in those orders or anything. We do have some automated processes in place to protect you, the trader, from possibly taking home a position and exposing yourself to more risk in a trade than maybe is originally intended, hopefully preventing losses or at least avoiding overexposure to the markets when they are in a closed state.
Yeah. I'd like to add on that too is, we really can't discretionarily be discretionary trading your account. I mean, we just got to hit the market, because we're not going to sit there at your account and be like, oh, let's play around with it and then explain to you how we lost more by trying to trade your account. That would be silly town.
Yeah, and not only that, Jack, when I was with the brokerage firm that I worked for a while ago, they had to do the same thing. When you liquidate a trader's position, you hit the market, even though it can be painful, and oftentimes they can be big positions. When the brokerage firm that I was at was professional traders primarily that did it full time, and so it's painful to see a big position just sweep a market possibly.
Yeah. Maybe before we get to the cards, Dan Trader asks a serious question. If a live account has enough maintenance margin, why can't a position be held overnight? Here's the thing is we have a lot of traders here, and I feel like the number of traders that have, Off the top of your head, Brett, what's the maintenance margin on like an ES? It's got to be what, for a single contract? We're at 5,000 something. Somebody can look this up
Man,
for it, but 10K. Let me.
Yeah, I never took stuff home, so it's at least a few $1,000s, and it
more than that
depends
now.
heavily. Yeah, that's true too. It depends heavily on your account balances as well and your relationship to the brokerage, because there are CME minimums, and then there's some FCMs or brokerage houses have higher than CME minimums, but there are some requirements for regulatory reasons that there are minimums set by the exchange.
Yeah, I mean they're big numbers, so like it would only apply. I mean, it would only be a few contracts someone has, and it'd be very hard on our system to make those adjustments. But we'll take it under consideration. But thanks for that question, Dan, because that's a good one. All right, with that,
Absolutely.
Brent, what do you say we get to the old cards? We got a few today.
Yeah, let's dive into them. And I did want to say, caught Fatima's segment, and that was a great segment that she had with a lot of insight in trading and attitudes towards the trading, and just how she does it. And it's something that she really hated, that I'm going to try to highlight with some of these trading cards, is when the going gets tough, limit the losses. Tighten up that personal loss limit, tighten up that individual trade loss limit. And that's the way to turn the tides. Speaking of that, the first trader that I want to highlight is Chen. And Chen was in a 100K LFA, live funded account, and he lost it later last week. And one thing that stood out to me with Chen was Chen tightened up their trading, but it was a little bit too late, which almost any trader, whether within Topstep, a personal account, or otherwise, is nearing that balance that is kind of do or die. Generally, trading tightens up, but a lot of times it is just too late, which is why you want to do it before you're truly uncomfortable and almost forced to do so.
Yeah, I see that in the report. Chen had a really rough 5-day losing streak to start. And what's a little bit, a place for improvement would be, it looks like they did the first 3 days exactly what I think best practice would be to do. The losses kept going. They were all losers, but they were cutting it at a pretty good clip. But I think the big sort of faux pas here was on the fourth day, then had their biggest loser, like bigger than the first day. So I admire Chen for trying to dig out of the hole, but it seems that that would have been a pretty tall order after those first 5 days in there.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, at the end, Chen did something that the risk team recommends to a lot of traders when they call in asking for increased daily loss limits on the account that they're struggling in. And oftentimes the recommendation is to do just the opposite and tighten it up, switch to the micros, which Chen, hats off to you on that. You did exclusively switch to the micros for about the last month of your live funded account. Couple things that stood out to me in the trade report was average daily P&L was, and actually I think that card should have a negative 236 on it instead of positive, but it is a negative 236 average daily P&L, and a lot of that is made up of those first 3 and 4 days of trading in the account where there were losses exceeding or near $1,000. But the trade did slow down. And the recommendation that I would have for Chen is you've got some trading combines right now that you're trading. Treat them just the same as you would your live funded account. And it's a difficult thing to do because it is different, whether you like it or not. But if you can get that mentality that it is no different, that's the way that you learn and grow and gain really good experience in the markets and as a trader that is seeking profitability.
I think that a good takeaway for this, for everyone, would be when you're thinking about what your DLL, if you want to be really dial that in, it should be a percent of what you can lose total, right? So just numbers to make sense. Let's say you have 10K in the account and your day one loss limit is 1,000. Okay, you lose 1,000 the first day. Let's just use the same percent. Next day, you have 10% of 9,000. Okay, you lose again, you lose 900. What I'm saying is that if you use a percent like that, eventually, when you're at 5,000, your limit's going to be 500. It's going to keep you in the game much longer. You can't just have a static, especially when you're losing money, a loss limit that you just keep hitting again and again and again. You got to tighten it up. So that would be my advice for y'all out there.
Yeah. And in addition to that, another way to tighten it up on top of that is switching to a micro contract or a smaller contract that has a smaller tick size. The third trader, actually, I'm going to highlight is I do kind of touch on that personal loss, or I will be touching on that personal loss limit and how it could have changed some of the aspects for them. But that's what I've got for Chen. Trade
All
well
right,
in your trading combines, treat them seriously, and why don't we move on to Shreven unless you have anything further for Chen?
No, let's do it.
And I think I mispronounced that. It's Shervin, I believe. Shervin has been trading gold, NASDAQ, the S&Ps, and has definitely built up their live funded account. It's a 150K live funded account. Average daily P&L is $80, which, hey, you're on the right side of zero. And the only thing I would say about it is the swings are a little bit too big for $80 of profitability on the day. A large portion of the profits in this account from a single trading day. And that's not something that we necessarily want to see or strive for as a trader. We want that consistency and reduce and getting it consistent is the key to success, where you're not a home run hitter. You're going for those small profits on a day-to-day basis.
I'm interested in looking back. I see the big day in question appears to be on May 20th. Hold on for one moment here. I got to see what was going on May 20th.
While you're looking at that, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Brett.
Well, while you're looking at that, one thing that Shervin did fantastic with was limiting the losses. It is one of the biggest strengths that Shervin has, as those losses in the account, the average profitable trade, and again, a lot of this is comprised of that one trading day, but the average winning trade was just shy of 1,300. The average losing trade was just shy of $340. But the winning day percentage and winning trade percentage at 27% had unfortunately wiped out a lot of that.
Yeah, there's very, very few trades in general. A lot of these one trade per day. The big day was 2 trades. What I'm seeing, my guess is May 20th is a rather unacceptable day, except, and I think I might have just stumbled upon their strategy, it never went below the open. So, like, I think they just bought the dead ass low, as Hoag would say at the beginning, and held that trade for, 3 hours and 12 minutes. All right. Well, yeah, I would say this is something that you're on the right side of the P&L, and they have taken a payout, right? Close to $5,000. But this looks like a little bit more speculation than you want, as you mentioned earlier, Brett, when you only have an $80 average P&L.
Yeah. And in addition to that, you're trading three highly volatile markets. You've got gold, you've got the NASDAQ, and the S&Ps. And my recommendation to any trader trying to grow as a trader and gain experience is focus on one. Get some consistency on one product. And that way you can build it to other products potentially, or you may find that it works well in that one product set and stick with that.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Shervin, by the way, I won't say it live, but if Shervin, if you're watching, I love your last name. Very cool. All right. Who do we got left here?
The last trader that we're highlighting today is Derek. And Derek is in a 50K XFA account. And the reason I chose Derek to feature today for the shoulder tap is it really exemplifies how those daily loss limits and personal loss limits can really positively impact your account balances, even if you're frequently hitting them. Derek has a 31% winning day average, which by all accounts isn't really that great, but it's been adding up for him. He's got a healthy account balance and 45% winning trade average. But the thing that stands out to me is the intraday P&L high and low. The intraday P&L high and low is 1,600 to the good side, 600 to the bad side. And I had mentioned that trailing personal loss limit earlier. If Derek had a $500 trailing personal loss limit, he'd have about $6,000 more in this account due to the fact that almost every losing day is a daily loss limit of $1,000. But that daily loss limit has kind of saved him or saved this account for him so that he can trade tomorrow and try it again the next day.
I think that you're 100% right. Unlike Shen, Derek was fortunate enough to get started hot in this account with a big day. You're 100% right. Out of 10 losing days, 9 of 10 are the DLL. So this is a firm member of the club DLL, which I respect because in this case, if your average winning day is between 4 and 5 times your losing day, that gives you a lot of flexibility as far as what you could do with that. And he is consistently putting up, I see here close to 4,000, 4,000, 7,000, 7,500, another 7,000. Like you can hit the loss limit then with some frequency. So there's probably some conviction here. Good number of trades. I'm totally fine with them hitting it. But if it wasn't there, Derek, if you're in the chat, maybe just I think it's benefiting them for sure because I think we'd see some losing days on par with those winning days, definitely.
Yeah, and one thing that stood out to me, if you notice those trade times, Jack, they let their winners keep going, and that's how I think those days that are high profitability have grown to what they are. The one thing that you can be at risk of in letting the winners just keep going and going can be sometimes they turn into losers or go back to zero. That can be a really frustrating thing, and managing a winning trade for some can, and I'm not saying anything about Derek. I know from my personal experience, managing a winning trade can be just as or more difficult than managing a loser, because there is kind of no hard stop in that if you hit this number, you're stopping for the day. It's somewhat of a judgment call, but if you can set that trailing loss limit on intraday trades or individual trades, ultimately, I think a lot of traders will benefit from that and find more success trading their accounts.
Well put, Brett. Well put there. Well, those are our 3 cards for today. We can see if there's any questions, but we also might want to end a little bit like closer to now today, just because we have an abbreviated group coaching. Because once again, if you did not know, you know now, is that 1 p.m. the FOMC statement comes out. They're not going to change rates, but there's all sorts of divining of the individual words in there that is surely going to move markets. And then Powell's coming at 1:30. We're going to be all over that. Brett, anything else you want to throw out there before we pack it up and head back to the green room?
I mean, it's not going to be anything new or novel, but really keep it small. We've got a high volatility event. We've seen traders in the past week really get hurt on some of these numbers in the express funded accounts, in the live funded accounts. Keep it small. My recommendation and what I always did was I went into these economic events flat and with no position, no orders. And then maybe a few seconds, maybe even a minute or two based on the conditions, I would then enter the market only after I could kind of get a grasp on it, because I'm not the objective not to throw darts. It's to be precise with what you're doing. And these high volatility events are the time that is most important.
Well, we traded bonds, and there was only a few things that we were ordered to be flat for. We could take smaller positions through unemployment. CPI didn't matter then because interest rates were 1% or whatever else. However, the Fed announcements were one thing where it was you're absolutely flat, especially since this was during the period where they were doing, things like Operation Twist, quantitative easing, things like that. You could lose more money on a position during the Fed than anything else. The other one was individual products for bond auctions. Like you weren't allowed to take 30 years through a bond auction or something like that. But the Fed is huge. You don't want to be gambling on that. And if you got to do it, I almost don't want to wish you luck because it'll burn you worse when you do it the second time, but just make it a very small position, all right? Okay, well, with that, Brett, thank you for sharing our traders today. Let's get pumped up for Powell. We're going to do a little group coaching with the Riz and JD right after we take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. We're starting just a couple minutes early, and we're going to be ending a couple minutes early also. Like Jack mentioned in the shoulder tap, we got an abbreviated session of group coaching for you today. We're going to close out of here about 10 minutes early and bring in the boys to do some analysis on the FOMC report that's due out at 1 o'clock Central Time. And then stick around after that, because at 1:30 Central Time, we'll be broadcasting the Chairman Jerome Powell press conference and the Q&A afterwards. You're looking at Coach Robert right now. We've got your questions. Robert, good afternoon. We got a little feedback.
A little bit of feedback. Let me bounce this. Yep, I will make that adjustment right now. I forgot to put my cushion under here. We should be pretty good to go right now. Here we are. Hello, everybody.
Perfect.
Hello, everybody. We got our FOMC backgrounds happening over here. I know y'all like that stuff. I had to whip that together real quick. JD, we got an abbreviated session.
Yep.
Got a couple things to share.
Yeah, we got a special treat for you. In the spirit of going full ham into the Fed announcement, Coach Robert pulled a couple edge flow reports on historical price action leading up to FOMC announcements. So I'm going to let Coach Robert take over, and we're going to go over this stuff real quick. Sit tight.
Rob,
right.
We're going to help you with that feedback.
I got to turn the gain down here. How about that? Lower? Better?
You can turn it down
Gain's
more.
coming
We'll
down.
see what happens.
Gain's coming down. Gain down. Gain down.
You're good. Let's see what happens.
All right. There we go. Thanks, guys. I will sit closer. I get excited about these things. You know that. All right. We're looking at edge fill. We've had Andre on here a couple of times, and this is a nice, easy report. Not going to spend a lot of time on it, but just as an FYI for going into these things, looking at FOMC performance, this is the ES, and I pulled it back as far as I could go. It's a 5-year. Actually goes back to January 21st of 2021 to May 1st. And what this does is it just plots price movement on FOMC day and has the times on the bottom. These times are in Eastern, just to let you know. This big blue candle right here, this big report, says 1400, 2 o'clock is 2 o'clock Eastern. So 1 o'clock Central Time. Look what happens on the ES. But look what happened at the beginning of the day when the market opened. First thing it did was it dropped down, and this is an average now. It dropped down, and it had a slight bit of recovery, and then didn't do anything until FOMC. So what happened at 1 o'clock? Shot up right with the news. Little bit of recovery, popped up again, and then sold right back down to where it left off. And we are just, if you do the math on these, we're just about where we left off at before it started. Again, this is ES, and I'm going to move down into NQ now. And there's the NQ one. I'll put this right in front, and then I'll put them next to each other. Same thing, 5 years performance. It dropped off at the bottom of the US Open right here. Little bit of recovery. Didn't do too much the rest of the way. And then what happened? Bam, a little bit of cover, bam again. So it's a double hit. That's at 1 o'clock Central, and this second one is at 1:30 Central. Why? Because generally that's when Powell comes in and does his little speech after. Announcement, speech later. So this is over time, over years, 5 years. This is what we can not expect, but at least it's just the average of what we're seeing. Max those together. I'm going to pull them off the screen momentarily, but I just wanted to give a little bit of a share. So see what you're expected over the last 5 years. Tends to pop up, little recovery, tends to pop up again, and then fades off the rest of the day. Keep that in mind. Man, there's no way I trade through FOMC announcements. It is just simply not worth it. JD, the second thing we're going to share, we're going to bounce through a few questions here, is I made this spreadsheet, okay? This is you're looking at Topstep X, and a lot of traders were asking about the pivot points, the daily pivot points, not Hoag's levels. Those are different. These are daily pivot points. It's not an indicator that's in there just yet, but it's highly used. So I actually made a spreadsheet for everyone to use. Now, these are the traditional pivots. This is what it looks like. Changing my tabs. There it is. That is what it looks like right there. Okay, and you can see, yep. So all we do is we enter in the previous day's high, the previous day's low, the previous day's close. And then the formulas behind here, there's no secret. These are just the formulas that calculate the resistance levels above, the actual pivot point level, and then the support levels below. You're welcome to have this. It's free. It doesn't look really nice. It's not like it's not a big Topstep thing, so don't get me wrong. I just made this and threw it together for our traders. I have this saved as a downloadable spreadsheet, and I'm going to share the link in the chat right now. It is a link to my my drive here. It's basically just here. Boom. There it is, right in chat. Click that. It'll bring you right to that one folder. You don't need to sign in or anything. You can grab it, download it. It's an Excel spreadsheet, and have fun. So it should be good. These are traditional because there's this Camarella, there's Fib ones, there's several different types. These are traditional pivot point formula that you can find anywhere online. All the math is done for you. Entering your high, low, close. There's your levels for you. So JD, that worked out. Actually pretty well right there. And the final thing that I would like to share, I have a live account. This is a live account, folks. Look at this. Topstep X. I am so excited. We got it done. There it is. This is my live account. The balance of it, there's nothing. We have 5,000, no trades on it right now. This is my account number. Transparency. We're going to show that every time we come on. We are only trading when we are on air. I doubt I'm going to take any trades today, but follow me. Win, lose, or draw. This is what it is. We get into there. That's the live. There you go. Now, one last thing that goes along with this is the type of style and what I do for trading wise. I have my own, everybody knows I have my own indicators and things that I code up. They're just not quite there yet, available in Topstep X. So what I actually did was I made myself my own little calculator here. And this links right in. This is mine, and I will show it when I'm using it. This isn't for everybody. And I have my username and password for me to log in. So it pulls the data. I choose the instrument that I'm on. And then all I do is I enter in, here's a low pivot, which is right down the bottom at 8:30 Central Time. I entered the high pivot, which happened to be right at this point over here. At time is about 8:48. And I entered these in, and it looks at the market back, grabs data, grabs volume, grabs a couple of other of my kind of tea leaves and chicken bones style of stuff. And I click on the calculate, and what it does is it gives me the levels. This is my upper target, and it tells me the how big that zone size is. So when I break over my pivot, I'm going to target up into this area. That's the first one. And the second one, I take the high pivot here. Once the low pivot happens and retraces, I take these, it compiles the data, and look what the market did. It slowed down. We have some consolidation here, overlapping candles in this area. The pivots aren't as big. So what did it do? It gave me an 8-point target to hit this time, and those are the levels. Anytime I'm on, this is what I'll be using. I'm just this like nerdy guy that just loves to code stuff, and until my ability to put this right on the chart, this is what I'm going to use. And if I'm trading ES, for example, I'm simply going to click down to ES. The reason this is they have to pull the data in and look. They move 0.25, 0.01, 0.1. They're all different levels here. They're all different ticks in between. So these are the common ones that I typically run into trade. I'll be sharing that. I'll be showing this. So you can be right with me whenever I'm on, whatever market it is, whatever segment it is. I'm going to say, hey, here's a pivot. There's the low. There's the high. Let's enter it in, click calculate, and plot our target areas out. You can do it right along with me. Yeah, I just wanted to share all of those pieces of information. And let me know, is everybody getting into the daily pivot calculation table? If you are or not, please let me know. And then I will make any changes I need to. It should be a view read only, and then you can download that spreadsheet. No, that zone calculator is not part of Topstep X. It is not. It is my own thing, but we all have our own ways of trading. We all have our own styles. Hoag puts his levels out there. He's got his weekly kickoff levels and stuff. He has his own formula he likes to use. Fabulous at it. This is what I did. This is my formula that I like to use. It's just not available just yet. Okay. So I'm going to use that because I made this over the last 5 or 6 days so I could show it on screen. Just coded it. It takes my formula. We'll put it in there. You can see it as we're doing it. So excited to have a live account moving forward. And let's have some fun. JD, some questions?
For sure. First, let's get a pull out there. Who wants to see Coach Robert Chris in his new live account with a YOLO into FOMC? Or just throw it in the chat. All right, let's hit some questions. We're going to do a little rapid fire Q&A here.
Yeah.
All right, first question comes from Ron. This is one left over from yesterday. What is the purpose of using the ticks alongside the 5-minute or higher time frame charts? Now, I read this one a couple times, and I'm not quite sure I understand what Ron is talking about when he says, what's the point of using the ticks alongside the chart? What's your take on that? At first, I thought he meant the dome. What's the purpose of looking at the dome? But I'm not really sure. What do you think? What's your take on it?
Yeah, I'll give you my take on that. It's because when we have a time-based chart, 5-minute, we can see what he referenced. Yeah, reference 5-minute and tick chart. We have a 5-minute candle.
Oh.
Let's just give an so look at this candle right here. This is a red candle, okay? And I'm on a 3-minute chart, just for clarification. This is a 3-minute chart. Now, let's say I turn on my system right now. I go, boom. I just walked in. Okay, now, what do I not know with this candle? I know it went from the top to the bottom. I know it started high and ended low because it's red. But what I don't know is in this 3 minutes, did it stay at the top point or two for 2 minutes and 56 seconds, and then the last 4 seconds it slammed down? Or did it slam down in 4 seconds and stay down there, just consolidating? I don't know that. It's a static information. Okay, this is why I don't like time charts. Now, by adding the tick chart next to it, you can see what happened within that time frame. Mark off the top level. I'm just eyeballing it, 525. Mark off the bottom level, 492. And then look at your tick chart and be like, oh, that's what happened. Matter of fact, JD, we're good on time. Let me draw that line on there. Let's just do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Here,
I totally
misinterpreted
that question too. Good save there, Robert.
Yeah, let's do that right here. Look, I'm just marking it off. Now, if you can see, I'll zoom in. We're not. All right, let's script here. All right, there we have it. I marked off just the high and the low of this red 3-minute candle. Guess what I'm going to do? All I'm going to do is click on a 100 tick chart. Well, this is what happened within that 3-minute time frame. That's it. Here's your high. Here's your low. And what did we see? A little bit of consolidation at first. I'm looking at I'm pointing at the screen. The bottom of the screen says 1230 right down here. Okay. And from 1230 to 1230 in 42 seconds. So 42 seconds, it did nothing. It hung around. Then it had a gap. So it was like, bam. It had a gap down, hung around there for a minute and a half. And then the rest of the time, it was a slow bleed down. Candle, 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 candle. So this is what we're looking at. That's all we're doing is looking at the 1 3-minute candle. And it went from here to there. That is our 3-minute candle. Go back to it. There it is. Okay. So that gives me it's a good amount of information if I'm looking at a tick chart next to a time chart. All right. That's really all it comes down to. I can see it right here at the bottom of it. 92 to 97, 98. Once it hit, it tried, it couldn't, it had a wick, came down, bounce. All right. Well, that might be time for it to stop going down. And if I was looking at the chart at this time, you might want to go long there and see if it's going to recover half of that candle. After that 3-minute candle is going to be roughly right there. And let's see if it did that. Lo and behold, it did. Drop down quickly. We have our little break here. If you're a trend person, it's pretty easy to see this break right there. I'm on the snapping tool, so it's pretty easy to see that trend line. And as soon as this dropped, what happened? It hovered a little bit. We saw that, gapped down a few points, and then slow bled down until it hung around at the bottom. If I'm watching a tick chart and I'm looking back at previous support and resistance, this entire area right here, that looks like an opportunity for a long. And the tick chart, along with the time chart, will help you see what happened granularly inside of that. Great question. And I know we'll do the next couple rapid fire. We're almost done with this.
Yep, great question, great answer. Got a lot of love in the chat for that one. Very well done, Coach Robert. All right, Ronrico next. How do you burn into your mind that for each combine, you're technically trading your max loss limit and not the account size? Thus, you shouldn't be trading for big numbers.
That's a good question, Ronrico. Right? It's time. Yeah, YOLOing. It's just and Ronrico is right. You are trading. Your account size is your max loss limit size. The reason it's less specified as like 50K because it covers all the leverage that's needed in there. If you're trading one contract of ES, it's going to hold margins of $500 per contract. It's like $1,000 per contract on NQ. It's something like $2,300, I think, on gold. So how do we alleviate that? Easy. We just go, hey, here's a 50K, and this is what your balance is. Your max loss limit, $2,000. That's what you can lose, and your account is gone. So the question is, how do you burn that into your mind? One, get used to it. Screen time is another thing. And two, it's going to sound really weird, Ronrico, but take $2,000. Put it in your own account. You don't have to put it in a trading account. Put it in your, pull it from another account, like it's an extra savings or something. And every time you lose $200, pull $200 out of it. Just transfer it somewhere else. Lose another $500 somewhere else, and see how fast you learn not to lose your own money. It sounds, I'm not being rude. It's just like, that's just how we need to do this. the reason you can do these things, I did this yesterday on group coaching where I said, if you're trading 6 months, that's 6 months of combines, of renewals, of subscription, and let's say you reset 3 to 4 times that month, how much did you spend? Well, if it was that long and you reset that many times, you lost $2,000 every time you had to reset. But it only cost you the cost of a couple of resets in a few months of subscription. So you are way ahead of the game. That's what TopStep is all about. Experiential learning. Michael Patak said this 14 years ago. It's experiential learning. Lost all this money, said, the hell with this. I got to find a better way. Boom. Prop firm industry was born. This is exactly how you can do it. So Ronrico, take a couple grand, and every time you want to trade one account, trade your own money too. I bet you will learn extremely fast how to scale down.
There you have it, Ronrico. All right, next up, Jordy. Jordy's got a question about time and sales. Sometimes I see only green orders filled and still the price is going down. Thank you. Well, I guess that would have something to do with what you have your time and sales set to. There's a couple different ways to configure your time and sales. Coach Robert's going to show you right now.
Yep, that's exactly right. I was clicking around, so I shut my mic off there for a second, but I didn't get charged the mute fee because I turned it back on. I just added time and sales to my chart, and I'm going to change this to yellow so we can see. With the same contract, we're looking at NQ. This is time and sales. I have it set to size filter of 1. So every time one contract is bought or sold, it will display here. If you increase it, it's going to take out the small ones. You get to see the bigger players. There we go. There's 8. There's only 8 contracts there. Here's every time 5 traded. So we can see that. Now, to answer your question, you may be looking at this, seeing the market going down, as you suggested, but it's starting to populate with green. Well, how do we get out of a short position? We buy. And the stamp of green. That process just happened. So if we have a whole bunch of shorts coming, driving the market down, and a buy comes in, that literally could be one thing of somebody closing one of their shorts. It also could be a buyer jumping into the market. We don't know. We don't have the data on that. Not us, like us retail traders. We don't have that information. So if it's dropping, you see a whole bunch of greens and it keeps dropping down, guess what? My guess is that a bunch of shorts just cover their positions. And if it's still dropping down, might be a good time to short.
There you go. Question in the chat. Does it require level 2 data? Time and sales does not require level 2 data. So hope that helps you.
Correct. I was bad.
All right.
Time and sales, no, the DOM does. Correct.
Yep. Next from NK. NK wants to know, what book did MP recommend for Series 3? Thanks. Well, he read the Kaplan book. I don't know if he's out there recommending the Kaplan book right now, though. Do you hear something different, Robert?
I did not hear anything different, and I missed that word of recommend. I know that there were a couple of things in there that MP was working with, kind of pulled the audience for us to clarify a few things, and there are some things that were wrong. Straight up, there were some things in the book that said, "Hey, look at this. Here's the question. Here's the answer." But in the question, it would just be like, if we sell 10 of these and 5 of those, what's the difference between the 10 and the 9 we sold? It's like, no. The part of the question was 10 and 5, and then what's the 10 and 9? It was really, really weird, because if you did the math on it, the 10 and 5 was right, but the specific question wasn't correct. There were several of those. It's Kaplan, so I guess I don't know if that's the recommend, but that's the one he used, and that's the one that's signed and going to pass around, and that's the one we're going to look at also.
Yep, we all got the same book. All right, Shaq wants to know, what does it mean to catch a bid? Well, if a market is catching a bid, that means buy market orders are coming into the market and lifting offers, so the market is going higher. So to catch a bid would equal a market rally. Hope that answers your question, Shaq. All right, next up, Moises wants to know, what indicators could you use in conjunction with the volume profile fixed range on Topstep X? That's kind of a loaded question. You could use any indicator you want. But
yeah, I'm not going to go through all. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of them, because if you're looking at the volume profile, it's just, I'll click on it real quick, and we don't want to spend a lot of time here. Here's the where is it? Volume profile. We'll start at the market open for today. There is 8:30 to the end. Here we go. That's volume profile over there on the left-hand side. POC, the point of control, is the level where the most contracts were traded. And you can see how this is branched out on the left side here. It is hanging around the POC, went up a little bit, not a lot, came back down, but except for this big push on the bottom here from 19 to about 81. That's a fast movement, and that was when the market opened, and you see that all the time. here's our profile. What can you use with this? Well, here's a short answer. It's going to depend on how you trade. It really does. You may use volume profile because you want to do gap fill. You want to find, is there a low volume area? And it's hard to, there's not really one on here to really demonstrate too well, but I can highlight a little bit. Here's a small one right in that spot right there. And that's right around 498, 510. It's just a little valley where there's not a lot of orders traded there. What does that mean? It's historical, but it means that there might not be a lot of interest. So maybe potentially if it gets back down to that level, it might go through there rather quickly. You want to do a gap fill there. It may be something you want to use. If you want to play the edges and the extremes, volume profile will be good. It shows you exactly where the highest and lowest volume levels are. It might be a good way. So again, the answer is just going to be, it depends on how you trade. Some use it, some don't. Some just trade off a DOM on the right-hand side. That's it. Line up a bunch of DOMs. Some don't use charts at all. Some use different types of charts, book map charts and things like that. So depends on how you trade, but we can certainly customize it to yourself. And you can change the value areas and the time you want to put it on, because it's a fixed volume. What happened in a certain location? What happened in let's see, this big drop off. There you go. There's our big drop off that we just had. And just like we showed in that tick chart, right in this area, right here, was where we had that gap, right? We had that gap down in that tick chart. Boom, it gapped down really quickly. You can clearly see it on that volume profile. Might be something to look into if the market comes back up to that particular area. And I'm speaking of about 519 to about 523. So definitely multiple ways you can use, just going to fit your style.
Follow-up question from Matthew. Matthew wants to know if we can explain value area highs and value area lows. How do you come up with those? So while you got the volume profile up right now, maybe we could show Matthew how you filter out your value area. It's a percentage. Your value area is a percentage of where volume traded that day. And you can choose whatever value area you want by percentage, be it 50, 60, 70, 80%. So when you set your filter to 80%, your value area will be where 80% of the volume traded for that day. And your value area high will be the high point of that mark. And your value area low is the low point of that mark. Does that make sense? Yep. Did I explain that correctly?
100%. The volume profile is going to show all the activity that happened, and you can customize this. I want to say, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's 75% by default. I'm going to make it 50% just to show what it looks like. There's 50%. So it shows all of the volume for the entire day, and then it's going to highlight a light blue color, and mine is a light blue color, 50% of all of the volume. So right in my light blue area is where 50% of all of the volume of the entire volume profile had taken place. I believe the default is 75. Don't confirm me on, check me on that. I like to have it at 80%. It's a personal preference. 70% of it. Somebody said 70% is the default. So here, I'll put it on 70 just so you can see the difference.
Yes.
Here's 70%.
70% is default. And if you're following our morning daily levels that we post, we use a 75% value area range for the daily levels. But it's all personal preference.
Yep, there you go.
All right, with that, we are at 12:51. We are going to take a real short break, and we're going to come back with Andre and Dolby, and they're going to get us through the FOMC announcement that's due out in about 8 minutes from now. So we're just going to take a short break, get the next shot set up, and we'll be back in 1 to 2 minutes. Stick around. We're coming right back at you.
And we are back for coverage of FOMC decision time here at Topstep TV. My man Dolby's right there. We're just talking
This
off
is
screen.
exciting
Hypothetically, hypothetically, if we were to have a resting offer bid in here, what would you have it at? Just in case the algos fill you. We're not saying do this. We would never do this, but Dolby, where would you be working at order?
Under 975. Sorry, 19,375.
Yeah, something way down there. No one do this. Everyone's got to be flat. Make sure be flat. Hit cancel all. Always a great reminder from Eddie. Eddie's on the wire. He's going to holler at us once we get that decision. It is very thin, this ladder right now. It is thin.
I fear it is coming.
Gappy.
This is the Super Bowl of
Still
trading, FOMC.
Yeah, it's still 1,000 up in the ZN. That's how liquid
Bonds
it is.
never fail. Bonds never fail.
They'll disappear, though.
Business, yes, they will. Business needs to be conducted. Yeah. Minimize your instruments. Oh, boy, it's old El Dorado days. Minimize your instruments. Put your numbers page up on the screen to maximize bandwidth for executions.
And don't go.
Still get excited for these. I still get excited for these days. Okay, Eddie, what are we doing? How are we on the countdown here?
Inside of 3.
Inside of 3. All right. So looks like we came off a little bit off the highs, from the highs, ever so slightly.
All right, inside of 2.
Ooh.
Okay. High of the day,
check,
all-time highs.
Double check your platform. Triple check. CYA.
Flatten.
Make sure you have nothing running right now. No working orders. That's unless you are a daredevil. And I have
crazy.
Crazy.
479. Still there, Jay? 479 bid. Yeah, I don't blame them. They'll take those fills all day.
Mm-hmm.
I should get them.
I mean, range bound traders were super happy, though. I mean, if you are ready for this range between like 500 and 540, a lot of opportunity there. So there's opportunity.
And also stick around with us for the speech. I think we're going to have that. We're going to show that, Andre.
Yeah, we'll patch that in. And we pretty much sit on the sidelines for that. We'll have a little commentary here and there. Got Dakota coming to join us at Power. Dakota's going to join us for Power Hour. But currently, it is right now Back to the Futures. I don't even know what you call it. This is FOMC day, FOMC decision.
Right.
Eddie, we'll throw it to you here in 10 seconds. Just know
couldn't help myself.
It is. Jack, what are we thinking here?
4.26 in the 10-year. We retraced earlier. What am I on? Sorry, my day chart. Okay. We're in the quiet zone.
Yep. 30 seconds.
Oh boy. I still get pumped for this stuff. It's probably I don't know. Hundreds of these.
Color tie? What color tie do we think he's going to have?
Yeah.
That's a good question right there.
It is. That's Nick for a tick. Definitely wants
seconds.
to know that answer. Here we go.
2-year thinning out. 3, 2, 1.
All right, rate decision has not been changed. Actually, 5.5. Previous 5.5. Expectation 5.5.
Okay. Sellers coming in. NASDAQ.
Oh.
Did they get filled? Those 73s get filled? Did not see. Jay, did those 73s get filled? Gold selling off. Now as well. Buyer stepping back in. NASDAQ seeing a muted move, I'd say. S&P's beneath VWAP. They got filled. Nice.
Wow, someone had a position on Addie Hill. One lot made me $1,000. I'm assuming you were short. That is a crazy trade.
That is ballsy. Here we go. Buyer stepping back in. NASDAQ. Back to the 500s and running through that. Nice fill on those 73s 300 times. Oh, jeez. There's your unbelievable.
Yeah. Having that one lot, oh my God.
Ballsy. Stupid, but ballsy.
Ballsy. Okay. So nothing unexpected. Robert, I got my charts on the 5 here. Let's I'll go full screen to S&Ps here. Full screen S&Ps. See there. See that wick down. Buyer step back in. Right, VWAP here.
GameStop unchanged.
GameStop unchanged. Apple still rallying.
What do we got?
Close.
So pretty much in line. Not a ton of move. I was watching the ZT and ZN there. Not a lot going on. Kind of back and forth. I think we're waiting maybe on what the chairman himself has to say.
Yep. I think, yeah. Remember, he did call in earlier this morning, left a voicemail. He is very fired up for this press conference. And we do have dinner. We have dinner reservations this evening. Yep. All right, buyer stepping in here, 550. Yeah. Spy Bar, Tau. We're going to hit all the spots. STK. Man. He knows how to do it. All right, buyer step right back in 554 40s trade in the ES.
All right, I got some more hot off the wire here. Does not expect it will be appropriate to reduce policy target range until gaining greater confidence. Yes, we know that. Inflation is moving substantially towards the 2%. Well, that's nice to hear. Fed officials' median view of Fed funds rate end 2024, 5.1. Okay. And let's see here.
Is it hawkish or dovish, Jack? I can never tell these
days. Yeah, let me take a look over here.
I can never tell.
We had a sell-off, like a relatively minor sell-off in the 10-year off of that.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot.
Remember, price goes down, yields go up.
Yes, indeed, they do. I mentioned before that the 10-year yield was at 4.6. 1 second, I got this. Yeah, 4.26. We're at 4.34 right now.
Oh, okay.
Once again,
yeah, there's a sell-off.
Fed projections imply 25 basis points in rate cuts in 2024 from the current level. Another 100 basis points in 2025. 100.
Okay.
My goodness.
Okay.
The vote in favor of the policy was unanimous.
It always is.
Sorry, I had the wrong chart. So we're at 4.28 in the 10-year from around, let's take a look. Not a lot of movement. 4 point.
Nope.
Yeah, not a lot of
All
movement.
Right. Go get some lunch, Jack. Come back later. We're good for now. Press conference in 26 minutes, everybody. Thank you, Jack.
Oh, in 26.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds good.
Fred,
what's up, Dolby?
Fred? Okay.
I still got 26 minutes till he starts yapping, huh?
We got some more hot coming off the wire here if you want to hear it.
Of course, hit us.
4 out of the 19 officials say no rate cut in 2024. So get your box of Rotten Tomatoes. I will get those addresses. 7 saw 1 cut, 8 saw 2 cuts.
That's the dot plot we're looking at here. We can post that dot plot. Eddie put here in the Slack. You can see it there. Yep, 2. Makes sense.
I think that's the big one there. 4 out of 19, no. 7 saw 1 and 8 saw 2. Gives you an idea what's going on.
Keep in mind, the Fed speakers will be allowed to speak again, but start kicking off with Jerome Powell here at the bottom of the hour. We'll be showing that to you live throughout. Just kind of sit on our hands, though.
And
trades, Dolby?
First, I was just looking at this range that we've been in. NQ has finally printed a 5-minute candle underneath 19,493. I'm still going to try to find a way to get long. I think there might be more opportunity if it can start pushing below 450 to get long. I want to see if we can run some stops, especially since I would assume that a lot of people probably just move their stops to somewhere between 440 and 450, and I wonder if we can get back down there again. But I don't know. I think buying right now might be a little bit expensive. I still got my live account up. I'm not locked out. I'm still ready to roll with this thing. Not a good day for the house account. Oh, you're muted. That's like $20, bro.
Oh, God bless it. Yes, I was. Son of a.
I was muted.
What's the house? Or what's your P&L and the personal?
We're still at 99 bucks. So we're just trading MNQ for right now. So we're not going to have huge P&L swings. I want to get a cushion of, say, somewhere between like 500 and 1,000 before I try my first E-mini in NASDAQ. So we're just going to just do some little base hits with the MNQs until then.
S&P's. Oh, they're loving it. Yeah, they're loving it.
Chat, what do we think? Bullish or bearish? Are we gonna close above 19,550 today? Are we gonna hit new highs? Let's see what chat says. Chat's actually pretty accurate. Greatest, what's it? Hindsight Capital? Is that their
Hindsight Capital? Batting 1,000.
The chat hedge fund?
Yep. Hindsight Capital. Say bearish.
Ooh, Nick for Tick saying, yeah, books are still empty. Nick for Tick getting information that looks juicy as far as trades, liquidity, anything on Motive Wave, book map. Please let us know. I think the area I really want to see though is 19,375. I don't want to short it down there. I just want to see if we get down there, and then I think there could be some opportunity to get long again.
Definitely, I like what you're thinking.
Hey, Dre.
Yeah.
Momo Man's got a question. What did you mean by all your numbers face up ahead of the print?
I saw that. I'll have remind me later when things calm down. I said numbers page. A numbers page. We had a certain page we'd pull up that would minimize all the instruments. We'd get rid of all the butterflies, all the condors, all the exotic spreads, and we just have outrights in the 3-month spreads just to free up bandwidth to get the quickest, fastest data and turnaround execution, stuff like that. Just try to get edge anywhere we could. So we have a certain page for stuff like this that, I wouldn't have, for instance, I wouldn't have Dow up. I wouldn't have crude up. I wouldn't have gold up. I'd just have NASDAQ and S&Ps up, just like that. Minimize your instruments, minimize your products.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get your numbers. Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to trade multiple markets. I was just looking at two, and I was missing trades in NQ. So props to anyone who can successfully trade more than one market at the same time, because I find like NQ requires pretty much all of your concentration, and I missed a bunch of setups, trying to look at crude oil to see if I could get a trade when there was plenty of opportunity in just one market. Craig Taylor with some information in chat. Right now, we are below the anchored VWAP from the CPI candle. There's some Brian Shannon education right there. Setting that anchored VWAP to like a news event, to the open, to highs, try to find some kind of landmark candles in the chart and then set an anchored VWAP and see how, recent buyers and sellers are participating. So that's from Brian Shannon. So Craig Taylor, appreciate that. I think we have Brian Shannon on kind of frequently now, which is pretty awesome, Dre. He's like hanging out with us like every other week about. I'm sure Tim knows. I'll probably get a Slack momentarily from Tim saying, "You fool, he's on tomorrow" or something.
We have our top tip of the week. The market knows. The market's always right. The market knew there wasn't going to be anything done. I mean, we had some moves here. We had some, but nothing extreme.
Pretty tame, all things considered.
They telegraph it pretty well these days when a rate cut or rate hike is coming. They don't want to send shockwaves. I did trade. There was an emergency rate cut back in the financial crisis. That was wild. I'd never seen anything like it before. But for the most part, they will telegraph it to the banks, the markets, just so there's not complete shock.
Blink once if it's going to stay the same. Blink twice if it's going to change. Something like that.
Pretty much. Yep.
Wonder how much Pelosi made on this move.
I don't know.
Oh, she killed it. She's long. All-time highs. Music hurt ears every time she hears all-time highs.
As long as Nvidia's doing well, I think she's doing pretty good.
All her Silicon Valley constituents.
For Botox.
All right. Hold on.
Kind of like, what's her motivation? She's like already like what, in her mid to late 70s? Is she going for like number one trader on Twitter? Like, what's her objective here? Does she have like bills she still has to pay? Is she underwater on like a car loan, so it still has to be trading? Like, what exactly is the motivation? Like generational wealth? Just trying to like pass it down? Like, I don't get it.
That too.
Just addicted to trading, I guess.
Addicted to the power, addicted to the trading. Yeah.
You said she's in her 70s. She's 84.
Oh my!
Looking good. Looks good.
She
for
was
84.
born before World War II.
She looks good
before
for
the
84.
States got involved.
That's,
I must say so myself.
I learned something today. That's pretty wild. I don't know. Like, why didn't you just like chill out? Just stop doing stuff. You're 84. You're still trying to catch bull runs in Nvidia and AI markets. You know what I mean? What's going on?
John Jones, go stand in the corner.
Yeah, let's get back to the markets now. Come on. Gold coming up against VWAP here. VWAP 23.43. Bounced right off of that. Currently trading 23.45. So about $2 bounce there. Yeah, just chilling right now. Crude not paying one damn
getting
attention.
a little heavy.
Yeah, selling off a little bit. Take a look at the tilt here. 71% long in the Dow. We got 50-50, ES 50-50, NASDAQ as well. So we're just kind of sitting on the sidelines right now. Hey, Jay Cook, if you're there, can you get a delta? I wonder what it was going into the decision here. But yeah, select me the delta, Jay, when you get a chance. Gold starting to sell off a little bit.
Structurally, kind of something interesting happening here. So we did not get above 19,503. So that could be the very, very beginning of lower highs on a 5-minute in the NASDAQ.
Okay. Thought the buyers were going to step in a little bit more aggressively here.
Yeah. I just think...
Jay, my man.
I think buyers will step in. It's just going to be a minute.
I think you're right. 4,000 positive ES and the delta plus 4,000 plus 1,400 NQ.
Anne Marie, I think we fade.
Yeah.
We fade which move, Anne Marie?
I'm thinking we push down to 19,380 and then rally to new highs.
You like those 380s?
Yeah. Just that dumb little wick just sitting there. We just got this stupid little candle at 8:30. Yep. And I just have a feeling that a lot of people just have their stops just sitting right below there. And, you know, if we can go and get those, that's probably a lot of liquidity that we can use to get to new highs. It's just kind of just sitting there. It's not that far away, especially with kind of like what's going on. So we'll see. But that's what I'm looking for, really. It kind of feels like it.
Maverick. Powell starts in about 16 minutes. 16 minutes. We'll patch that through. Patch that through. It seems like an outdated term, patching it through. It's got to be another way to say that. Patch, like telephone operators patching and shit like that, yeah.
Jerry, you remember those times with the, did you have a dial-up? Not a dial-up, but one of those rotary phones?
No, rotary. Yeah, rotary. For sure. Yeah.
Made the funny noises.
Oh, yeah.
That was good
times. Oh, yeah.
My buddy had
you were attached to the wall. If you wanted to have an hour-long conversation, you had your back up against the wall.
Mm-hmm. Those phone cords were fun, though. I mean, those things were so stretchy.
Man.
That was a lot of
cordless phones. Oh, my God. Game changer. Didn't have to leave your bedroom. My goodness.
Have your parents pick up the call. Like, hey, is that your girlfriend? It's like, Ma.
Yep.
No.
Don't talk to her. Don't talk to her.
Don't talk to her. Hi, Katie. Mom, stop.
All right. Crew gets some bids here. S&P is trying to retrace that sell-off off the decision. Kind of buying it back on very low volume, though. Nothing to write home about. NASDAQ kind of doing the same as well. Again, low volume. Above those 19,500 level. 7s, 08s.
Man, back above.
Yep.
503s.
Give us a chance to get. Here we go. 12s.
Goals. That's honestly pretty impressive, man. Pretty impressive.
Nothing stops it. Nothing can stop this market.
That bull's just hopped in that quickly. Didn't even really wait for much of a pullback either.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, good for you. Bulls have conviction.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Just round of applause for
Strong
bulls,
like,
you know? Hang
strong
in there.
like bull. Taking a quick look at the 10-year yields here. See if there's any movement there. We are still at 428. It was 426 going into the decision. It's now 428. A couple bips higher, as they say in the business.
Ab McGeed, this price action is so random. I don't know how you trade this. The beautiful thing is you don't have to.
You don't.
We had Carlos on yesterday for Power Players, which was awesome interview. I mean, Carlos was great. But the key takeaway is that he doesn't like trading Wednesdays. And so he just stopped trading Wednesdays. And that was it. End of story. I don't like trading Wednesdays. I'm not trading Wednesdays.
Hump day.
Yeah. You know, no one's making you trade. You don't have to have an answer for the market if you don't want to.
It's the beauty of this. Not a 9 to 5 here.
Yeah. Nope. Do whatever you want.
Okay. NASDAQ going to try to buy back that whole sell-off. We're about 10 points away from doing that. S&Ps almost have the job done. About 2 points away from that. 54.40s, I'll say, was the top end of that candle that we started to sell off.
Yep, and good call in chat. JZHL, a new name. So no real reaction until Powell speaks. Probably not wrong there. You know, we had the numbers come out, but we still have to have his speech get translated by the algos, see what key buzzwords he says, like drive the market a certain direction from there. So we're going to have about 12 minutes of probably bulls just buying this, or algorithms, or whomever.
Yep.
Not me. Not Dre, and not the house account.
No, not the house account. I do not have it even open right now. Impossible to get check marks right now, so I'm going to do that. We've got 4,500 people watching us right now in the middle of the day, at least here in the Central Time Zone. Shout out to all those people in Europe and across the globe watching us after hours in your evening, watching us at dinner, maybe having dessert, even in bed before you guys go to sleep for the evening. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Greatly appreciate. We are on the path to 100,000 subscribers. What we bring to you, the sky is the limit. So buckle up.
Dre, are you pro eating food in bed or anti eating food in bed? This can be a decisive topic amongst couples.
Great question. Breakfast in bed, yes. Everything else, no. How about you?
No food. I want no food anywhere near my bed.
No food.
No food.
What about room service in a hotel?
Not my bed. I'm theoretically renting that bed.
Touché.
So totally fine with it. Totally fine with it. Touché. Chat, let us know what you think. Do you eat food in bed?
See, Dolby used to date a pancake years ago.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out.
Yeah, I swapped to a Belgian waffle. Highly recommend.
Met her at Denny's.
Met her at Waffle House. We got into a fist fight. Fell in love.
The old 2 a.m. Waffle House brawl. Nothing better. Nothing better.
There was a meme going around on Twitter where they were legitimately trying to get Waffle House added as like a Tekken 6 level, and they had tagged like the maker of Tekken, who's like living in Japan, who has no idea what Waffle House is, and everyone's like, you have to get a Waffle House level one.
That's pretty good. Tekken level 6. That's pretty good. All right, we got about 10 minutes left till the Jerome Powell press conference. Broadcasting that to you. Wall-to-wall coverage of FOMC Day here at Topstep TV. Got my man Dolby beneath me right there. I'm above him. We'll be joining you for Power Hour as well. Make sure to hang around. Coach Dakota coming on as well. Let's get his take on the markets. See what the P&L is looking like. I did take a peek. I think he's doing okay. Yeah. Be sure to stay tuned and see what that P&L is. I think you'll like what you hear here. Dow well beneath VWAP right now, trading 38,820. We learned that the Dow is price weighted, not market cap weighted today. Did not know that. Shout out to Jack for that one.
Yeah.
Still don't fully grasp what that means. how that works, but hey, it's outdated, that's for sure.
I just draw rectangles on charts, Dre.
Yep.
That's all I do.
Yep.
So it's
there he
super
is.
simple, guys. Yeah.
There he is.
This once and for all.
Where'd you come from?
Okay. From eating some leftovers. All right.
Okay.
Price weighted just means so the market cap of a company is how many shares outstanding multiplied by its price. That is the value
Lost
of the
me
company,
already.
a publicly traded company.
Correct.
All right. So that's what it is. All right. Berkshire Hathaway has the large, is worth how much is a share of Berkshire these days? Let's look it up. It is.
Yes, Evan. I'm just learning this right now. Yes, Evan. To answer your question, that's precisely why I asked the question, because I did not know. Go ahead, Jack.
All right. So Berkshire Hathaway is worth $615,000 per share, right? If that was in the Dow, it would be 99% of the index, right? It's Nvidia, for instance, is having a 10-for-1 split. It didn't become any less valuable of a company. It just divided its stock price by 10, right? Now it has 10 times as many shares at 1/10 the price. Okay, the Dow does not account for that. They just take the prices of the stocks in its basket and make an index off of it.
Okay,
and that's how you end up with United Healthcare being the highest weighted stock in the Dow.
Because United Healthcare is trading $100 and McDonald's is trading $90. United Healthcare, number one weight. Is that straightforward? That's it?
Is that it?
I think so. I'd have to look at basically, that's my understanding, unless anyone knows differently. So that's why it's silly.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I see that.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Apple catching a bit. Technical trader always. Always. Yeah, it is. All-time
Nvidia.
highs. Yep.
How's Nvidia doing? How's Apple doing?
Trading 125 Nvidia, 125.50. Apple making new highs, just beneath 220. Currently trading 219.60. 218 now.
Ooh, GameStop in the red 5%. That's a little switch up.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. I think Nick for a Tick had harsh words saying it was just like a flea market for old video
pawn
games.
shop. Pawn shop. Perfect.
That was it.
Well, that doesn't tell the whole story today. It traded. I mean, it's just been all over the place.
How's
I
Chipotle
like
doing?
this price.
31.70. Oh my god. Chipotle makes me angrier than maybe any other stock. It's just like beans and rice, and your stock is at 31.70.
Yeah. Mexican food Subway. That's all it was. Subway food for Mexican food. Subway. Like, boom. $1,000 stock. Boom.
Yeah. $3,000 stock.
$3,000 stock. Yes. Boom.
That makes no sense to me. So NQ really stuck in this range. I mean, just between 19,493, 19,540. Probably not going to get out of this until Powell speaks in about 6 minutes. So market seems very, very content moving. This is where we've been spending most of our time for like the last hours, kind of stuck in the middle of this range, right at 19,500. Just a couple points above and below.
Fancy Taco Bell. 6 minutes till the presser.
Yeah.
See what he has to say.
We're going to poll for what color his tie is going to be.
That'd be a good one. Yeah, let's do that. What should the options be?
I don't
Purple,
know.
red, blue,
green. No, green would be two.
Green would be awesome.
Where's green
Put that
tie?
on there too.
Yeah,
You put out the green tie. We're going to the moon.
Yeah, we are. He's just pimping green, man. He's just pimping the green bag. Just look at this tie. He's just pimping green. Like, yo, look at this.
Just dressed like the Riddler with dollar signs.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
You like this shit?
Who's that guy who used to do those videos like in front of Washington D.C. talking about how to get free money from the government?
yeah.
He used to write those books and have those wacky suits on.
Yeah.
Killer
What was
suits.
that? Yeah.
I bet Chat knows. Chat is obviously gonna know.
Yes.
I
Who
will
that,
tell you
who that
why.
person is. It's on the tip of my tongue. I
You
can't
are
quite think of it.
Not to burn.
Let's go. Trading
Let's
strategies
go. wins. Yes. Chat never fails. Ralph Nader. Him too, Anne Marie. Matthew Lesko. Nailed it.
Yeah, he's done
Chat's like
pink
Wikipedia.
as well.
You can just ask him a question. They know everything.
It's incredible. It's
Whether it's right, just like Wikipedia, is debatable, but
Yeah, that's
Very
right.
much so.
That's true.
Well, we do have 79% long in the YM right now. I think it's showing some tilt. We're currently in a holding pattern. Let's go. That's right.
Remember those commercials growing up? Those were fun. Part of my childhood. It's right up there with Eagle Man.
Eagle Man. Victory Auto Wreckers.
Yep.
When the door falls off when the guy tries to open the door.
It's so good.
Eagle Man's the goat.
Yeah.
I've got something for you.
It's like
look at those
regional
low
deep cuts right here.
Yeah, these are Chicago local commercials. Sorry. We're just
Look 'em up,
killing
chat.
time. Yeah, I'm sure
Look
your
'em
city
up.
has them too. I'm sure you guys, you definitely look them up.
Look up Eagle Man. I wonder
On
if they
YouTube.
ever. I wonder if those actresses ever went on to become something with that. I mean,
Salute
that's
your
to have
shorts.
it on your resume.
One of them's on the Fed board now.
Ooh. Welcome to Comedy Hour here at Topstep TV. That is Jack's voice in the background. He did not want to show his face because of
I'm
great
coming on.
jokes. Like, okay, I know.
All right.
Jack kills me, man. He is the evil genius behind that drone. All those drone Paul calls, yelling calls. That is his work.
Oh, actually, I can post links in chat. Let me pull up a Eagle Man real quick, just so you all can. Wonder how many views this has. 1.7 million views.
No way. You're kidding.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
There you go, Chad. Enjoy some mid '90s regional commercials from the Midwest.
Yeah. Welcome
How about Burt Wyman? Remember Burt Wyman?
No.
He'd show cars and they'd spin while he did the commercial.
Is he the guy who put cars on spikes, or is that someone else? Isn't there?
Burt Wyman. My dad's watching. He'll probably remember that. He'll probably remember the Burt Wyman.
NQ catching a bit here, 526.
Yes, it
Only
is.
about 10 points off of highs.
Better step right in. All right, less than 2 minutes here. Jack, how are we doing this? We're just gonna get it from the start then.
Ideally, we're gonna pipe it in when he's. Oh,
Boom.
there it is.
Well
And then
done.
I'm gonna come join you guys until 2.
Cool. What'd you have for lunch?
Mashed avocado with some leftover vegetables, some chicken. I'm on an attempted health kick.
I like that.
Nice. Do you eat food in bed, Jack, or no?
In bed? No.
No, okay. No.
My bedroom's upstairs. I'd have to bring food there. That'd be weird.
That's true.
That's a lot of commitment.
Yeah.
Got to get all the food up there.
A lot could go wrong on the way up or down.
A lot could go.
Fall down the stairs.
Yeah.
My meatballs.
My OJ. My orange juice. All right. See in the lower right corner, we got the Jerome Powell press conference coming at you live here on Topstep TV. 4,500 people watching. Click like, click subscribe. I know I asked you guys that about 3 minutes ago. Just do it again. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your loved ones, tell your enemies even to watch. Make them hate watch us. All views are appreciated.
Just like you hate watch the market, you can
watch them. Yep.
Hate watch Andre trying to drive a segment. I'm cheering you on though, Dre. I'm cheering you on.
You're riding shotgun, so you're the navigator.
Yeah, that's right.
Tell me where I'm
That's
going.
true.
You tell me where I'm going.
In this together. Yeah, it's like a rally car. I got the map, and you're just driving the wheel, man.
There you go. You trade for peace. I agree. 100%. 100% agree.
Trey,
That's where
someone
I
in
am.
chat congratulated you on losing some weight. Is that something that you're trying to do, or
I have been.
the camera's just hitting you the right way?
Here he comes.
There we go. Thank you. Appreciate
Are we
that.
getting the sound here, Gabe? There we go.
Here we go.
It's got the purple
Good
tie.
afternoon.
It's purple.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Our economy has made considerable progress toward both goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has come into better balance with continued strong job gains and a low unemployment rate. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to 2.7%, but is still too high. we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal in support of a strong economy that benefits everyone. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. We are maintaining our restrictive stance of monetary policy in order to keep demand in line with supply and reduce inflationary pressures. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. Although GDP growth moderated from 3.4% in the fourth quarter of last year to 1.3% in the first quarter, private domestic final purchases, which excludes inventory investment, government spending, and net exports, and usually sends a clearer signal on underlying demand, grew at 2.8% in the first quarter, nearly as strong as the second half of 2023. Growth of consumer spending has slowed from last year's robust pace, but remains solid. And investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year.
Anemic
Improving
intangibles.
supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to slow from last year's pace, with a median projection of 2.1% this year and 2.0% over the next 2 years.
That's not much.
In the labor market, supply and demand conditions have come into better balance. Payroll job gains averaged 218,000 jobs per month in April and May, a pace that is still strong, but a bit below that seen in the first quarter. The unemployment rate ticked up, but remains low at 4%. Strong job creation over the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years and a continued strong pace of immigration. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market have returned to about where they stood on the eve of the pandemic, relatively tight but not overheated. FOMC participants expect labor market strength to continue. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP is 4.0% at the end of this year and 4.2% at the end of next year. Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in April. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. The Consumer Price Index, which came out this morning and tends to run higher than the PCE price index, rose 3.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and the core CPI rose 3.4%. The inflation data received earlier this year were higher than expected, though more recent monthly readings have eased somewhat. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households and businesses and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.6% this year, 2.3% next year, and 2.0% in 2026. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. In support of these goals, the committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue reducing our securities holdings. As labor market tightness has eased and inflation has declined over the past year, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals have moved toward better balance. The economic outlook is uncertain, however, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We've stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%.
There you go.
So far this year, the data have not given us that greater confidence. The most recent inflation readings have been more favorable than earlier in the year, however, and there has been modest further progress toward our inflation objective. We'll need to see more good data to bolster our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress that we've seen on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SCP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as expected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 5.1% at the end of this year, 4.1% at the end of 2025, and 3.1% at the end of 2026.
Sure.
But these projections are not a committee plan or any kind of a decision. As the economy evolves, assessments of the appropriate policy path will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we're prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate as long as appropriate. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or if inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we're prepared to respond. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. We'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting, based on the totality of the data and its implications for the outlook and the balance of risks. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
So boring. So very boring.
Boring, my wife. You're boring.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Just wondering if you could walk
Andre, get in there and ask a
the
question.
committee's average inflation forecast.
Hi, Jeremy Q from
Core
TopStep
PCE
TV.
is now forecast to be 2.8% by the year end. It's already 2.75, and after today's number, there were several forecasts on the street that it would be 2.6 at the end of this month. Does that tell you that the average official expects no further progress in inflation, and in fact that it's going to get worse? And if you have this wrong, doesn't it mean that you could have wrong the outlook for rates there?
Yeah, so what's going on there is that we had very low readings in the second half of last year, June through December, really, and we're now lapping those. So as you go through the 12-month window, a very low reading drops out and a new reading comes in. The new reading gets added to the 12-month window. So it's just a slight element of conservatism that we're assuming a certain level of incoming monthly PCE and core PCE numbers. We're assuming, a good but not great numbers. And if you put that on top of where we are now, you get a very slight increase in the 12-month reading. Now, do we have high confidence that that's right? No, it's just a kind of conservative way for forecasting things. If we were to get more readings like today's reading, then of course that wouldn't be the case. So it's just a forecasting device. I think. Let me say that we welcome today's reading and hope for more like that.
But if it comes in, just to follow up, it comes in the way you forecast it, it would seem strange for you to be cutting rates at all in context of a rising core PCE. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what we said is that we don't think it'll be appropriate to reduce rates and begin to loosen policy until we have more confidence that inflation is moving back down to 2% on a sustainable basis. And that's the test we've applied. I don't know that this rules that in or out. I mean, really, it's a forecast, a fairly conservative forecast, month by month, that would lead to slightly higher 12 months rates by the end of the year. If we get, good, better ratings than that, then you will see that come down or remain the same. If you're at 2.6, 2.7, that's a really good place to be.
Nick Tamarosa of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, if I look at the rate projections, I see 15 of the 19 that are anticipating either one or two cuts this year, fairly evenly split between the two. And so I wonder if you could explain a little bit more the nuances or the differences there. Would 2 or 3 more inflation readings, like the one that we saw this morning, make a September interest rate cut possible?
So as far as the SEP part of that is concerned, as you know, I talk to all of the other participants on the FOMC every cycle, and we talk about their summary of economic projections and the their dot plot and everything. And what I hear and see is that people are looking at a range of plausible outcomes, and in many cases they're thinking, I can't really distinguish between two of these. They're so close for me. These are very close calls. But we ask them to write down the most likely one, so they do. And I think as you've said, there's 15 of the 19 are kind of clustered around 1 or 2. So I think I would look at all. I look at all of them as plausible. But I look at I think that does tell you kind of what the committee thinks. But what everyone agrees on is it's going to be data dependent. No one brings to this or takes away from it, that is on the committee, a really strong commitment to a particular rate path. It's actually just their forecast, and it's a combination of their forecast and their own reaction function.
I love that they force everyone to give a take.
That this is very data dependent, and I don't hold it.
Even if they don't want to.
And I think if you're
the members
and don't really think that they're not trying to send a strong signal that this is what I think is the right thing. It's just what they think at a given moment in time, subject to data. In terms of future meetings, we haven't, we don't make decisions about future meetings until we get there. I think in terms of what we need to see, I mentioned it earlier, we want to gain further confidence. Certainly more good inflation readings will help with that. I'm not going to be specific about how many, because really it's going to be not just the inflation readings, it's going to be the totality of the data. What's happening in the labor market, what's happening with the balance of risks, what's happening with the forecast, what's happening with growth. You look at all of that and you ask, are we confident? Have we reached an appropriate level of confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably to 2%? Or alternatively, do we see really unexpected signs of weakness in the labor market that would call for a response?
Someone's working the cameras.
Which is another thing that could
production team's pretty good.
We don't see that.
Ours is better.
We do see today's report as progress and as building confidence, but we don't see ourselves as having the confidence.
You got him set up to put that candle right through his head when he tanks it.
Oh yeah, you do. Hold on. All right.
Did you or any of your colleagues change your interest rate projections after 8:30 or whenever you got the inflation numbers today?
So this happens too often, but it does happen. It just is, data came. I think it happened a few meetings ago. So when that happens, when there's an important data print during the meeting, first day or second day, what we do is we make sure people remember that they have the ability to update. We tell them how to do that. And some people do, some people don't. Most people don't. And I'm not going to get into the specifics, but you have the ability to do that. So that what's in the SEP actually does reflect the data that we got today, to the extent you can, reflect it in one day. I think we'll,
go, Jack.
PPI tomorrow. We'll know more about the PCE reading as the month
goes
on.
Will he be resistance?
The initial CPI reading and its, kind of first level translation to
support.
We did have this morning. We were briefed about it, and people were able to consider whether they should make changes. And as I said, some people generally do, but most people generally don't.
John Allen. Hi, Chair Powell. Janelle Marte from Bloomberg. As you noted, the labor market is now in many ways back to where it was before the pandemic. I wondered if you could comment on how officials are viewing that. So do you think that there still needs to be more cooling in the labor market to bring inflation all the way down to 2%? Or is there any sense that maybe the labor market is more vulnerable now to higher rates now that many of those imbalances have eased?
Sure. So by so many measures, the labor market was kind of overheated 2 years ago, and we've seen it gradually move back into much better balance between supply and demand. So what have we seen?
I Venmo you, Jack.
Labor force supply come up quite a bit through immigration and through recovering participation. That's ongoing.
Look at that smile. Look at him smiling.
Mostly now through the immigration channel, but still
$5.
We've had some increases in prime age labor force. In terms of on the demand side, we've seen quits moving down. We've seen job openings moving down. We've seen wage increases moving from very, very high levels a couple of years ago back down to more sustainable levels. We have seen unemployment creep up now 0.6 over the course of a year or so, very, very gradually. So you put all that together, what you have is still low unemployment, still 4% unemployment, historically low.
So Gabe, if you want to turn it down just a little bit, we can kind of give a recap of what's going on so far.
Jack, hit me.
Anything that, okay, so like they're really emphasizing that the dot plots aren't as important as the data. Not a lot has changed so far. We haven't seen a huge move. I'm kind of surprised during something like this. You usually wouldn't see, like, the ZN is still 1,000 up on the bid and offer.
Yeah.
Pretty muted. Not a lot of new information here. The dot plot was a little bit worse from the perspective of us who all want to see things go up. But they're saying this is really data driven ultimately. So it's kind of, I would call this punting maybe. And we're just waiting. But every time we're waiting and not saying when we're going to cut rates, it's not, makes people worry a little bit.
Yeah. Do you think the markets are forcing their hand at all? Where the equities are, where the bonds are, or is it's right where they want it to be? Or they're comfortable with where it's at?
He doesn't want to see NVIDIA at 10,000 probably, especially after the split. That'd be real bad.
That would be
I think, their preferred measure of inflation is the PCE number, so we'll see when that comes out. I think kind of hold steady.
Yeah.
Watch on Power Hour to see. We can turn back up for a little bit and see if there's anything else here, but I doubt there's going to be any more, banger questions coming out.
Still a significantly positive number,
Jump off
greater
real
than
quick.
it was before the pandemic. So overall, we're looking at what is still a very strong labor market, but not the superheated labor market of 2 years ago or even 1 year ago.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Back on the rates path, the SEP showed quite a large shift of rate cut expectations relative to March. That's a period in which the economic data flow hasn't been that dramatic a shift. How can you provide some color on what changed in attitudes on the committee over the last 3 months
Those
to
bums around there,
see a much shallower path of rate cuts this year?
Yeah, the big thing that changed was the inflation forecast. So the inflation forecast moved up several tenths for the end of the year, and as I mentioned earlier in the, what did we take away from this? We had really good inflation data in the second half of last year, then kind of a pause in progress in the first quarter, and what we took away from that was that it's probably going to take longer to get the confidence that we need to begin to loosen policy. So the sense of that is that rate cuts that might have taken place this year take place next year. There are fewer rate cuts in the median this year, but there's one more next year. So if you look at year-end 2025 and 26, you're almost exactly where you would have been. Just it's moved later because of that progress. Now you get different data today. So we'll have to see where the data light the way. The economy has repeatedly surprised forecasters in both directions, and today was certainly a better inflation report than almost anybody expected. And we'll just have to see what the incoming data flow brings and how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks.
Dolby, you're working a bid?
just one MNQ at 19,446 and a
Gina
quarter, just to see if we run
Gina
down
Smiley,
there.
New York Times.
Tap it.
Thanks for taking our questions. In the summary of economic projections, the long-run interest rate forecast moved up a bit. I wonder if we should read that as a sign that you think that policy is not sort of as restrictive as we previously expected. You know, how should we interpret what that means about how the committee views its current policy setting?
So two things about that. One is this. You're right, it did move up, but I want to remember to point out that long-run neutral rate of interest is a long-run concept. It really is a theoretical concept, can't be directly observed, and what it is the interest rate that would hold the economy at equilibrium, maximum employment, and price stability, potentially years in the future where there are no shocks. So it's a little bit, it's not something we observe today. Today we've got a very specific economy with all kinds of shocks we're still getting over from the pandemic. So it's, I don't think that the concept of R-star, it's a very important concept in economics and in what we do, but honestly it doesn't really get you where you need to be to think about what appropriate policy is in the near term. But back to your original question, people have been gradually writing it up because I just think people are coming to the view that rates are less likely to go down to their pre-pandemic levels, which were very low by recent history measures. Now we can't really know that. That's an interesting dispute and discussion to have now. But ultimately, we think that things like the neutral rate are driven by longer-run, slow-moving forces, and there's a really good question about whether those really have changed or whether instead rates and the economy are experiencing a series of persistent but ultimately temporary shocks. That's been the debate, and we can't know. But in the meantime, we're making policy with the economy that we have, with the distortions that we have. And I also, to your other point, I think it is the case that as time has gone by, the question of how restrictive is policy has become one that everyone's asking, and we're asking it too. And my answer has been that policy is restrictive. The question of whether it's sufficiently restrictive is going to be one we know over time. But I think
some sellers
for
here.
the reasons I talked about at the last press conference and other places, I think the evidence is pretty clear that policy is restrictive and is having.
Well, what did he say, Jack? What was the word?
I don't know what's the word. We're just like, we're selling off a little bit. Looking at 10 years right now, we're still, the bottom of the move was 4.25. We're up about 5 bips right now. But before this, we were around 4.4. Still nothing huge. I wouldn't think this is great for stocks, though.
Why?
Just at overall, it seems that there's pushing out the rates now. But if everything's dominated by like the huge cash generating companies, like I think it's more of what we've seen where there's this divergence between the huge companies that make a lot of cash and something like, I would think this isn't very good for the Russell.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Into the language you're talking
They
about.
rely on credit.
To me, the focus is more.
Well, just, just the unprofitable companies, which probably is the right thing. Like, we're just used to low interest rates. Something
Yeah,
like
that's not normal. The last 15 years were not
4.5%
normal.
10 years isn't crazy.
The price stability goal, and then for a while there was a pause, and we look at today's thing and we think, well, that's a good reading, and we hope we get more like that. And in the meantime, we're asking, is our policy stance about right? And we think yes, it's about right. We're prepared to adjust it as appropriate, but we think we're getting the things that we would want to get, broadly speaking. And that's why we've been at this policy right now for almost a year.
So just to follow up on that, I think one curious thing here is you've got now this restrictive policy in place and virtually no change in any of the major things for all of this year. You've got growth that stays above long-run potential throughout the forecast period, unemployment that never goes above the long-run estimate, right, of 4.2. So this isn't a story of slack improving inflation. So where's the improvement in inflation coming from that it's going to pick up pace so much in 2025?
Well, it's been coming. Where's it been coming from? We'll start with that. Clearly, a lot of some of what we've been getting is just the reversal of the unwinding of the pandemic-related distortions to both supply and demand, and that is complemented by and amplified, supported by restrictive monetary policy. So those two things have been working together. We've also had a very positive supply shock on the labor side, and also you get a positive supply shock when the supply conditions unwind and return to normal. So you've had, above trend potential growth and high growth, and yet you've had the benefit of inflation coming down, really fast actually last year, and we'll see what the rest of this year brings. So these dynamics can continue as long as they continue. Ultimately, the question is are you down to demand? And we don't know that, though. We're look at today's report. If we see more like that, we can't know what the future holds. But in the meantime, we've made pretty good progress on inflation.
But we'll do the dot plots anyway.
I know. You guys are all in this with me.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. The base case of the committee seems to be that there is going to be at least one rate cut this year, but your growth forecast doesn't see any slowdown in the rest of the year, nor does the unemployment forecast see any
buyers came right back in
significant
again.
weakening
Yeah,
of the labor market. And your inflation forecasts basically average out to no change. So if at the end of the year there is no change from conditions now, why would you anticipate cutting rates? What would be the point for a rate cut?
Well, we think policy is restrictive, and we think ultimately that if you just set policy at a restrictive level, eventually you will see real weakening in the economy. So that's always been the thought, is that since we raised rates this far, we've always been pointing to cuts at a certain point, not to eliminate the possibility of hikes, but no one has that as their base case. So no one on the committee does. But so that's how we think about it, and that's what we've been getting. That's what we've been getting is good progress on inflation, with growth at a good level, and with a strong labor market. Now, ultimately, we think rates will have to come down to continue to support that, but so far they haven't had to, and that's why we're watching so carefully for signs of weakness. We don't really see that. We kind of see what we wanted to see, which was gradual cooling in demand, gradual rebalancing in the labor market, while we're continuing to make progress on inflation. So, we're getting good results here.
Well, to follow up, is there any kind of concern for the housing industry or financial stability banks in leaving rates where they are for too long at this point?
They're waiting for the housing. Here we go.
On housing, the housing situation is a complicated one, and you can see that's a place where rates are really having a significant effect. Ultimately, the best thing we can do for the housing market is to bring inflation down so that we can bring rates down so that the housing market can continue to normalize. There will still be a national housing shortage, as there was before the pandemic. There will still be one, but the distortions that we see now with lock-ins and things like that, low mortgages. In terms of banks, the banking system has been, solid, strong, well-capitalized, lending. We've seen good performance by the banks. We had the turmoil early last year, but banks have been focusing on bringing up their liquidity, bringing up their capital, and having risk management plans in place. So the banking system, seems to be in good shape.
Thanks.
So, yeah.
Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. I was wondering if we can...
Jack, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to head out soon to make room for Dakota. There won't be a ton of stuff, but the housing is a really important question. When they talk about not seeing the detriment yet, is that's because we're completely locked up right now, and people haven't felt just how much less their house is actually worth if they were going to try and sell it all at once. So that's the kind of thing that could be pretty hazardous down the road. Anyway, I'm going to peace out now. Thanks for listening to Powell with me. I see a guy with a blue tie in the green room.
Wow.
So
what does that mean?
He'll be on
This
next.
is fancy.
Yeah. Dapper. Bring him in. He is ready.
All right. I'm dropping out,
Later,
boys.
Jack. Thank you, Jack.
Bye,
Jack. Thanks for everything.
Inflation still, and that's probably to do with
almost.
Goods prices have kind of fluctuated. There's been a surprising increase.
Bringing in number one trader, Topstep,
which is kind of hard to understand.
Very sharp
We are
today.
Underdressed, right? You and I, man.
Yes, yeah, I know.
And hats.
Yeah,
What are
hats.
you doing, man?
My goodness, I did not get
Lots
the
of
memo.
meetings.
Screen yet.
power meetings, apparently. Not just meetings, but power
There we go.
meetings.
Now you're
There
live,
he is.
baby. What up?
Welcome.
Yeah, no,
Coach
I actually,
Dakota.
I just meetings with lawyers today, and it's been
Okay. Look good?
Oh, and we're live.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
live,
we're
baby. We're live. Jerome Powell is live.
Ah.
We got Coach Dakota in the house. Coach Dakota, tell us about your trades. What's your P&L? How are we looking today for the market?
Yeah, I'm at 22,500 today.
Beautiful. Nice. Okay. And I've got a question
almost
for
back
you.
to back, almost back to back 20K days. Yesterday, I gave a portion of that back to the markets yesterday.
Saw that.
Found out where I left it today, and that was. Yeah, all I got from Pal was just blah blah blah. Donde compranos. Up all-time highs.
Something all-time highs. Yeah.
We still gotta listen.
That's
to
all
him.
I understood.
Well,
we still gotta listen.
Well, we can read what it says. We should turn it down maybe a little bit. It depends on how
Turn it
long
down
it's
a
going to
little
go here.
I think he's got probably another 25 minutes or so. But that's fine. Your call, Jack.
2 points off highs. 2 points off NQ highs.
Hey, Dakota, so you want to protect those $22,000 in profits. I heard you made a phone call to the risk team and asked them to do what? To do what? Please
So
explain.
I was pissed off at myself yesterday, Andre.
Yeah.
I locked myself out of my Topstep combine.
I know you did.
But I didn't lock myself out of my Ninja Trader. And I ended up trading during power hour. I took a nap. I woke up. I traded during power hour. I'm like, man, we're rallying. I'm going to look to see traders, take profits and hedge before the big day tomorrow. I got into position, took a loss, got into another position, took a loss, trying to short it. And I gave back a portion of it. And you guys heard Brett, like, hey, you know what? You held too long to the close. And I just, it was just ugly. I didn't give back more than half. It was less than half, which is still good. 16K, 15, 16K is nothing to cry about. But I did give about $9,000, $9,000 back last night. Oh, here's a good one. And everybody who's listening, I want you guys, everybody here, including you, Andre and Dobie, watch me tonight during slow markets. I'm starting slow markets 5 minutes early. Last night, the night before, and all of last week, we've noticed something. We've noticed a pattern. As soon as I start my slow markets class, gold sells off. And we've been watching it all last week, and it's really strange on how well it's been working. I click stream. As soon as my slow markets start, gold sells off. And so last night, I decided to just, 5 minutes before I start the stream, I shorted gold, 25 contracts. And I started the stream, and sure enough, it freaking sold off. And it sold off with enough volume. I got in and out with 25 contracts without any issues. And I made like $6,500 on that. Coach Jay's going to be joining me tonight, and I'm going to start streaming tonight 5 minutes early, and we're going to watch gold. We're going to see what happens. And it's just really weird. And I was just like, maybe we could get Andre on one of these days and see if we could have a house account trade.
Yeah, I would love to sell.
I don't know what it is.
Interesting.
It's definitely interesting.
How long has this been going on for?
Like weeks. So,
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and it's not like a little sell-off. It's like $5 in gold. That's
Is there like some market opening up right at 8 p.m. and they're just hitting it?
I think so. I don't know. It's right at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I mean, if somebody's into statistics, I don't want to take the time to do it. I'm sure somebody here would go through and back test to see
Edgeful. Where you
does
at?
gold sell off and how often at 8 p.m. Central. So we're all traders. We all look for patterns in the market, and if that is something, everyone's saying 8 p.m. Central, Tokyo opens, China market, Asia.
Yeah, Asia's 5
there's something
p.m.
to it.
Okay.
Watch tonight. I'm going to start the stream 5 minutes early, and let's just leave it at that. Let's see what happens tonight, and we'll see if the trend and the pattern continues.
All right, a little bonus Dakota tonight on slow markets.
Bonus
Coach
stuff.
Jay.
So, lads, about 1/3 of those polls said they want to listen to Powell full volume. 2/3 said no. I don't know what to do.
Well, if we get blindsided by a move by something he says, it's our fault. It's on us. Is the what I'm thinking. If we get blindsided by anything he says, we still have 20 minutes left in the speech. I mean, I'm just if something happens,
We
it's
can
fine.
still see him.
It's
Like
the
if he
risk we're
tips
willing
over
to
the
take.
podium and attack someone. We'll see it.
Okay. Well, it's the risk we're taking here. So just,
Throw a shoe or
just so we
something.
understand. That's fine. All right, let's get into it. All right, welcome to Power Hour here on TopStep TV. In the upper left-hand corner, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. Dolby time. What is hashtag Power Hour? We've been doing this for like 4 weeks now. They should know the drill. But one more time, what's hashtag Power Hour?
Yeah, for the new people in chat, hashtag Power Hour is this segment, but on X. So got trader wins, great trades, funded trader certificates. Share that with us on X. Hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. We also do hashtag Fast Markets as well. So whatever you got, we got some great memes coming up. Typically always do some trader wins. I think I submitted a funded trader certificate. So it's just a way for us to engage with the community and for you to engage with us and see your creations and accomplishments on air in real time.
This is Power Hour, right? We yeah, that's what we are.
Yes, it's Power Hour. Yeah, no, right.
Power Hour. We do not have the house account. Oh, shit, I get the house
You
account.
had no house account trades? The day goes
Not
by
yet.
so fast.
Well, this morning, I don't know if retrading this morning, it was just up and away. There was nowhere to get in. You couldn't get check marks. It was just, remember, we just kept drifting to all-time highs. So no check marks. Maybe we could open up the house
Most people wanted to be hands off. There was too much indecision in what's going on with FOMC and how bullish NASDAQ was and whether or not that was even like sane. And so I think it was a good day to be hands off the house account. There's no reason to be forcing trades on a kind of a suspect trading day.
Agree.
I should have forced trades during Power Hour yesterday. That's for sure.
We got short. Never getting short again. Was that
Well, I told everybody last night, I learned the hard way this past couple of weeks why I'm a perma bull. And I know everyone was joking for the past few months where I just say buy the market and like, where do we buy? Where do we buy? We're long. I was like that for a reason. And this past couple of weeks I've been in a drawdown because I've been looking more from the short side and I've been getting someone eating my lunch. I lost like 45K in days. But here we go. 2 days back to back. I'm already out of the drawdown.
All right, Dakota, you got any levels we like here to get long? If we can get a pullback to 500s, if we can see 500s, would you get long there?
Long anywhere below the all-time high.
Over there.
I don't know
It's tough to get long.
No stops.
No, yeah,
Trust
dude,
buy,
stops
no
are so
stops.
over. Yeah, stops are just overrated, man.
Yeah, I'm being serious though. Let's see if we could break an all-time high. All-time high right now is like 47. Is that right?
Yeah.
In the NASDAQ?
Yeah, remember like
46
points
and three
away.
quarters. Yeah. So
Thanks,
47
Robert.
would be an all-time high. Maybe we run to 2% at the end of the day. Do we have a 2% day
guys.
today?
2%. How much are we up right now percentage-wise? Guess I can look that up.
Like, I don't know, 1.25.
Oh, plenty of room to go.
Well, that's not even that much.
Well, yeah, I mean, take
Or
a look at
one and a
Apple.
half. Sorry, maybe 1.75. I'm not
Still.
sure. From where we opened at like 5 p.m. Central, where the market opens again, we're about 1.5.
Well, Apple's up 6%, so NASDAQ has some work to do.
We could see a 2% day. Like we could easily rally a 0.5% between now and the close.
Okay.
If we start to break, everyone who was getting short off of the FOMC and FOMC minutes and Powell speaking is going to be hopping to get out. We did see that 300 lot get filled. I seen 300 lots.
Oh,
for
man.
portion
You see
today
that?
at like 479.
Yep. What a fill.
They got filled and they're sitting very happy.
I mean, the only trade I see right now would be to short NASDAQ, but I'm not taking that. Not taking that bet. I mean, we're higher range, but I don't know if this is the market where you want to short higher range.
I think that Dakota's right. We've been listening to Powell. You could see how this could kill the rally to start with, but he hasn't said anything like terrible for stocks either. And he's right about those shorts building up and then being like, "Oh, Powell didn't drop the hammer." Getting a little nervous.
Good call. Coach Jay says 2% puts us at 19,628 in the NASDAQ. 19,628. So about 100 points from here.
Okay, that's
I just
doable. We
want
could
to
do
pull
that.
back though. If I want to get long, I just don't know
Seriously.
how much it's going to pull back. Like Dakota, would you probably buy anything underneath 500, right?
Oh man,
I would buy anything beneath the all-time high.
Okay.
And I'm not
That's right
joking
now.
about that. Like,
You're
I'm
wrong.
literally watching the charts and thinking, do I buy right now? Do I buy right now? Because maybe there's a possibility as soon as Powell leaves that stand,
sell
then the
off.
risk of him saying something to drop the markets is no longer there.
Okay.
And
Right.
we just like there
Just
is that
take off.
possibility.
I like that, Dakota.
And 47 is just right there, all-time highs.
You were so close. And what even traded up there? 49, 77, 123. So there were some people trading up there. Yeah, what's up?
Kitty says
This is
buy
a
him.
roaring kitty.
Roaring
says buy him.
K, Dakota. He liked that, like Dakota. He made Dakota. He liked that joke.
I just shorts are well, we got 133 at 545.
All right.
You're just doing it.
I'm just buying, closing my eyes
Alright.
and buy. Man. That's the play. Now it's not even letting me get in that bid. Come on. It's not even letting me buy it.
Wow,
Oh my
here it
gosh, I
goes.
missed
Here
it.
it goes.
Oh no.
No. He called it.
Oh,
Oh,
market, man.
oh
I
no.
was trying to get in that bid and it just ran away
Oh.
from me.
Wow.
New all-time highs.
There it is.
That's brutal. Wow. Here's your
Oh,
chance.
now we're back down again. Second chance.
Now we're
All the
right
shorts
there.
got
Ugh, now I don't
squeezed.
even. I don't know about that one now.
What about now?
I was gonna only look for 10, 15 points, which like that probably was it.
I mean, if you love 40s, you'll love 35s.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Is it worth it to try a short up here? I just don't. Oh man, I don't know. The risk reward is really good.
Max,
on a
I could
short.
only trade as 5 contracts. I did call Ben, like you guys were talking about earlier. I called Ben and the risk management team. I said, "Hey, put my max at 5. I'm not giving back."
Smart.
Taking a page out of Fatima's book by using the risk manager.
I like that.
So I'm still trading live, and live with
Oh, yeah.
one contract is still a lot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one E-mini in the NQ, we can do all sorts of damage.
82% long YM. 71% short crude. 50-50 ES, 50-50 NQ.
Yeah, so that was
40.
interesting. We literally bounced right up to like 57s, and then sold right off.
Could be some stops, perhaps.
Definitely some stops got run up. Like how much volume did we trade above 540? Anything notable? No, it was kind of thin. I mean, you got 6 contracts traded at the high and then 8 right below that. I've got 100 sitting at 556.
Interesting. This is a little bit of a side note, guys. Which Robert sent me an image from what is it called? Edgeful. Yeah, an Edgeful. I'm gonna download it and see if I could share it here.
Oh, is this about the 8 p.m. gold?
Yeah, about that 8 p.m. That is interesting
Stuff.
And this-
Robert.
He's on top of it.
Yes, sir. 120K, Douglas. PCS. It's coming. See if we can break out these 19550s. If we can get up, push out there, we are. See if we can get some follow through to the upside here. Dakota wanted to get long. See why.
Here's
S&Ps all in suit. And
Yeah, I'll
we're
share it
into
in just a second. We're making all-time highs, and I'll talk about a picture in a minute. Market's more important.
Trying to figure out what to do with these 50s. 50s, yeah. 550s in the NASDAQ and 5450 S&P. So 50s all around.
And I'm tempted to just try a short, even if it's just like stupid cheap. Let's just take like no risk on it.
You will be selling the all-time
So
highs.
that was the trade. Just anything below the all-time high was a buy.
60s. Here we go. Into the 60s.
Wow. Nice.
Up, up, and away.
Boy, that 300 lot on 479 or whatever. 300 times. What a fill. Just sat there and took it. They knew what they were doing.
Looking real good right about now. Looking real good.
Time to lock the account. Lock up.
All right, try give another try into the 60s.
Powell's still going? Oh, yeah. Yep. Still chit-chatting.
Now he's talking with his hands. Must mean business here. Something. Tilt. Nothing. All right. Back in the 50s here. 19,555 last trade. 58th trade now.
Buy it. We're going to 2%, man. That's what it looks like.
2%
I
is
don't know
19,000.
where else do we go? Like, we go down and who's shorting this market?
Exactly.
That's I think the best.
Dolby time.
Not me. I had a thought flicker across my head, and I did not pull the trigger on it. Thankfully.
The best was this morning when you and Nick were trying to talk each other into taking a short. I was loving that. Well, it's a cheap trade.
Don't let those intrusive thoughts win.
Yeah, right.
Should think it.
If we limit risk here, and 562s. Again, 2% would be 19,628.
Who's buying now, though?
The shorts.
Shorts that are getting
63s trade. 67s.
I took some buys.
You and Eddie? Did you get long?
Yeah, I caught some here. Just like the momentum.
Oh, new all-time 70s trade. 70s trade. 40s were nice.
There's just no
90%
range, right? It's not even like a 1 minute range to even try to like establish a risk for a short. Longs, like maybe. You could try like 545s, 540s on a pullback.
You got to consider the excitement.
What, to be for chat? The excitement for chat?
For the markets.
All-time
high, all-time high.
All it is. Nasdaq leading the way up here. Apple again. Apple is up. Apple doing the heavy lifting today for S&Ps and all equities. Up 6% today. Unreal. Here we go. 70s trade, new highs, 72s.
New highs, no new highs. Yeah, someone says you see that
all
huge
day
pullback. That was a huge pullback from
5 points.
70 to 5. Yeah.
5 point pullback
and new highs. And
if it would have just filled me.
Dakota 73s trade 70. Sounds good, Gabe.
What's 2%? 600?
628.
Yep. 75, 76s, 77s.
There you go, Dakota. Take it away, Dakota.
We just count up. This is a counting show.
What comes after 79? Okay, there's 80s coming after 80. What comes after 80?
81, 82.
Just start counting up. The market's going to be faster than you. Oh, my goodness. Can we hit 19,600? 19,600 next, coming up.
It'd be a nice run, my gosh.
Yeah.
We still got time here, 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Powell's still speaking. We'll see what happens when Powell gets off the stage here. Just feel I think the market's kind of reacting that, hey, Powell hasn't really said anything. Like Jack said, hasn't dropped the hammer. Looks like the coast is clear to get back in and start buying it. Perhaps. We'll see what happens when he wraps up. I got 5,
What's the
6, 7,
volume
8
been
minutes.
on this up
There you go.
move? Anything notable?
Oh my gosh. That's what it was. Just buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Buy it. Don't make any promo.
Oh, S&P's above the 54.50 level. Currently trading 54.51 quarter.
I think YM is like drinking Ovaltine and laying in bed with a heating pad and getting ready for bed already.
Ovaltine. I've heard. Wow.
I should have just marketed in. I tried to buy at bid and it just wasn't giving it to me. So
momentum markets,
marketing
yeah.
in.
Getting in is more important than price.
At this point, I mean, sure.
I know.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
know.
that can be the case.
Hindsight Capital. Dakota, you want to join our hedge fund? Hindsight Capital. We're killing it. We are killing it, man. I mean,
100% win rate.
We're not talking zeros here. We're talking commas, man. We got lots of commas in Hindsight Capital, man. All right,
You're
82.
talking like Friday night chat. Are you positive, negative for the week?
Oh, we're always positive at Hindsight Capital. Returns are record every time. Market goes up, market goes down. Hindsight Capital makes money. 85s trade in. Wow. Hindsight Capital just crushes
86,
it.
86, 87.
Can we hit
88.
600s?
88.
Can we hit 600s? And he is done. All right, Powell is done. Let's go full screen or take that off the screen.
Let's
See what
see.
happens. Here we go.
Okay, we had
38 minutes
a
left here.
10-point sell. 10-point sell from the.
I'm short one. I'm just taking
Obi's-
it.
Woo,
Risking
overtime.
$33 on this.
Okay. Steve Jones, you knew. I'm driving. I don't trade, buddy. Welcome to Topstep TV. All right, trading 565. Starting to see some sellers here. Here's your pullback, folks. You do want to get long.
There's the pullback. 20 points. 24 points.
Wow. Good call.
60s trade.
I'll just take it flat. I got what, 40, $30 on that?
Ooh,
I'm trading
Ooh.
micros.
Dolby got away with
Ooh,
one
there
being
you
short.
Add
There
a
you go.
zero. But I got a little bit on that. I
Ooh,
got
like
$30
a
bucks on
thief
that.
in the night. Dolby knew
That's
he got
right.
away
Nick
with
for
it.
a tick is just in chat. I got to be in there somewhere, right? He would have liked that one. In and out real quick.
Don't worry. We'll be back up at all-time highs.
Here we go, 50s.
You know, it was just like you called it. When he was done speaking, we'd see a market move.
Yeah, that was my thesis.
That's something to remember, you know.
That tends to be the thing where
Should have
as
held
soon
it.
as market
Wow.
Oh my
Powell
god, look
stops,
at
we
this.
either
I
sell off
nailed
or
the
rally.
top on that.
Yes, you did, Dolby.
Either way, yeah. I mean, this is a big pullback. My gosh.
Yeah, this
Huge.
50 points.
Here we go.
I got like
50 points.
20 points.
Look at
All
the
right.
wick on
Shout out
that
to the
one.
Points
shorts.
on the board. Man.
If you
Wiki,
guys
wiki.
got short up there and made a profit, put it in the chat.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
on you. Good
Yep.
on you. You got some large attachments to be doing something like that. But maybe you
Paper
guys timed it
handed
perfectly. Timed it perfectly with the Powell speech. Good on you. See where this thing goes. Gold selling off
Paper
here.
hands.
Wow.
We might see 500 here soon.
Oh, we're buying 500s, baby. We are buying 500s.
Chart execution.
I need some check marks.
I'll throw in my check mark. If it's a
For
buy,
500s?
yeah. I'll throw my check
Yeah.
mark.
Jay, you like that?
Man, I left like over 30 points on the table there. Should have let it go. Should have held a runner.
Throw my check mark in there.
I got it. Oh, I'm scared now.
500? Oh, I got to check in for 500 for sure.
All right, cool. All right, we got 2 check marks. Hit me, Gabe, with 2 check marks for 500s. Boy,
Here we go. We're almost there. We're almost there.
Here we are. Here we go.
Ooh, what is 506 is. Let's see. Can we see 500? Will it give us 500?
That's a good question.
I think we could. I think we could see it.
Shit.
This is
There
the
we
stop
are.
run
We're
I
near
wanna see, though. I
500.
wanna get the-
All right, we are
that
in.
Big stop run.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
buddy.
499. Long from 449. Or sorry, 498 half. No, 499. 499. Sorry, 499. It's just moving fast here.
How
10
many? How
times.
many?
10
Let's
times.
see,
10 times from 499.
10 times 498.
Oh, you got a better fill. Of course you
Risking,
got a better fill.
risking. Good trade. Good trade. Stop loss at 61.
Works for me.
Or is that too wide?
That works for me. I don't like stops. Where's the upper end here?
Oh man.
Oh, these
I had
haters.
73s.
We're gonna lose money being long.
I almost.
We're gonna be the guys that lost money. Going, no, I mean, you never know. You never know. But
you gotta be bleeping me. All right, long 10. Risking 7,100. We are stop at 63. Upside target 63s. Let's see.
So I wonder if this is where we get that big stop run here for all the intraday long day traders for the bigger push. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
We've seen 100-point rallies the last 15 minutes of the close.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's out of the book. We've also seen 100-point sell-off.
Yep.
We got 100 at 485. I'm just looking for any liquidity patches down below.
Yeah, you got
480s. We got 50.
110 from 499.
There's some stuff in the
my
60s.
profit target's 31. 31. Let's say 30s.
31.
Upper
31s.
30s.
Works. 31 works. I see why I got 31s. Yep.
Nice execution, Dre. That was decisive.
Oof.
We could have got better prices now. Jeez.
Yeah. Maybe stack them.
I do not like that.
Yeah. I don't want to miss it, though. I don't want to
Oh,
miss because the market was running quick.
That
like
could have been the trade. That little
that's it.
10, 15-point bounce. It might be. I mean, we're at these lows, and it's been by the dip. We have a stop loss at what, 61?
Ish, yeah. What happened? Powell stopped
See if
speaking.
we can...
Chuckle says, dumb trade. Damn, Chuckles, you might be right. Chuckles, you might be right.
Well, it depends on if you bought 500 and sold that you had. There's 10 points to be had there.
They're just carded. Wow, look at this.
Yeah,
and we are stopped out. Oh,
380s. Come to 380.
Flat. We are down 6,500. My goodness. Wow.
Well, I think they're just going to.
Unbelievable.
This is, yeah. So,
holy
380s.
bleep.
There we
Let's
go.
Holy bleep.
Here we go.
Almost a
130 point sell off right there.
Sure was.
That was a big one. That was a big one.
How's the count down? 6,500. Yikes. That might have been a dumb trade.
That was not a dumb trade. I don't care what anybody said.
Thank you, Dakota. That's all I wanted to hear.
Here's the thing is, it worked all day until it didn't.
Of course.
If somebody told me that they were long at 500 all morning, I'm like, that's a great trade, right? We sold off. If you would have bought 500, we made all-time highs. It sold off again. You buy 500. That's great.
500s are great all day up until about 5 minutes ago.
Yes, they were. Hindsight Capital said dumb trade. So I mean, here we go. The buyer stuff is.
We need. He could join our hedge fund that we just started. It sounds.
We're gonna have to join their hedge fund, Dakota. We're gonna have to join. Yeah. Oh, their Hindsight Capital. We're applying for a job there. Is basically what we're trying. We're trying to get.
You got to start as an intern first.
Yes,
and then you got to work your way up to partner.
Yes, you do. We are interviewing for internships, summer internships. Right now. See if the buyers step in here. 19,464. Still selling.
Yep.
55. Wow.
38.
Only a falling knife
Come
until
get
it
me.
sticks you in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to put an order in.
Right to view
below,
app. Right to view app.
380.
And I'm getting out of this damn house account.
Let's do one at 383, and we'll do one at 372. MNQ. Even
I
buying it
almost
now
pulled it right
seems
there. I almost
interesting.
pulled it long.
Did you? I kind of like the idea of hopping into a long here too. It's a cheap
we're at
trade.
VWAP. We're at VWAP and NASDAQ. 467s. Damn, reset that. Also VWAP bounce. Good. Yeah, we have Jay Cook.
MP, if you're listening, I love you.
We're getting sloppy, Jay.
Oh man, that was
quick. It was quick death. Not a
you guys
slow,
will-
painful one. It's quick.
All you social media nerds will know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, is he tweeting right now?
MP is in there. What's he?
Is he on one on Twitter?
Nope, I'm staying out of it.
Oh
Let's focus on the
wow!
market.
Oh man!
Let's focus on the market.
Oh man!
Let
what
me make
happened?
another 20K live in my live account.
Oh, dude.
Let's see if we sell off. I think I might be buying the low 400s, low 420s. That's kind of the
What a lame.
top of the initial inflation data move, right? We're getting close to the top of the inflation data move.
What a dork. What a dork. Get a life, bro. Get a fucking life. We don't worry about you. Why you worry about us?
38s?
38. So I hear 38.
Come and get me. Come and get me.
Why you watching our stream? We ain't watching yours, bro.
I haven't even dipped my toe in the water whenever nonsense is going on there.
Looking slack.
I don't want it, Dre. I'm trying to.
Sellers coming in here. 54.19s. Yeah, see, I stick to the markets. Boy, NASDAQ's selling off.
I still don't believe it. I think it's all fake. This is all fake selling.
Yeah, no, I
It was
agree with you,
It was
Dobie.
real when we were along. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I know. It
was
sure felt real, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, Andre. Somebody needs contracts to buy to get long, and that's how they do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
There was 300 lots sitting there at 79 all freaking day. 479.
Hopefully they got out.
We're getting a 1 minute range yet? Oh, a little bit. So we're starting to get a 1 minute range forming around 450s. So if you're a very short term time trader, you might be able to find.
I'm
a cheap
long.
trade.
I'm long. 52
Nice.
and 3/4.
Nice.
52 and 3/4. All right, nice. Let's do it, Dakota.
I'm gonna wait. I said this thesis of 386s, 376s. I'm gonna wait for this to play out and stick to my guns on this one and see if this pans out.
Fair. This is just really small in and out.
Nice.
Small in comparison. I must say that. 1 mini is not small by any means. But in comparison, by how I typically have been trading this account.
Like Dakota, how often do you, when you're trading, think of an idea, don't take the trade, but that ends up being like the exact trade that should have been taken? I mean,
what explain that again?
Well, it's like, I want to get long 386, 376. It's kind of like my idea that I had this market doing, but I could have hopped in with the long with you, which wasn't my idea. So just, how often, do we either verbalize or have these thoughts in our head to like, oh, I want to go short, 580 because Powell stops speaking, but you never take the trade and it just ends up going in your favor. I feel like I have, those thoughts and ideas all the time, and those are the good ones.
Yeah, just trade the way you trade. Don't let anybody else affect it. A lot of us get in that same thing where we let others influence our trading, and then it's even worse when your trade would have worked out. And there's a psychological thing, okay? I can't remember who did it, and it was mostly based around relationships. Where are you really helping someone out? Where if I give you a trade idea and you win, whose win is it really, right? Is it the person with the trade or is it yours? And then vice versa. If you lose, then it just leaves a bad flavor in your mouth based off the person who gave you that trade idea. So I don't like really giving exact trades like, hey, buy this. House account's a little bit different, but In order for you yourself to become a trader and build that own confidence and say, this was my trade idea, follow your own rules. Don't listen to someone else.
Right.
Unless it's something like, hey, you're struggling, think about reducing your trade size. And it's like risk management oriented like advice, not trade idea.
All right, Dakota, you're long from where? Sorry, I got
52 3/4.
2 3/4.
One contract long. If we get a break, I'm gonna see if I can close this into the 80s. We're testing these highs. Let's see if we can break above 78. There you go. Good enough for me.
Well done. Well done.
What we might still continue to see, maybe we see 500 again. That is relatively like the probabilities of us going back up and taking a look above 500 is above 50%. I dare say we have that beautiful 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart, and that indicates that there is more.
6 is trade.
Maybe a trend reversal. So
failed downside auction. Where's Hoag? 23 minutes left. I don't know if we're going to get to. We could probably try sneaking quiz results and hashtag power hour stuff somewhere in here, but the markets are moving, so that's the first priority.
Yeah, it is. It's tough to get to the promos when the markets are moving. Yeah, Dakota, I really liked her long. I have a 30-minute chart up. I mean, 1 hour chart is you basically just kind of bought the low of the previous 1 hour candle, so stuck in range, and you should be sitting real pretty for this one.
Wow, back to the 500s. I don't think I'll get in trouble. 90%. That's could be onto something there. Sing.
What's 90%?
Tilt. No. Will Andre get in trouble for being the executioner on 90% of the house account losses? Question in the chat. I don't know.
No, it's not your trade. It's not your trade.
Might get in trouble. I don't know. Well, you never know. All right, let's see if we can get a push into these 500s. Nope. Starting to sell off a little bit here. Tilt. 50-50 across the board. Nothing popping there. 70s trade. Nice trade there, Dakota.
Thank you. That's all.
What's your P&L
for highs?
I mean, of course, now that it was a winning trade, I wish I would have had more, right? Like, I wish I could have built into like a 30 contract position, but it's not worth the risk. I've just locked in the profit. But that was a $40 or $400. I think 400. Let me see. Yeah, 20 point, $400. One contract.
Nice. A couple of those, that adds up for a trading combine, for an XFA. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, 20 minutes left here. Markets are moving. Stuck a view up here.
I wonder what MOC is going to bring. Oh,
buddy. Good question. Dakota, P&L update, please. Yes, it will be. Eddie, you're all over that.
23,000.
23. He's up. He's up. He's up. He's up. Put down your pipe and smoke it, bro. You know who you are. LOL.
Hey, all jokes aside.
What a dumbass.
All jokes aside. And I want to say this, and I want to make sure it's very clear. I wish everybody the best of luck. I seen that someone told me he gave like $500 to somebody that needed it for a new wheelchair. I absolutely love that. And I wish absolutely everybody the best when it comes to their trading and what they do. All trash talk and all that fun crap aside. We're all humans. We really are. We're all humans just trying to make our way in these markets. And yeah, I have absolutely no negative comments to say about it. It's entertaining though.
Twitter is quite the entertaining platform.
Minus 16,000.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't have social media. Yeah, there is definitely a reason I do not have social media.
It's not productive to be on. Dakota, how you feeling? Are you still in this trade? You got flat, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm flat.
Would you re-enter or no? Same trade?
A re-entry probably is a good trade. To be honest, if it worked 5 minutes ago, it would work again. It might work again. Not it will, but it might.
Right.
It's the high of the inflation data. That's the inflation data move we got at 7:30 a.m. and that became resistance. Resistance is becoming support. So very much, this is a realistic, rinse and repeat, where you buy, what was it, 50s, 52s, and we look to sell 70s, maybe a little bit higher. But we could also consolidate into the close.
Could.
And you know what? Maybe it's one of those where we rally up, then we and like run some stops for everybody who is short, and then we rally right back down, run some stops for everyone who's long, and then we just close at 500, and everyone's all pissed off.
Yes, I'm noticing here S&P's trading around the lows, about 3 points off the lows here. Nasdaq's staying very strong here, over around VWAP. Much bigger range than Nasdaq, of course, but Nasdaq's starting to push here. Here beneath VWAP now.
Come get me. I got my orders sitting right down there, market. All one of them in the MNQs.
Wow. Here we go. Now, as well, the S&Ps make new lows on the day. We are about 2 points away from new lows. We went from all-time highs. We went from highs to the lows here in the last 20 minutes or so. Here we go. New lows. 16 straight S&Ps. Highs to the lows in the last 30 minutes. How about that price action? That's power hour for you.
Come get me.
I
think I might get filled by MOC. I think MOC I think I'm gonna get filled at I don't know, in 7 minutes, and then we'll get a rally for MOC.
We might get a nice bounce up to 500.
Buy side or sell side? Interesting. You just see Delta minus 16,000 ES. Minus 16,000 ES. Congruent with market direction. Yes.
That's a big one. 16,000.
It is a big. It is, especially at this time of day with 17 minutes left in the day. And the market has been breaking. Just put in new lows. Seeing a bit of a bounce off those 16. Currently trading 54.20 in the S&Ps. Nasdaq staying strong. About 20 points beneath VWAP. Currently trading 19,448. 448. Scratch that 50s trade now.
That was just sleepwalking.
Ovaltine. Ovaltine.
Just in a robe and just sleepwalking into walls, just bumping its head. I have no idea what's going on.
Oval, that got me, man. You guys have been funny today.
Oh, well, I love it. I love the drama too. Okay, well, I'm getting so many DMs ever since we had that conversation.
Yeah, let's not. We don't need to name.
Let's leave it at one.
Yeah, just leave it.
I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna leave it here, Andre. If you read this now, if I remember correct, maybe my memory's bad. Luke 27:28. Read that, and that just live by that. I'm not gonna read a scripture verse, but yeah,
we're better than that.
27:28.
Hey, you want to do a quick update from some of our top funded traders here at Topstep? Hey, shout out to Deeyana. Nice turnaround. $1,200 turnaround. Was down $400, $430 at 10 a.m. Central. Currently up almost $700. Shout out D. Nice job. Dakota started off the day at 8 a.m. up around $6,500. Currently up just over $23,000. You heard that right. $23,000. Real trades, real execution, real P&Ls, real payouts around here. Dude, you know who I'm talking to. And Jordan S, minus $1,700. Tanya trades. Oh, it's down 3. Nick for a tick. Well done, Nick. Up $3,100. Nice. Up four grand. Hassan taking on the chin a little bit, down 3. Eddie S up $4,300. And Philippe, I've seen that name a lot lately, up $2,100. Well done. Shout out Nick for a tick and D. And of course, Coach Dakota. Beautiful, beautiful. Nice turnaround, D. Love that. Way to step on the gas, Nick, for a tick.
Yeah, I wonder if he finally caught that short that he's been.
If he got short, if he made money being short, I'll be damned.
I hope so.
I hope so,
guess
too.
where I made my money? You're gonna laugh. I made my money today shorting the market.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I could pull it up too. You got. I
Here we go.
shorted gold last night, and then I shorted the Nasdaq earlier today.
Hey
Here we go.
guys, where is it? We're gonna try to get quiz
I know
winners
it's
in,
nasty.
guys. No guarantee we'll get quiz winners in right now with the markets moving
Also,
like that. Yeah, Jack.
GameStop update. This is just my opinion right now, but it looks like Roaring Kitty might be unwinding a little bit. There's on those 20 calls, there's 58,000 volume on 170,000 open interest. So I'm not sure who else would be doing it, but let's see.
Is he covering or exercising? Would we
There's
know
no
the
way
difference?
for us to know that.
No way.
Nope, not yet. We will see.
Ooh, do we get long here? I'm liking a long for a play to 480. And if I like it,
to 480s.
I'm entering it. Yeah, I'm long one at 58.5.
Okay. Long one, 58.5.
Yep. Let's see if we could break into the 70s again and 80s. Grab another few $100s. We're just holding this zone, and if we're not breaking down, it makes me more bullish on this.
It's a great range. It's a really, really good range. Risk is easy to define. Get long with the uptrend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if we was going to break down, we would have just took the elevator, right?
You would think so. I mean, we spent almost 20 minutes sitting around like 457, and I'm a big fan of markets sitting at a level and just kind of hanging out.
Oh yeah, Dolby Time special.
Yep, it's nice range.
Nice entry, Dakota. We long from nice. We're up the board. We are clicking today at Topstep TV. Good stuff.
What do you got? 458s?
Ron Paul 2024
nice.
in the chat saying Dakota looks like a G today. Yes, he does. Dakota, you look like a G. What do you think about that?
Lots of meetings today with lawyers.
That's fun.
It is actually.
Charge you by the minute.
Yeah, well, that's not fun. Yeah, this is to pay for the lawyer right here. So there's another $400.
This trade.
There's like, what? I just paid for my lawyer.
This trade covers 1 hour.
Paid for 15 minutes of your lawyer.
Yeah, take that
nice
lawyer.
pump.
I just paid more.
We're pumping in the 80s.
So there's another $400. Why don't I just take these with 30 lots, right? That'd have been what?
We just got smoke being low.
12,000 there, then another 12,000.
Yeah, but I mean,
we're good. We're good.
Nice trade.
This is you're being a good, responsible trader for all the people who are like aspiring to trade the Nasdaq well and past trading combines. You've taken 2 trades.
Yeah, Brett. Where are you at, Brett?
He's calling out a wrist team now. He's
Brett needs some apples.
Dakota is calling out the risk team, even though he initiated the phone call. He is now calling out our risk team. He is mad they picked up the phone call.
Brett is awesome. Brett is awesome.
They picked
I always
him up.
joke with him.
Did as he wished. This is good stuff here. Let's see if we can pump into pushing the 500s here in the Nasdaq. Currently trading 19,495.
Be honest, yeah, Brett and the risk team, 100%. They are just so amazing. And any conversation I've had with the risk team, it's just like, how can we help best make you a better trader?
100%.
We don't want to see any bad things. And I'm not immune to bad habits. Yesterday, I gave some of that money back, and Brett sent me a text message or a message on Slack. Close. I don't want your position to close that market. And that type is something you'll never get anywhere else. Like a risk manager messaging you. Oof. I don't want to see this happen to you.
Nice. 50 hit. 50 hit. Eddie, keep an eye out.
We got
sellers just
499.5.
Yes, we did. Sellers came in hard and aggressive there in the Nasdaq. Right? We said 99.5. Just about 25-point teleport, as Dolby likes to say.
NQ's favorite pastime, teleporting up and down the ladder.
Wow.
Yeah, now we're just stuck in the 5-minute range.
All right, we are big sell across the board here. We got the S&P down at 2,200,000. I'm sorry,
billion. 2
billion. Okay. Nasdaq down about 1 billion.
Wow.
Sell side, Dow 715 million sell side, and the Mag 716 million sell side. So once again, S&P 2.2 sell side, Nasdaq 1.2 sell side, Dow 715 million sell side, and the Mag 716 sell side. There you have it.
Thank you, Eddie. That's over 4 billion sell side. Over 4 billion sell side. Well, there is some overlap there because Mag 7, but in general, let's call it 4.
Well, I think I'm going to get my 386s, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're gonna probably settle right around the middle of that, right around 500 maybe.
Settle right around new highs of the day.
Why not? A day like today, why not?
Yeah.
We'll settle all right back to 19,500. Just a big old magnet. 8 minutes left here. Hey, Gabe.
That's
Everyone's flat right. We're flat. Here's 500s. All right, Gabe, if we want to sneak it in real quick, we can just flash it. We don't have to talk about it. Just flash the quiz results real quick. Markets are still moving. So there we go, guys. You see your name. Congratulations. Check your inbox tomorrow. We're still pumping up here to 507s, 510s now. Can we go back to the highs?
We kind of just had a double bottom right there on the Nasdaq. Looking at this time frame, we rallied down there. We sold off down to the high of the inflation report. We made a double bottom, found into those buyers, and here we are, right back into the middle of where we've been since morning. Right, right in the middle. Everyone's pissed off if they were playing for a break in one direction or the other.
Yes.
You get a stop out. You get a stop out.
Nice train today, Dolby.
Thank you. Got
nice train today.
a nice little cushion we're building over here. I think we're up almost 160-ish in micros.
Nice trading.
We're just going to keep on doing it until we get a cushion and switch into E-minis.
I like this.
Yeah, other than that, I hope to see everybody in slow markets tonight, even if it's just for the first 10 minutes. Just really curious to see how this gold trade plays out. I know Coach Robert was behind the scenes, and he messaged me some of that, the statistics. It's going to be interesting to see how it works out. The fun one that Coach Robert did send me was that at the Asian Gap, this is interesting. This is really interesting. I know I sent it to JD behind the scenes, so I don't know if he has a picture, but I'll talk about it really quick. When gold gaps down on Wednesday, it fills the gap 100% of the time the past year.
Wow, 100%. Say that one more time, Dakota.
So when gold gaps down at 5 p.m. Central, it fills the gap 100% of the time on Wednesdays for the past year. So little things like that intrigue me, and it makes you want to watch it. Oh, and there's Coach Robert. There's the image. I'm going to pull up that image. You guys have my screen. That's it. So little things like this, it's just really intriguing, and it's something that we could watch and see if we can find an opportunity on things like this. And what is this? Edgeful? That's a useful tool. So
they're the best.
Come join me tonight, 8 p.m. Central. I'm going to start maybe 5 minutes early, and we will see what happens.
Thank you, Dakota. Yes, we'll be joining in. Coach Jay will be joining you as well?
Yes, Coach Jay, and that's even better. Coach Jay is amazing at reading the DOM and the order book, and so he'll probably be able to provide some more insights, a lot better than I can from a technical standpoint.
I think the MOC orders are about to go. Clock is down. Can we get the clock back up, guys, for the last 5 minutes here? Thank you.
Okay, MOC, we say buy side?
Buy. 4 billion. Or no, sell side. Over 4 billion sell. 4 billion sell.
4 billion sell? That means we're going to go up, right?
It could be.
Probably, yes. Yeah.
When in doubt, look at this. 511s trade, 512s trade. Can we push to the... Wait, We have 70 more points of run here in the last 4.5 minutes in the NQ. 70 points of run to get to the highs here. Do we have it? S&P on the rebound.
So all the indices are going. Oh, even the Dow woke up a little bit. Look at you go, Dow. Look at you go.
Ovaltine kicked in, Dolby.
It's making a way to go get itself some of those windmill gingerbread cookies in the tin case.
These are so gnarly. Ugh. One bite's good for me. All right, let's see if we can push here. We got just under 4 minutes. Shout out to the Bellers.
What a
4,300
rally.
people watching. Yeah, what a rally. What a trading day.
I should have just bought 450s. What was I doing? Should have just bought them.
Just bought it every 10 points down lower. Just buy them. Buy them.
Just every range.
Just buy them.
Yeah.
Buy the bottom, sell the top every time.
Is bullish.
Mm-hmm. Andy loves those cookies.
Well, that's our target. So let's talk about that trade real quick.
Let's do it.
We was looking to buy 500. Great trade. Looking to close at say 530s, high 20s. Maybe we should have waited. Obviously, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But it's always hindsight. It's always easier to trade hindsight. Something to be said. That was a great trade, and we're
Right
one
here,
of the
yep.
very few that lost money buying the market.
Indeed. We got to tighten up our execution. I feel like I'm getting a little sloppy with the execution. Maybe getting a little too cavalier with entering. Big Ben, good night. Hey, Big Ben, make sure you tune in for slow markets, man. You're going to see a good one today. Tell everybody.
Coach and I. Yeah, but it's only 10 contracts, and we didn't hit any loss limit.
That was fun.
Yeah, I think we could be a little bit more patient, let the market come to us instead of just catching a falling knife. That's literally what we did. That was just boom. Just boom.
Well, I mean, in hindsight, maybe we wait a little bit longer to see if we have some like tighter candlesticks, because I think we bought right into a pretty strong one.
Yeah, volume.
Well, we were up 10, 15 points at a moment, right?
At one point, yeah.
That's true. There was a bounce.
So there were a lot of people wanting to buy it. Same idea.
It was the level. 500s was the level today. You see it right now. You see it right now. All right. 2 minutes left here. Eddie's got the outro bell. Coming in hot. Thank you, everyone, tuning in today. I hope you enjoyed it. This was a jam-packed day. Fast markets. Power players. You guys got to meet Fatima today. That's great stuff. Group coaching, TopQuiz, shoulder tap, and then FOMC session. Nonstop wall-to-wall coverage here at TopstepTV. No one does it better, folks. People behind the scenes, man. Make it look easy here. Best traders in the world right here. Coach Dakota. Dolby time carving it up today. Great stuff all around. People, Alders, exhausted today.
Awesome.
Get some sleep.
Yeah.
Get some sleep.
2 minutes.
80 seconds.
Last thing. Any words of wisdom?
Stuck in the range.
Andre? You got
any? Carl Hungus crushing it today.
We will get to the hashtag power hours maybe tomorrow.
Sure.
I know there were some good submissions. We were
Was
trading,
there?
so we apologize. Yeah, there's some good ones.
Marcus first.
I got to run. I'm going to leave it at this. And this is something my grandpa would always tell me. And I also keep these really close to my heart. Is a man only lives 2 lives. The second one starts when he realizes he only has one. So, yeah, take
Like
that for as it is. Every man lives 2 lives. The second one starts when you realize you only have one. So, take care, guys, and I will see you tonight.
See you, Dakota.
See you, Dakota.
Dakota,
Thank you.
appreciate. Thank you. Great trading today. Tune in for slow markets today. 5 minutes early, 7:55 Central Time. Coach Jay's joining him tonight, I should say. See if that gold trade plays out. All right, here we go. 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Beneath these 19,500. Dolby time. Brilliant trading day.
It was fun. It's fun getting warmed up with this live account. I got a goal. We're just going to base hit till we get enough cushion to start trading E-minis, and then we're just going to build from there and trade our ranges. But this is a live account, full transparency. Trades only on screen. Nothing behind the scenes here.
Nope. Eddie, take it away, my man.
Thank you very much, Andre. I hope everybody had a good time today. I hope everybody did learn at least one thing. And actually, I learned a handful of things today, and I'm very grateful. Tomorrow, there's going to be some meat for breakfast, meat on the bone. So 7:30, we do got the PPI. We also got core PPI month over month. The big number is going to be the initial jobless claims, which they're looking at 225,000 from a previous of 229. Also, PPI month over month, they're looking at 1%. Prior was 5%. So if it does come out that way, we will be seeing a nice little move there. Moving on to 9:30, we got natural gas storage. 10:30, 4-week and 8-week bill auction. 11 o'clock, Treasury Secretary, our sweetheart Janet Yellen will be speaking. We'll see what she's got to say. And honestly, last time she talked, she did move the market. 12 o'clock, high noon, 30-year bond. And of course, here we've got the Fed balance sheet a little later on in the afternoon. And that's going to be it for our economic numbers. As far as our menu for tomorrow, the highlight, tomorrow's going to be Thursday, Lucky 13. JD and myself will be opening up. Our opening call. So be here early. We're going to fire up the machine. Coming in for fast markets, we've got Andre, MP Jack Gabe's going to be with us, Anne Marie also. Power players, Andre, JD, and Matthew Mickey. 11:45. Vanessa's going to join me for Top Quiz, and let me give you a warning. These questions are going to be tough as hell. So bring your thinking caps. Shoulder tap, Jack and Ben. We've got group coaching with JD and Robert the Riz Cooney. Also, we will be having Gabe's Road to Funding. Gabe will be joining us back here with the dynamic duo, Andre and Dolby. And speaking of the dynamic duo, they will be continuing for Power Hour with Justin Orling. So Justin's going to be with us, and he's always pretty cool and gives us some good information. So keep that in mind. Now, folks, if you have been with us here today, we enjoy sharing the information. As you can tell, there's time for work and there's time for fun, and we sort of try to include both. Especially in this business, stress can be so high, and we want to sort of lighten that load off everyone's back. And when we have a little joke and when we laugh, but we're serious here at Top Step. We want to make sure that you are learning, improving, and moving forward. So we love having you here. Hopefully you did love being here today. And right now it's time to shut things down. Okay. Time to step away from your computers and let's consider family time. Maybe a game night tonight. Order a pizza, put the family around the table, shut the phones off. Don't answer the door. Have a game night, bond with the family. So get some love. All right. Get some rest, re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay healthy. Stay safe. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Good night.